Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Financial Independence SOFA Summit. My name is Ross Hamilton. I'm the CEO of ConnectedInvestors.com, the real estate investors marketplace and community. And I want to thank you so much for going with us on this journey. The SOFA Summit was just a random idea we had at a marketing meeting. And we looked around the room and everyone's like, that sounds like a great idea. You have so many people in your mastermind that you can pull from that can come speak, and people need this type of information right now more than ever. America was confused on what to do. People didn't know what to really believe when it came to real estate investing, what was happening with the market. And that's why we wanted to hold this SOFA Summit. So you can put together a plan based off facts and based off reality for today, tomorrow, for the end of the year, and to kick off next year. So hopefully you've been following along, because each session, each day builds on the previous day. So if you haven't seen day 1 or day 2 yet, go back, try to find some time to watch those while they're still up. We kicked off day 1, some of the highlights. We had an economist come on, someone whose net worth is probably worth more than everyone who has attended this SOFA Summit, including all of the speakers. He's a mentor of mine and an absolute tycoon in the industry. Then we took you down to wholesalers that are doing their first deal and how they're doing it faster and easier than ever, how people are scaling up, how people are using bots, how people are using the ecosystem that Connected Investors has created for you to really grow their real estate investing business. Then day 2, we had a blast. We talked about a brand new lead source called pre-REOs. You've probably never heard of that before, unless you were on day 2. We showed you how to use Google to grow your real estate investing business. We brought on a lender from CIX.com. Many of you know that we facilitate $5 billion a month in funding requests for real estate investors through CIX.com. So we grabbed one of the lenders that are part of that network, and they broke down exactly how to position yourself to get all the money you need in today's world. And we talked about the importance of a mastermind. So we're going to go ahead and finish up this SOFA Summit really, really strong. If you've liked anything you've learned during this, make sure to share this, right? Make sure to comment, engage with us. Your engagement fuels us and gets us excited to keep doing this and bringing value to you. So we're going to kick today off with my favorite 4-letter word, data. Right? That's coming up in a second. You're going to love this. We break it down to a level that even if you're brand new, or if you hear the word data and you kind of zone out, you're going to love this session right here, and it's coming up. Then we're going to talk about one of the fastest ways to get to your first million, and that's through apartment investing. We're also going to talk more about funding, creative funding, how to make money through helping other people get funding. And we're also going to talk about the most important thing of all of this, asset protection, how to keep the money that you make. So we have a really exciting day. I'm going to go ahead and bring out someone here in just a moment after these messages. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 Financial Independence SOFA Summit, presented by Pin 5.
All right, hello, welcome to Connected Investors. Let's meet some folks just like yourselves. They bring new technologies like the personal computer and a program you're hearing about soon called the Internet.
Ross Hamilton founded Connected Investors back in 2005.
COVID-19 has battered the global economy.
The value you have in your home is the value you have right now as a person.
We're going to see the entire world get flipped on its head after this.
COVID cases are exploding. Staggering levels of unemployment. Real estate shift.
Unprecedented.
All right, welcome back everyone to the SOFA Summit. I am really excited about this segment right here because it's about my favorite 4-letter word, and that's data. Data is the difference between winners and losers in any industry, and real estate investing is certainly no exception. In today's world, if you're not running your real estate business off data that's updated in real time, then you have an uphill battle. Imagine this. Imagine if Pepsi knew the second someone got thirsty and they could put a Pepsi right in front of them. How much would they pay for access to that? They would destroy Coca-Cola in months. That's what PIN V5 does. It allows you to get an offer in front of someone that needs to sell right now. That's what data can do. But raw data sucks. If you've ever looked at what real estate data actually is, it is a huge Excel sheet that doesn't really do anything for you. So what we've done with PIN V5 is we've made data easy for anyone to use. The person who's brand new, we have easy mode. It points right to what to do, the properties to go get. And for those of you who have been investing for a long time and maybe you've used some data in the past, we have advanced mode that slices and dices data in a beautiful UI in ways that the industry has never seen. Even with all that being said, data is like a big engine. And what I wanted to do is bring out our head data architect to kind of explain what's under the hood of PIN V5. So let's bring him on stage, our head data architect. Clinton, how are you?
Hey, virtual man. Thanks for having me, Ross.
Absolutely. Yeah, really excited to get you here on the stage here, because as real estate investors start using data, they don't even really understand what they're looking at. And before we jumped on stage here, Clinton and I were talking a little bit about how people think data should be versus what it actually is. So I'm going to ask you a few questions just about data and what we've done with PIN V5. But before we jump into that, can you just talk a little bit about some of the people that you've spoke with here at Connected Investors that use PIN V4?
Sure.
And what you've seen them think about data before they really understand it.
Sure. Well, data is one of those things that if you don't understand it, you don't understand it. You don't know what you don't know. So from the people I've talked to, data is really, it's an awesome thing. People come into it and they really expect to try to bend data to do what they want it to do. What I really try to encourage them to do is take a deeper look at what data can actually tell you instead of what you want data to tell you. Kind of almost having a conversation with data, but letting data lead the conversation. So it's pretty cool when you jump in there and you can show people different angles on the data that can really paint a different picture than maybe they had in their mind and take them on a different journey than they really expected to go on.
Yeah, absolutely. And here at Connected Investors with PIN V5, where we have something called EDO. Mm-hmm. What's EDO?
EDO stands for Extreme Data Ownership. So it's something we take really serious in the tech department here.
And what happens is anyone who's using our platform, if they have a crazy data question, you actually get to be on the line with one of our data scientists, with one of our data engineers that can walk you through that piece of data. You might be saying, hey, that property is not vacant, but it says it is vacant. And we can tell you exactly why. You talk with a lot of our members, don't you?
I do, on a regular basis. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and help people really understand what they're looking at and how to use data to their advantage. Now, there is a massive amount of data in PIN V5, isn't there?
Oh, a ton of data.
500 million records?
Billions of records.
Billions of records. Going all the way back to what year?
All the way back to the turn of the century.
1901. So we have all of the data on all of the properties all the way back to 1901. We're pulling that all in so we can make it available to you at the click of a button really quickly. Now, this is not an easy thing to do. Can you just kind of explain the engineering that has had to go into making all of this data so easy for people to access?
Sure. So data, we get a lot of data from a variety of different sources. And we have to ingest that data. So first off, we have to take that data and we have to warehouse it in our systems in a way that we can get back to it and a way that we can search it efficiently, effectively, and obviously quickly. So we take that data and we kind of parse it out into a variety of different ways. We do some pre-processing on it. We do some post-processing on it. We do some very intentional massaging of that data to get it where our users can optimally use it as quick as possible and kind of weed out some of the cruft that is stuff that maybe isn't as sought after or stuff that's just noise. It's kind of determining what's noise and what's value there.
Yeah, absolutely. And with billions and billions of records, it's taken us nearly 2 years really to ingest all of that data, wouldn't you say?
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. We get our data daily too. So during that process, sometimes we'll get 3,200 files a day, roughly. And that covers every FIPS code in the United States. That's kind of a federal identifier similar to a zip code. We'll get that data and we'll start processing it immediately once it comes in. 3,200 different FIPS codes. And we go through those individually. Sometimes they'll vary. Each one of them represents roughly a county here in the United States. Sometimes we'll get big big updates for those counties. Sometimes they're lesser. It all depends on the activity. So there's this ebb and flow. On any given day, we may get 30,000 to 50,000 records that are being updated. Stuff like vacancy indicators changing or pre-foreclosure indicators changing, ownership changing, all those different things that happen on a day-to-day basis. So we take those and we scrub through them all, we ingest them, and then we kind of go into our post-processing process, which kind of takes that data and then we determine some motivation on it. We kind of take that raw data and we say, okay, great. Property ownership has changed for this particular property. Let's take a look at what that means. Does that mean we need to get some updated contact information for our users? Do we need to take a deeper dive and go see what's determining that vacancy? Maybe it's a pre-foreclosure and we can see what process or step they're in that process, whether they're going to an auction, if that's going to be soon. Obviously, some of that varies state to state too. You got to look at your local state rules and regulations on what they are. Maybe you're in a non-disclosure state, meaning that your information isn't publicly accessible on some of those things. So pre-foreclosure processes in that case, a lot of times people go into pre-foreclosure and they're in a non-disclosure state. So that's not readily available to the public. As soon as they start to come through that process and kick out onto the back end, it may become bank owned or it may become an auction, courthouse auction. We try to have that data available as soon as we possibly can for those particular states. Texas really sticks out as one of those states. My home state of Montana is a non-disclosure state. Michigan, Detroit, you'll see a lot of these properties where you expect a real big churn of property. Sometimes in the pre-foreclosure process, you'll get that little window. So as we head into this wave of pre-foreclosures that you're talking about, you really want to know your local market and understand how pre-foreclosure works in the areas that you're looking into.
Yeah, no, those are all great points. And we're constantly tackling the challenges, literally like county by county. Like we're on the phone with local providers in Texas to help us augment our data because we bring in a lot of data that can't be purchased just online, no matter how many millions of dollars that you want to spend. We have all of the property data, all of the tax data. We're pulling in MLS data, and we're also pulling in post office data and people data. Now, this is something that no one else does at the scale that we do here at PIN, but it's almost pointless for any software to say, hey, here's a great deal, right? Without giving you the contact data of the person. Now, since the beginning of time, direct mail has been the thing, right?
That's right.
Here is a person who has motivation to sell. Here's the mailing address. So send them some mail. That's great. And you should be doing that. We teach you how to do that with Connected Investors, but we want to get you ahead of the curve. And we want to also give you the phone number and the email address. This way you can beat all of the letters there. So this has been one of the biggest challenges for us here at Connected Investors, to provide you with the deal and also the contact data of that person. And no one else has pulled together the property data and the people data. And then we're going to talk about the contact data in a second. But in PIN V5, we go beyond just name and email address. We have a rough idea of their age, their credit score, and some other financial indicators to help you figure out how to talk to the person, right? To help you understand just how motivated this individual is. So we're talking about millions and millions of records coming into our system. And now we have to take those records and go out and skip trace them.
That's right.
Right? And skip tracing is how you find the contact data. So talk about some of the architectural challenges that we've had and finally overcome when it comes to skip tracing.
Sure. So skip tracing, as you pointed out, Ross, is really going out and getting that information that goes with the properties. So there's all kinds of technical challenges that go with that. The primary ones are things where a person has purchased a property and they'll have their first name and their last name on there. Maybe their name will be on there as Ross Hamilton. Maybe it's as simple as that. But sometimes people don't go by Ross. Maybe they'll go by Russell or another name. I'll talk to people all the time where they've seen a house down the road that they think is vacant, and they know that their neighbor's name is Bob Smith. And turns out on his documents of his paperwork, he goes by Robert Smith. So some of these things are things as simple as name standardization. Other things we have to go through are address standardization. You get a lot of times you'll get properties that have abbreviations in their names, avenues, boulevards, courts, places like that. A lot of places do their address standardization very differently, and we aggregate data from all over the place. So we have to go through this process of address standardization. When you Google your address, Google will standardize it a certain way for you. It'll suggest what it thinks you mean. That's all very intentional, and we're very intentional here at Connected Investors on how we handle that. So a lot of times what we'll do to get that contact information is we'll take your last name. It's a good starting spot. Your last name's not going to change. We'll take that information. We'll try to standardize your address as best we can. We'll go out and we'll try to find out what we can about that property in your last name. Sometimes we'll come back with stuff like your wife's name, maybe your brother's name, maybe your dad's name if you live at home. Who knows? We try to get those. Now, when we do that, there's some proprietary algorithmic magic there that we give some scores to the contacts as they come back. Maybe how long has the person lived there, or do they have multiple documents with that same name on it? Based on that score, we can do some determination of how confident we are that that's really the person you're looking for. Other times you'll see people, especially big investors, that will do their business with an LLC involved. So they won't actually put their name on the document. That'll be an LLC of some sort. It's a similar game with that. LLCs are often abbreviated, sometimes LLC, sometimes you get the dots in there, L.C. So there's a standardization process we go through there, and we do a lookup there of the same general methodology. We use the name of the company and the address. Sometimes we'll get a result back, sometimes we won't. We'll fall back. We use some kind of tiered algorithms here that will use the owner's name, we'll use the company name. If we can't find anything that way, we'll take an even deeper look, and we'll just say, hey, this person might be in there and it might not match up exactly, but let's just see who we can find at that address, the owner's address, if they go by a different name, or maybe they've changed their LLC name yet and it hasn't come through the assessor's office yet. Sometimes you'll see that. And so we'll, as our second and third tier pass, we'll go down and we'll just look at the tax owner's address and see what we can find. Almost always we come back with results there. Occasionally we don't. Sometimes people will have their name on a do not contact list, commonly referred to as the DNC. So if they're on that DNC, we do our best to protect them, and you may or may not see them on the list of results you get back. Other times you have people that are landlords and they're renting a property out. So the tax owner's address might be 123 Main Street, but the property they own is down the street on 456 Oak. So if we can't find the person you're looking for at the tax owner's address, we'll go take a look at the actual property. This is kind of a way, as a kind of a last-ditch effort, we'll say, hey, well, if we can't find anything about the actual owner, let's see if we can put you in touch with the person who's renting there. That person certainly knows who their landlord is, so give them a call. You can find something out. It's really important this time of COVID and some of the things that are going on right now. Unfortunately, there's people who are not renting where they are, so that they leave, a new person comes in. That happens quickly. It's happening a lot over the last couple of months. So maybe the information we give you was the previous person who rented there. Don't get discouraged. These are all great clues to help you get where you're going with this data. Call that person, get to the next person, make those calls, put in that legwork. There's gold there.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that you gave that kind of breakdown there, because one thing that Clinton brought up that I want to make sure is highlighted here is if the owner doesn't live at the property, we're still going to look for that owner at the other property. That was a huge breakthrough there. So one skip trace is actually like two skip traces or more sometimes, as we do everything we can to deliver you that skip traced result. So you just click a button, it spins for a few seconds, and then bam, all of that stuff just happened for you. You don't have to go through that brain damage. And it has been brain damage over here because the executive team is committed to make sure that we have the best skip tracing there, because we know that's what makes you successful, when you can contact the owner. But if you pick up the phone and you call someone and it's not the right person and there's another number, call the next number, right? Use our scripts. And if it's still not the right number, then go ahead and send direct mail.
We talked earlier about very intentionally building our software. This is one of those things where we're very intentional about what we do to try to get you results that you can work with. Sometimes you'll get a name, a phone number, an email address that doesn't match the Bob Smith used to own the house. That's intentional. We're trying to get you in touch with them as best we can, as fast as we can. And what I'd encourage is, again, don't come to the table looking for data to tell you something. Look what data can tell you. There's a lot there that you can take a deeper dive. Look at some of those secondary, tertiary numbers. Maybe somebody's been divorced. Maybe the person's last name has changed. There's all kinds of things that data really can tell you.
Yeah, and this is a massive investment in dollars and time on our end to solve this problem for you. And anyone here who's watching this and is going to be taking advantage and jumping on PIN V5, we actually give you 20,000 skip traces for free every single month. If you Google how much a skip trace costs, you'll see it costs a lot per skip trace. That is like $50,000 in value that you're getting because we've already went through all the brain damage. We want you to be successful. I want you to understand what we went through to get to where we are today, and we're still making it better every single day because this is PIN 5, right? This thing's been around for less than 2 years, and we've done 5 huge overhauls on the platform. We already have PIN 6 and 7 lined up, and to make it better and better and better for you so you can get to your next deal faster. Now, we talked about some of the property data, the billions of records. We talked about the people data, merging those together, right? Now, we have proprietary data as well. These are data sources that cannot be purchased anywhere else. We have our team at Connected Investors. If you were here for the interview that Kevin did, he goes out and finds asset managers, finds people that purchase huge bulk property packages and want to resell want to sell a few off at a time. And we build those relationships for you so you don't have to. And now this is spotty data, right? This isn't something we really advertise very heavily here. These are bonuses because there could be 50 in Charlotte this month, but none in Tampa. Then there could be 100 in Tampa one month and none in Charlotte or whatever it might be. But the Connected Investors team is always going out there trying to bring you more inventory than just what's available, and nobody else makes that type of effort. So we have proprietary data as well. And Clinton, there's some challenges there pulling in that proprietary data because we have for sale by owner data, we have Craigslist data, we have all the online auctions as well. And there have been some big challenges in getting all of that information to play nice together, right?
Oh, sure. A lot of it, again, is standardization of data. We go out and we talk to people all over the place. We talk to various data providers. You got your FSBOs, you got your Craigslist people, you got your online auctions. A lot of these places, again, when it comes to address standardization, they all do it totally differently. Some of them are going to put, a boulevard or a street. We got to address, we got to standardize that stuff. Some places don't even give you an address. If you go pull up Craigslist in your area, you might find a house for sale, and it'll just say cute 1-bedroom bungalow down the street. And to that I say, well, that's awesome. How do I find it, right? So we do some proprietary magic here, and we try to make it happen as best we can. We know the area you're looking in. We know the general area of Craigslist you're looking in. We can generally figure out some of the latitudes and longitudes. We can put the pin on the map. We can help you find that. Sometimes we can find contact information that goes with it. Sometimes we can't. But they're awesome, huge challenges that are really fun when you get into real estate. Online auctions, those are very different than courthouse auctions, which is another thing. People come to the table a lot of times and are a little bit confused on the difference of the two. Again, listen to what data can tell you instead of going in there just kind of thinking, well, I think that an online auction is this. Do a little research, take a look in your area, see what's happening. Those regular auctions are kind of at a slowdown right now for the most part, right? Because they take people, and right now people have to sign papers, and we've got distancing, and there's a backlog of some time. Online auctions are online, right? So those things are still happening. They're actively happening. You can go find those right now. So standardizing and processing all this external kind of third-party data is kind of our labs project, if you will, a little bit. And it's really cool to see some of that data really going onto the map. It's been a huge, awesome project to see during this last couple of months to really see the opportunities that are there.
Yeah, and I'm kind of half laughing here because I just had a moment. I remember when we were lucky enough to bring Clinton on the team. We knew we needed someone with his mind and his ability to kind of work through billions of records. And his first few days, he was kind of getting to know the team. And then within the first week, we threw him so deep into data. I don't think I've seen him until now. We're like, hey, nice to meet you. Here's like the biggest project in the world that like huge companies try to solve. And here's your team, go do it. So it feels really good to be here with you now and launching PIN V5, which is something that's is our vision. But you were the man who's kind of brought it to the world. So this is the guy who's been behind a lot of the data and a lot of the money that you guys are making with PIN. Everyone always thanks me, but he's the one who's working hard, staying up late, answering the phone, talking to our members on the phone to help them understand what they're looking at. And Connected Investors owes him, a great deal of gratitude. And I'm really glad you're able to come on here and kind of talk with our members.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
All right. Well, great. This is going to wrap up our section on data. I look forward to to jumping on to the next section here. Go ahead and take a little break as we play a quick little video, and make sure to come right on back to the Sofa Summit. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that section we put together with Clinton and I. So many people asked such great questions about data, and it's really complex to answer. To make PIN as fast, as easy, and as simple as it is for you guys to get in there and find potential opportunities is a monumental challenge on the back end. And that's why I wanted to bring on Clinton. Clinton, you able to hear me okay?
Yeah, I got you. Morning, Ross.
All right. All right. Good morning. Yeah, if you can talk a little louder too, that'd be fantastic. And one little thing I wanted to kind of point at in that little video we showed you about PIM, there's one line there that I love. It says a new lens to look at real estate with. Prior to PIN and this type of data being available in the way that we've made it available, you couldn't really see properties. You couldn't really search properties the way that we allow. So we allow you to look at real estate and look at real estate data through a totally new lens, through the lens of a real estate investor, right? Things like that haven't been available. If you were part of, I think it was day 1 or day 2, I talked about how Connected Investors now has a page literally for every single property in the United States, over 137 million individual property pages that show you a property from an investor's standpoint. And that just started rolling out a handful of weeks ago. And you'll start seeing that kind of come alive. But you can see the direction that Connected Investors is going to be able to provide you with data that's previously been unavailable. If you remember when Zillow first came out, it was pretty revolutionary to be able to see comps and get a zestimate and get some idea on what was going on. That was a new lens to look through real estate. Now we're taking that a similar approach for the real estate investor standpoint. And Clinton, again, you do a phenomenal job of making the impossible possible.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It takes a lot of hard work, and we've got a great team here that works hard all day, every day. So that's what it takes to pull stuff like this off.
Well, Clinton, hold on. We gave you one vacation once.
Yeah, I remember that. It was a long time ago, though.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But like you heard me say when Clinton and I were talking, we're constantly iterating, constantly updating this information. And the individuals that are in the inner circle, in the mastermind, are using this, and we're helping helping them solve real problems in real time. So now I want to give everyone the opportunity to ask some of the questions that you guys maybe you're scratching your head about when you're using PIN, for those that are using PIN, or maybe if you're about to use it, you just have a few specific questions, and this is a fantastic time to address those. One of the questions I want to bring up real quick, because it's like one of the first questions that we get a lot of times is, hey guys, your system said a property is vacant and I drove by it and it's not vacant. So that means none of this software works at all, right? And listen, I totally get that, but Clinton, can you kind of explain the different scenarios and all of the checking and double checking and triple checking we do for vacancies prior to making that available, but why sometimes people might not quite understand why a property that's vacant in PIN isn't vacant?
Sure, no problem at all. Pardon me. Vacancies are kind of a fun one to unravel and try to figure out. There's a lot of indicators out there that are publicly accessible data that help us to determine if something has a vacancy indicator on it. And I want to kind of stress the indicator portion of that, because we don't know 100% that a property is vacant. For the most part, we take all the indicators, all the data that's out there, we let that data talk to us, and we make some decisions based upon that to help our people out. So that data comes from a variety of different sources. First and foremost, it comes from the United States Postal Service, right? If you've ever gone on a long vacation and you've held your mail, the post office knows about that. If you're a snowbird and you leave the north to go to the south for the summer, which lots of people do, a lot of times you'll forward your email, and that will give an indicator to the Postal Service that your house is vacant. Now, in the truest sense of the term, maybe the house isn't vacant. Maybe, I mean, you still own it, obviously, right? You might have a house sitter coming by. You might have a neighbor mowing the grass for you, things like that. So what I encourage people to do is use these indicators that we set up to go through and take a look at places that have vacancy. We try to provide you with a date every chance we get of when that indicator was brought to our attention. So if you're in the table view within PIN and you've got your vacancy filter on, you can go take a look there and see that column in the table. Some people like to chase, very recently vacant properties. Those seem kind of hot to them because it's recent. Other people love to look at properties that have been vacant for a really long time because they think those are a very high motivation. And they're both right. There's certainly aspects to both of those. If something's been sitting vacant for a really long time, well, man, those guys maybe were snowbirds from Connecticut that went to Florida, and then this whole pandemic hit, and they decided, woof, man, I'm not going back to the Northeast right now. I'm just going to hole up here in Florida for a little bit. And time goes by, and that date gets further and further out, and they become older, and those become more motivated as people see those. So again, you want to look at what data can tell you, not just your assumptions of, hey, this is flagged vacant. We're giving you an indicator that there is some vacancy probability there. Go take a look, see what you can find. Take a look. Is the grass being maintained? Go around the side of the house if it doesn't look like anybody's there. See if the electric meter's running. Check pop the mailbox open, see if there's dust in there, see if there's tire tracks in the driveway. Got to do a little bit of sleuthing on some of these to really truly determine if it's vacant. But we're doing the best we can here with indicators, and a lot of these are really good indicators. One of the things with the United States Postal Service that's interesting is that they are a government agency, of course. And as some government agencies go, some of their reporting takes a little bit of time. They got to aggregate this data across the entire United States. That's rural areas as well as metropolitan areas, and have to report it to us. So there can be a little bit of a data lag from time to time, especially when it takes people to aggregate that data. But what we've seen really through this whole pandemic is that that's one of the major indicators that has stayed up to speed. The government is still working. Other places aren't, but they are. You still get your mail every day. And so that's really one of the places where we've really seen the numbers and the dates that are showing up within PIN reflecting very, very current dates. And so if current dates are the way you want to tackle vacancies, that data is all there for you.
Gotcha. No, that makes a lot of sense. So the post office is one of the vacancy indicators that we look at. Can you just lightly touch on some of the other vacancy indicators we look at?
Yeah, sure. We do listing-based indicators. That would be your MLS. properties. So if somebody lists a house, maybe they've got a vacation house at the beach that they own, secondary house, and they put it up on the MLS and say, hey, I'm going to try to sell this property. Boom, we know right there that it's probably vacant. There's some indicators there. We can check some aggregated on that to make a determination. We also have some third-party vacancy stats that we pull in where it's reported. Certain metro areas will make information available if you've cut off your power or your water or your sewer. Things like that are pretty good indicators that nobody's living there. If you have the sewer turned off, you're probably not living there.
Gotcha. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I believe we also look at some bank information as well, correct, Clinton?
Yeah, we do. We've got a list of properties that are owned by banks, and those are typically properties that come through the pre-foreclosure process more often than not. And the bank reclaims them, and the bank can tell you right away, hey, this place is vacant because this person went through pre-foreclosure and we kicked them out, so I know it's vacant. That's another great indicator that we have in the vacancy. So there's 5 or 6 of these really strong categories that we use to aggregate our vacancy stats.
Mm-hmm.
And while nothing is 100% accurate, these are pretty strong indicators that there's a vacancy there. So go check it out. Get your Sherlock Holmes magnifying glass out and see what you can find.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense there. And this is a great question. If I see a property is vacant, will I see it in PIN? So I think this is, if you're rolling down the street and you see a property is vacant, and then you go into PIN and PIN isn't showing it as vacant, what does that mean?
Well, it can mean a variety of things, really. When we first started into this process with PIN, you and I drove around our town here where we are and looked at some places and just tried to cross-check some stuff. And some of them showed up and some of them didn't. Really what it means is that if it's not showing up, one of two things: either there's a little bit of a data lag, meaning the United States Postal Service hasn't provided us with that data yet, or the bank,
or banks,
if there's or pre-foreclosure from the bank hasn't been indicated yet. But that data typically comes through relatively fast, especially right now. The other thing is, if something looks vacant, somebody could be maintaining it and periodically checking the mail, and it wouldn't be flagged as a vacancy, right? As long as they're checking the mail there and the Postal Service has reason to believe that there's somebody accepting mail there, that's something. Another thing you can consider here is people that have PO boxes, specifically people that are businesses, right? If you've got an LLC, maybe you don't want your personal information or your company information delivered to your house. Maybe you do that through a PO box. And so there's literally no mail going to that house. It all goes to the PO box. There might be an indicator there, but the United States Postal Service is privy to that. They understand when you set up that PO box where your mailing address is, and they kind of map it that way. So even though the house looks vacant, somebody could be accepting mail at a PO box.
Yeah.
And they could just be out of town for days, weeks, months.
Gotcha. No, that's really important to understand, because there are so many scenarios, and Clinton keeps talking about putting on your Sherlock Holmes hat there. This is pointing you in the right direction at mass scale in any market around the United States. And Daniel had a good point here. Vacant properties may have squatters, making the data look wrong, but it isn't. I know there's a property on my block that is vacant that I drive by every day, and it doesn't show up in PIN. And every so often I'll jump on with Clinton and say, why isn't this property showing up? Well, I saw some cars there the other day, and it turns out that someone just kind of has it, and they check the mail and they get the long cut every now and then, and the neighbors use it as a parking lot sometimes. So there's so many different reasons why a property may or may not be vacant. And we do the absolute best that we can do at mass scale around the nation to find all of those properties.
Yeah, one other thing I'll say on that really quick is you got to know your local area and how long pre-foreclosure process takes. For example, in Florida, that pre-foreclosure process takes a lot longer than, let's say, a California or a Texas. Mm-hmm. And so the house might be vacant. Somebody knows that they're in a pre-foreclosure and they've vacated, but the vacant indicator isn't up yet because the pre-foreclosure process hasn't cleared and the bank has not flagged it yet as a vacancy. Gotcha. Right? Or in Florida, it can take up to 3 years sometimes to actually formally kick somebody out of that house. And so what you might see is, an indicator of some sort, like maybe they've cut off the water or the power. Maybe they're trying to save a couple bucks and they've cut off the trash service, but they're still living there. And they may even be in a pre-foreclosure because Florida doesn't really kick you out of your house for a couple of years. So while they've got a pre-foreclosure and a vacancy indicator, and you drive by there, there's still somebody parked in the driveway. That's knowing your local market and knowing what the real estate rules and regulations are in your specific area.
That makes sense. And David Hansen said, just today I saw a vacant looking home on the way home from, I guess, McDonald's. Popped on my computer, search PIN, and it's there. You're going to find, I mean, we have, Clint, do you have any idea how many vacant properties? I mean, millions and millions and millions of vacant properties are in PIN.
Yeah, man, there's a bunch of them. They come in, we get our data every single day. So it's kind of fun to watch the ebb and the flow of them as they come through. But I tell you what, let's do some real-time follow-up. I'll pull a number for you here, and we'll come back to it a little bit later, and I'll give you that stat.
Yeah. We have Jeff here who's saying, hey, can real estate agents use this and how? Absolutely. The savviest, we don't really market this to real estate agents, but real estate agents who are looking for motivated sellers that want to list can absolutely use this because there are so many different lead sources inside of PIN that you can go ahead and use. Connected Investors is a investment community of real estate investors, but there's a lot of real estate agents that are agents and investors that have big buyers lists. And you can simply just, the same way that wholesalers use PIN to fill orders, right? They have a buyer's list. They know buyers are looking in this area for this type of property. They go right into PIN. They can do a search in that area, find all the motivation. They know if they get under contract, they can sell it. You can do the same type of thing when it comes to, to listing and selling houses. So Jeff, yeah, absolutely. And connectedinvestors.com/5. Let me go ahead and just pull that up so you guys can see that. Connectedinvestors.com/5 is where you can go to access all of that information. So we have an interesting question here, Clinton, because this is something that we don't have yet that someone's bringing up, but it is in the works. Here you go. Can you import your own data into PIN so you can do skip tracing on it? So I'm going to answer this question, then I'll let Clinton answer this question. We have a new skip trace tool that you can use individually for properties that are not inside PIN. But Clinton, this is something that's on the development blocks for a future version of PIN here, correct? Yep, that's right. That's right. So there's some complicated engineering that goes into this stuff. I'll touch on it real brief. I won't go into it super deep, but when you're uploading that list, basically what we need to do is find out where in that list you've got your address. And if you can tell me the owner of the property, maybe you know the dude's name from down the street, or you got a list from somewhere. If you can give me the name of that person who owns that property, that increases your opportunity quite a bit of getting a better match. So the process would be, to import that eventually. Again, this is on the dev roadmap somewhere, and we would try to match them up. Right? We'd say, hey, do we have this property in our database? You're looking for 123 Main Street, and you heard me talk about address standardization, trials and tribulations a little bit earlier. We try to standardize that best we can. We try to match it up. We can give you a little bit more information about it if we've got it on file. And if we don't have it on file, that's cool too. We can take what you give us and fire it through the grinder and see what we can come up with. So lots of fun challenges on skip trace stuff. Like Ross said, we do have some things coming out here in the not too distant future, and we've got some other features that are on the dev roadmap down the road. Yeah, lots of stuff. So we've been talking about vacancies because a lot of people that use Connected Investors, the PIN platform, they'll go in there and they know vacancies are a big lead source. Remember, we also have someone asked the question. Let me just go ahead and pull this up about zombie. While you're pulling that up, Ross, I've got some real-time follow-up on those numbers. Since the 1st of June, which is roughly the last month, there are 824,236 vacancies reported nationwide in the United States. There you go. So that's just the new data. And actually, Clinton, I want to touch base on old vacancies before we move into a zombie property, because a lot of people are looking for inside PIN. You can search just for properties that have been vacant for over 2 or 3 years. The property that I live in right now was vacant for at least 3 years. Someone inherited the property and they had a lot of emotional attachment to the property. So they went by, they maintained it, they cut the grass, they checked the lawn. Exactly. And after 3 years, they finally got motivated to sell it. So I personally love the properties that have been vacant for a very, very long time. And a new advancement we have coming up in one of the PIN 5 iterations is confidence scores. So we're basically blending all of this data together so you can see just the confidence level that we have that property is actually vacant. And the same for pre-foreclosures, because there are some considerable challenges when it comes to pre-foreclosures and reporting that nationwide. And Clinton, let's just kind of touch on that. A property goes into pre-foreclosure. We know when it goes into pre-foreclosure right away. That we're 100% we're 100% at. The big challenge that we have, or anyone has, is when the property comes out of pre-foreclosure. So someone falls behind on their payments and they make up their payments. Can you talk a little bit about why we're really good at that in certain areas, but in some other areas we just don't have the data to tell you that a property's come out of pre-foreclosure?
Yeah, that's a great question. We get it a lot. So there's steps to the pre-foreclosure process, and all of the real estate experts out there will know their local rules and regulations. There's a thing called non-disclosure states, and those are states that, and you heard me talk about it a little bit earlier during our chat, but these are states that legally are not allowed to disclaim some information during that pre-foreclosure process for privacy, right? If you're going through pre-foreclosure, maybe you don't want the world to know you're going through pre-foreclosure. And so those states legally aren't allowed to give us that information. But when they come out of pre-foreclosure, at that point it becomes public knowledge, and we have some information on it, right? So we can tell if that thing came out, if it went to auction, which a lot of times they will. Other times the bank will reclaim it, and we'll have the bank-owned indicator showing up there as well. So anywhere in the process, once they've gone in, whether it's a notice of default or a lis pendens, and they kind of make their way through all the way up to the judgment, all of those statuses in there, we kind of bundle together and say, hey, it's in pre-foreclosure. It might be at the beginning, might be towards the end, but it's in pre-foreclosure. And this is your window. This is your window of opportunity to try to get there before the bank does, before the judge makes a judgment, and before it kicks out to an auction. So it's a little bit of a race against time. But again, different states vary on how quickly they go through that pre-foreclosure process. We talked about Florida a little bit earlier and how it can take up to 3 years there. In California, they move very quick. Sometimes they're a month or two, depending on the area you're in, and the window closes. So you got to kind of go back and check for new stuff coming through. So again, know your local market, know your rules and regulations on non-disclosures and non-judicial notifications as well.
No, that's some good insight there. And guys, when the second that it's filed down at the courthouse, that information comes right to us within days or weeks, and we get it in there showing a pre-foreclosure as fast as humanly possible. Pulling it out of pre-foreclosure, if the property has sold, if it's changed ownership, if it moves from pre-foreclosure to bank-owned, if it moves from pre-foreclosure to there's a scheduled court date, we'll move that out of pre-foreclosure. Where some confusion will lie at times is if something falls into pre-foreclosure and then there's just no status update, because banks are not required to report anything down at all of the courthouses when a property has come out of pre-foreclosure. So with that being said, there could be properties in there that are marked as pre-foreclosure, but the property is not in pre-foreclosure anymore. The person has made up their back payments. However, there's still an opportunity to purchase that property. Just because they made up their back payments does not mean by any sense that they're out of their financial trouble, right? So if you listen to Jerry, the real estate investor who's kind of completely scaled up and scaled out of his business, he just keeps hitting people because he knows at some point they're going to need to sell, and there's a opportunity for you to be in front of that person at the right time. So this is a fun question. John said, is there an API or Zapier integration for PIN 5?
That's a great question. Well, actually, before I jump into that real-time follow-up, vacancies from last year, that's in the 2019, January 1st to January 1st, 2020. You're looking at a little over 1 million there, 1.79 million vacancies moving back through last year that are still flagged in our system as vacancies. So if you're looking for old stuff, go dive into that. Moving on to Zapier integrations and API integrations and stuff, we do have some Zapier integration stuff. This is mostly outbound, not inbound. So you can set up a saved search within your PIN setting. Let's say you're looking for vacant properties in Tulsa, Oklahoma. That's cool. We'll send you the email notifications when there's stuff there. And then once a week, we'll kind of grab that all up and we'll digest it together and we will zap it over to you. And we've got a Zapier integration team here that helps handle all those integrations, gets you set up, gets all your mapping put together, takes a look at how much volume you might be running. It can make you some suggestions on what type of a plan you need at Zapier to ingest all this data. There's a lot of data, especially if you have multiple saved searches, which people do a lot of, right? You might have one for vacancies in Tulsa. You might have one for pre-foreclosures in Tulsa. And each of those could have 1,000 records in them. So we're going to blast 2,000 records at you. And your Zapier account over there needs to be able to accept all of that volume. So again, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, give us a shot. We've got a Zapier team that can walk you through the details.
Yeah. Let me just translate that for the rest of the world that doesn't know what an API is or Zapier. So what you can do with PIN is you can save a search, and then you can tie that search into an API or Zapier. And anytime a new property hits that search criteria, let's say you're looking for pre-foreclosures in a certain neighborhood with 50% equity, you can basically have that information flow out of PIN and into a Google Doc, into a CRM, into a text system, into a ringless voicemail system. Any of the ninja stuff you've ever heard about, the PIN can power all of those other tools. We even had someone recently add it to a Google Calendar. So when there is, new good deals, bam, it shows up on their calendar that day that, hey, I got some good deals here. And some of the savvy investors, what they do is they do their saved searches inside PIN, and they'll name the saved search. Now listen to this. This is a golden nugget. A certain buyer's name. Let's say you're working with a buyer and they have a buy box, right? Which is what they're looking to buy. They're looking for 3 2s in this area that have 30% equity. There you go. So they do a saved search for that area, and then they name it the buyer's name. And then that information just comes right into them. And then they can say, hey, here are all the potential deals that this buyer would be interested in. So, if you listen to any of the stories about people that are having amazing success with PIN, they'll always say the same thing. They'll say, at first I got in there and I was like, whoa, there's a lot of information here, right? But after I understood how to kind of figure out what I was looking for, which isn't much, it's just getting in there and using it, not making excuses, and just understanding what you're looking at. It takes, a handful of days, maybe a week. That's when things just kind of start to really take off. And I'm really excited for those people that get in there and find their own ways to use it. And that's why we have our mastermind and our inner circle, because it's kind of like, remember those old Oreo commercials, Clinton? Yeah. Like, how do you eat your Oreo? It's almost the same with PIN. It's like, how do you use PIN for your business? You heard from a real estate agent that can use it one way. You've heard from people that are, using it to wholesale, to fix and flip, to buy and hold. All the commercial properties that are in there, the vacant land that's now in there, the absentee owners that are in there, allowing you to kind of slice and dice in so many different ways. I want to make sure to kind of answer this question. Then I'm going to pull a little image up on the screen here you're going to want to see. So what is a zombie property? Clinton, you want to talk about what a zombie property is?
Oh, good old zombie properties. Good old zombie properties. Well, this is kind of it's not necessarily proprietary magic or anything, but it's kind of a name that we've coined that's out there now for properties that are in pre-foreclosure and they are vacant. So you got some motivation stacking happening there, where there's kind of 2 combos of events happening. So I mentioned this a little bit earlier when we were talking about vacancies and pre-foreclosures, right? Maybe you got a guy in Florida who isn't making the bills, and he started into the pre-foreclosure process, right? He's been served a lis pendens or a notice of default, and he's like, oh man, it's coming. I got to get out of here. And he leaves town, right? Maybe he snowbirds. Maybe he goes, visits his brother and sister in Chicago. Well, guess what? That guy's now a zombie. He is out of his body, as it were, right? He's walking somewhere else. So that's where the name kind of comes from. But yeah, pre-foreclosures and vacant.
Yeah, I mean, they're the properties that are just sitting there. They're just kind of walking the green mile, right? No one's living there. No one cares about them. They're slowly falling apart into the bank's hands. And those are the really good, good deals to get. So what you can see on your screen here is Clinton was talking about layers, and you can see all the different layers here. You can log right into the new PIN 5, and you can search for all these different types. houses, condo. You can look for a house, a condo, a townhome, a mobile home, multifamily, vacant land, apartment complexes, mobile homes, owned by. Maybe you're looking for a single family property that's owned by a investor, right? The tired investors that are out there, owned by a company, owned by a bank, right? And then you can start stacking motivation. You can say, hey, it's vacant and pre-foreclosure, or it's vacant and pre-foreclosure or probate. So this was the number one most requested feature to pin 4, was the ability to really slice and dice and dive really deep into the data to find the people that have the most motivation out there, out of anyone. And again, after you've done this type of search, you can save those searches and get notifications to your email inbox, right? Every time a new property hits that status. And you can also do all of the ninja stuff with Zapier and have the data flow out of our system into any other system you use. No one else in the industry has that type of capability. We're definitely on the forefront of all of that. And then let's jump in a little deeper here, Clinton. You can also see here some more layers to stack. You can see if they're out of town or out of state, if they have a previous hardship or free and clear. So if someone has a vacant property that's out of town or out of state, that's huge. If they're an absentee owner, right? If they have a probate property, they live out of state, those are difficult. I don't know if you've ever inherited a property out of the area, but your first order of business is to liquidate that property.
One thing I'll mention here really quick, Ross, because this is kind of a gem in the time we're living in here, but you're seeing a lot of landlords right now that have houses out of state in a variety of different states. And because of the pandemic that's going on, some people aren't able to rent anymore. And so they leave. And at that point, it becomes a game for that landlord to try to get that place rented, right? So if you're looking for vacancies and you're using out-of-town owners, a guy might live in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but he's got houses in different towns. Maybe they're in Texas, maybe they're in Florida, maybe he's a big investor, he's got those out there. So that's really useful because that guy, might not want to re-rent it. He might actually want to sell it. If you're willing to jump in there and just buy it off his hands and get it off his books, that could be a gem. Yeah, you're solving a problem for that person. So you also have right here the investor type. If they're a landlord or a flipper, if they have a history of renting properties or flipping properties, we can find those individuals. You can find those properties right in here, which is really cool. And then also, as far as financing goes, you can see if they bought the property with cash, private money, or traditional, which is really helpful when you're slicing and dicing this data. These are the layers. And sometimes I hesitate to show this to brand new investors because they might be like, oh my gosh, there's so much here. But remember, we have easy mode as well, which is just a few filters and it points you in the right direction. But to try to compete against someone who has this type of data, this type of insight, they're going to be able to run circles around you because they don't have to do all of the manual figuring out and brain damage of all of this stuff. And even if you skip trace a few records and a few of them are right and a few of them are wrong, you're way ahead of the the next guy. We have owner status here. So you can see if someone's a senior. Let's say someone has a vacant house out of town and they're, a senior. Hey, there's a good opportunity there. If you listen to, I'm drawing a name on his blank, Mr. Rodriguez. Yeah, he was on a few of our webinars. He had a binder full of deals he did. Remember that guy? He talked to one guy who was a little bit older and he wanted to sell 12 properties. So he skipped right to the front of the line and picked up 12 properties and flipped half of them and, kept a lot of them as well, as far as I remember from his story. And that was just one deal. And then we have the listing status. So properties that are, if there's an out-of-town owner with a vacant house that's an expired listing, that's a problem. So what I'm kind of sharing with you here is all of the different ways that you can slice and dice this data, where you can put the data. And during the SOFA Summit right now, you can get the big discounts, all of the bonuses, and you get an extra guest account because we understand that real estate investing is a team sport. So now you and a business partner can get into PIN and start doing deals in your market or any market around the United States of America here. And this is really game changing here. I'm going to take a look at the questions here one more time before we wrap up, because Clinton is up to his, gosh, you had hair when you started here. Most of my armpits anyway.
Yeah, exactly. He's up to his armpits in data here, just working really hard right now, importing, you heard him, billions of records right now, because pin 5 has considerable more data than pin 4 ever had. And it's taken a lot of time to consume all of this data. It's like eating an elephant. So, I mean, Clinton, you've had to go through some crazy architectural challenges to even get this data in. And it's been awesome watching you do it.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. A lot of analysis, a lot of behind the scenes magic that happens to not only get this done, but get it done in a relatively timely manner. So we're doing this all behind the scenes with no, interruptions or slowdowns to the current version of PIN, which is awesome for everybody who's using PIN and getting in there and finding some deals. When this new stuff comes out, it'll be pretty exciting to make a very smooth transition there and be able to jump in and even take a deeper dive.
Yeah, you bet. All right, everyone. Well, that concludes our Q&A. Thank you so very much. Any other questions you have when it comes to this data? If you visit connectedinvestors.com/5, there's phone numbers there. You can reach out to us. If you're using PIN and you come across a property that just kind of seems weird to you, like I said, we have our extreme ownership here with our data folks, to where if you're like, hey, this property isn't quite right, we'd love to find those and look at it, because sometimes you might find some really weird thing in your county, and our dev people can go in there and tweak it, and all of a sudden it works. It's better than any other platform that's out there. And we listen to our users. Like I said, a lot of what you're seeing here is from you guys. So I really appreciate everyone who has been using PIN 1, 2, and 3, and 4. That's why we're giving you the free upgrade to 5. So that's a huge increase here. And there's about to be a flood of pre-foreclosures coming through. Once these banks have the ability to start foreclosing, there's going to be a lot of foreclosures coming through, and the amount of records that are going to come in here are going to go up quite a bit. There's no additional cost to you in no matter how many deals there are in your area. So right now is really the time during the SOFA Summit. Go ahead and visit connectedinvestors.com/5. Make the investment, get PIN, because what PIN really does, doesn't matter what your strategy is. Maybe you were on the line earlier, you want to do subject twos. Well, great. You need to find people that are going to do a subject two. Here you go. Maybe you're going to be on our apartment complex session we have coming up. You're looking for apartment complexes? Here you go. It doesn't matter what your strategy is. PIN accelerates that strategy. It's a turbocharger to any strategy you have. And if you're brand new, it's your competitive advantage to get you in, to find deals, to quick flip, micro flip, and wholesale. So I'm really excited for all of you that are that get to experience PIN 5 and beyond, really. So Clinton, thanks again for jumping on, but it's time for you to get back into the data, brother.
All right. Appreciate it, Ross.
All right, everyone. I'll talk to you in the next session. Coming up next on the SOFA Summit, the fastest path to make $1 million in real estate. We're going to be talking about multifamily and apartments, coming right up after these messages at the SOFA Summit.
The Connected Investors app connects you with investors, notifies you of available properties, helps locate cash buyers, and secure private funding to close deals. Set up in seconds to become a member of the Connected Investors social network. Now you can scroll through your main feed to find cash buyers, see investment properties not available to the general public, and network with investors by adding your own comments to a thread to keep the conversation going. The Control Center is your connection to add properties to sell, start new discussions, connect with local investors, and even find private funding. The Notifications tab will keep you alerted to new investment properties and offers. You'll also find new friend requests to connect directly with the community to build your network. From the property marketplace, you'll be able to find, favorite, and make offers on investment properties. Download Connected Investors today to find, figure, fund, and flip investment properties on the go.
All right, everyone. The next session is about to start, and this is a very important one to absorb the information that we're going to cover here, because this, among all of the strategies we've covered, everything we've went over, this session right here, in my opinion, is the fastest way to becoming a millionaire, the fastest way to put $1 million in your pocket. And, you can do a lot of small deals, which is great, or you can do a lot of big deals. Which one is going to make you more money faster? So the gentleman that I'm bringing on the line here has been someone I've looked up to for, almost 2 decades now. He is a very successful real estate investor, owns thousands and thousands of units, and is, in my opinion, the authority on multifamily and apartment investing. His name is Dave Lindahl. Dave, thanks so much for taking the time to jump on the line with us here.
Ross, how's it going? Has it been 2 decades? Wow.
I just remember going to one of your events when I was just getting started, like 2008, 2009. And, you were walking around the room and I was just dying to get a second of your time. And people finally, stepped away from you, and I jumped in and I started asking you questions. And
I bet you started with quick question.
Yeah, quick question. But I remember what I wanted to do is I wanted to start wholesaling, then I wanted to do some fix and flips and some buy and holds, and then I wanted to do apartments and multifamily. And you were like, you don't have to go through all that.
All that
you can just start at the top.
All that misery.
Yeah. And I had an excuse. I'm like, well, there's no apartments in my area. And you just, you shot that one down real quick.
Heard that one before.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really great that we've been able to, maintain a friendship.
Well, the triathlon. Full.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I wanted to bring you here on the Sofa Summit, because you definitely helped me get out of my own way. And it was during the last recession, like right before the last recession. And, hopefully you can help the individuals on the line here figure out how to skip to the front of the line and get on that path to financial freedom.
Yeah, that's that transition that you just made, talking about the last recession, this is why what I'm about to share with everybody is so important. And it's such a big opportunity because we haven't seen an opportunity like this since the 2008 financial crisis. And those people who played that situation the way that we train people to do made out very, very well. And as you know, Ross, I'm the emerging markets guy, and I'm always looking for markets that are appreciating very, very quickly around the U.S., and there's always an abundance of them. But in 2008, there was a certain play to play, and if you played it, you made a bunch. And if you didn't, then you just missed the opportunity. Right now, because of the corona crisis, there is a play to play, and if you hit it, it could be the fastest way to $1 million, depending on the size of the property you do. But if you, like, I heard you say, you want to do big properties. I used to tell people that all the time too. But the first thing you do is you got to start where you're comfortable. And then from there, you get to the bigger ones. And it happens really fast. And there's enough room or time in this opportunity to get started small and go big. Or you can do what a lot of my students do who have been to our 3-day training is just they're comfortable and they go big because of the training. Either or, it doesn't matter. But you do want to get big as soon as possible. But even more importantly, you want to get started and get that first deal done as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So the opportunity hasn't been an opportunity like this hasn't been around since 2008, and that's why I'm so excited. My whole investing base is so excited. The students are excited. It's good.
Yeah. And I'm gonna let you grab the mic here in just a second and really just dive into exactly what you've done, how you've seen so much success, and kind of lay out a blueprint that people can follow. I just want to remind everyone that inside PIN V5, we have access to all of the multifamily opportunities, all of the apartment complexes that are out there. So as Dave's going through this presentation, remember PIN V5 makes all of these strategies better, faster, and easier. And I'm excited for everyone who has it to use it to implement some of these strategies. So Dave, go ahead and take it away.
All right. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to explain, I call it the 2020 wealth formula. And the reason is because MM plus CC equals FW. And MM is marginal managers. I should actually call them marginal owners. Plus the coronavirus crisis equals family wealth. Because if you play this right, not only will you create enough wealth for yourself and your family, but also your family, and the next generation beyond that. So depending on how deep you want to go, but we find that people, when they get started, they realize it's really a cookie cutter method, and it's not as difficult as they think, and they just keep doing it. So I'm going to take you through the 7 steps to get to financial wealth. Number 1 is understanding what a marginal manager or a marginal owner is and how they got that way. Number 2 is understanding why this crisis evolved to the point where it created such an opportunity in multifamily investing. Number three is there are certain types of deals that we're going to be looking for in only these types of deals, because in the downturn, we entered a recession in February. We hit the crisis really started happening March, June. Okay, so we have two things converging. There's going to be a lot of quote unquote opportunity out there, but there's going to be gold mines and there's going to be land mines. All right, and I'm going to show you how to get the gold mines, and it's going to be specific. So we're going to show you how to analyze these deals. That's really, really important. We're going to go into funding of these deals. If you have no money, that's no problem. If you have money, great, but you can always do more deals faster when you're leveraging other people's money as well. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll go into how to operate these properties on the takeover, because that's the most important the timing aspect of this particular opportunity is when you take over that property, what specifically do you need to do to get that property ready for refinance or resale? Happens fast. And then we harvest. We harvest what we sowed. We're going to plant some seeds and they're going to grow. We're going to harvest them and it's going to grow into some serious family wealth. So let's take it at, opportunities are like sunrises. If you wait too long, you're going to miss them. Those people who waited too long in 2008, were hemming and hawing about getting into the opportunity, they missed it completely. People that look at emerging markets and emerging markets opportunities that don't go in at certain time frames on those opportunities, they miss them. I'm sure that you've had opportunities that you've missed in the past. The whole idea behind an opportunity is really recognizing it and then taking action. So if you recognize this opportunity and you get as excited as we are about it, we would be happy to help you take action with that. So why would you listen to me? Why would you want to be trained by us? Well, first of all, the company that I work for or actually founded is called RE Mentor. And it's based on my 24 years of real estate investing experience in multifamily properties. I started way back in 1996. I've owned over 8,000 plus units, owned and controlled them in 18 different markets across this great country of ours. Each one of those were emerging at the time. I'll explain a little bit about that during this presentation, but we'll really cover that during the 3-day event. I've been through hard times. I've been through 3 market cycles complete. I've been through 2 financial crises, 2 epidemics, and now a pandemic. I wrote the 2 best-selling and iconic books on multifamily investing. The first one was Emerging Real Estate Markets, and the second being Multifamily Millions. And then, when I was 19 years old, I was lead vocals in a rock band. Actually from 16 to 24, I was lead vocals. I left that band with as many brain cells as I had left. Unfortunately, I left at 24, so I did have some brain cells left. Didn't go to college. My mom, I'm from Boston. My mom's father died when she was 17 years old, and her name is Barbara. In Boston, it's Bob or Barbara. And she used to tell me growing up as a kid, she would say, Dave, my dad always said, Bob, send your kids to Harvard. Send your kids to Harvard. It's the best school. And so she would always tell me go to Harvard. But I was too busy smoking too much dope and having too much fun in that rock and roll band to even consider going to Harvard or even them considering me to come in. But they've got the business program, the MBA program. They also have what's called the OPM program, which a lot of people aren't familiar with. MBAs are for people that have potential and really smart coming out of high school. OPMs are for entrepreneurs that have gone out and done it and built big businesses. And then they have a program to help you build an even bigger business called the OPM. So I was actually in my late 30s. I was invited and then approved to come into that program. And I went through a 2-year program. It was great. The average revenue size inside of my classmates, 118 of them, was 35 million. There were 7 billionaires in my class, which goes to tell you that, it doesn't matter how much you got, you just never stop learning. You never stop learning. So I'm very proud to be part of that network right now. So those are some of the reasons to learn from us. But more importantly, okay, we have trained people from all walks of life since 2002. There was a lot of people that were out there training when we first started training. They're not training anymore. Why? I don't know. But I can tell you why we continue to train, and that's because we've got a proven system that works. And it works for anybody, not just some people. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. It doesn't matter what color of skin you have. It doesn't matter what your background is. It works if you work. It's as simple as that. It's not a get-rich-quick system by any means. But if you're willing to do the work and follow a proven system, you can obtain anything that you want in life. So if you come visit us over here in Boston, Massachusetts, which I hope you do, we're actually in Rockland, 100 Weymouth Street. It's a 12,000 square foot building. We've got a 40-foot foyer in the front. you'll see our 10 core values. And our number one core value is that we are not successful until our students are successful. You can surprise us if you want to. A lot of people will just pop in and say, oh, I wanted to know if it was real. I didn't want to give you any type of a heads up. Or you can call ahead and we'll be happy to give you a tour, take you to lunch. And we'll be happy to take a tour if you just pop in too. But one thing you notice is that our walls are lined with student testimonials. We use our student testimonials as wallpaper because we're so proud of them. And every wall in this place, and we didn't solicit testimonials. People send them into us because they're so happy that their life has changed. And then most importantly, it's a proven system and all of our staff are a product of our product. So if you're employed here and you're working here, you're into multifamily investing and you're an investor. And we collaborate. It's not just the information that I have. It's the information that now we have a big coaching staff, that the coaches that they're doing their business, our staff members themselves doing the business, our students, we call it the third generation. We got me, the coaches, and the third generation. We all collaborate together. The information is foundational, but at certain times in the marketplace, opportunities come up and best practices exist. This is one of those times. Not only will I give you the best practices to take advantage of this opportunity during our time together right now, but I'll also offer you an event that will give you an advanced 3-day to give you all the foundational information that you'll need as well. So here's what we've learned over the last, X number of years of teaching since 2002. The difference between those that do it and those that don't is simply a decision. Those that did it and are doing it, they decided that they were going to do it. And no matter what the obstacle, no matter how many times they got knocked down, they got back up. They either went over it, around it, through it, or under it. They found a way to continue because they were determined. They made a decision that they were going to do it. Those that didn't, they found an excuse, any excuse. There are a number of excuses that you can use, but they found an excuse why they weren't going to do it, and it didn't. Here's what I know. Greatness is within all of us. It's not just in some of us, it's in with all of us. And if you knew my entire history and my background, you know I led a very difficult life until I started investing in multifamily properties. And I had to search within myself to find a greatness. And when I did, and I came out of it, and I realized, if you control the things that are between your ears, your mind, which is, we teach about multifamily investing, but we also teach how to get around yourself because you are going to be your biggest obstacle. So there's a lot of head stuff in the things that we teach, and it simply works. So don't be afraid of yourself. Get the hell out of your own way, and let's move forward. So that's enough of my soapboxing. Now let's get into the gist of what this is all about. So one more thing. The pessimist sees the difficulty in every opportunity, and optimist sees the opportunity in every difficulty. Remember that. All right, let's start with the marginal manager or marginal owner. How do they get that way? All right, well, what are they, first of all? A marginal owner is somebody who buys a property wrong and doesn't operate it properly. And because of that, they don't get the returns that they thought they were going to get for themselves and their investors after they get into the deal. So why are they marginal? Because they bought the property wrong. They didn't follow what we call the Trinity. You want to write that down. We buy based on the Trinity. A little later in this presentation, I'm going to give you the exact 3 ratios that we use and the exact numbers they need to hit to make a deal a deal. Okay, so they buy the properties wrong. They don't hit the Trinity. They come up with justifications as to why they can do this deal and it will still work even though it didn't hit the Trinity. Or they don't buy B&Bs. And I'm not talking about bread and breakfasts. I'm talking about B&Bs. There are 4 different types of properties. A, B, C, and D, okay? And they're going to be in 4 different types of areas, A, B, C, and D. A's are the luxury areas, the good properties, the good tenants, that have the high-paying jobs. D are for our drug zones, okay? You don't want to be buying in drug zones. We'll make most of our money in our B's and our C's, okay? Write that down. We'll make most of our money in our B properties and B areas, C properties and C areas. But what you really want to focus on is the B and Bs, the B properties in the B areas. That's where you get your biggest return with the least amount of risk. You can still do it in Cs, but you'll learn in the 3-day event. It's a lot more difficult to do those Cs, but if you come from the mindset I did when I was growing up, I was lower middle class. My parents were very frugal. We didn't have a lot of money, so we were always trying to get the most for the least. Okay, and that's what you get for your Cs. So I had a C mindset going in. It was only after a few years of investing that I realized the real money and the less risk was in the B and Bs. So remember that. Why do they become marginal? Because they're off to the next deal. A lot of people are deal chasers. Okay, they buy the deal and then they give it to somebody to operate, and then they're on to the next deal. They get so excited. They're chasing the shiny object. And They're also what I call acquisition chasers. Acquisition chasers are people that buy a property for the acquisition fee. All right. And when you buy a property in multifamily investing, you're gonna get paid three ways: through the cash flow, through the appreciation, and through the acquisition fees. Your investors, it's industry standard that they pay you between 3 to 5% of the purchase price at the closing. Do $1 million deal, you get a $30,000 acquisition fee. Some owners buy deals for the acquisition fee and then hand it off to a management company and don't see it oversee it properly. So they're acquisition chases, we call them. And that's why they remain marginal. Another reason they remain marginal is they were never trained properly. Operating a property isn't as sexy as buying a property. It isn't as sexy as raising $1 million to fund a property. It's the operating of the property, the things you have to do after you get those two things done. So, but your profits are all in the operations of a property. And I'm not saying that you do it. You have to hire the right management company to do it for you, but you need to understand what the management company knows so you can oversee them properly. So a marginal owner doesn't read reports at the end of the month, and they don't even think to look at a weekly report that we call the Monday morning report. You want to write that down. When you're owning multifamily properties, you always want to be looking at the Monday morning report. You want to make sure that your management company is going to provide you with it, because a lot of management companies won't. You'll learn about that Monday morning report at that 3-day event. So they don't read it, or if they do read it, they don't question the outliers. What are the outliers? They're the numbers that are just farther off than they should be. So when they are, you pick up the phone and ask why. And based on your education, you'll know that if we get an outlier in a certain part of the property, then you'll know how to drill down and fix that outlier. Now, if you do that with Monday morning reports, what that allows you to do is to have your profit and loss statement always be in the green. So because you have time to change it. Instead of what a lot of owners do is they look at the profit and loss statement, and if they didn't make the profit they thought they were gonna, like, oh crap, and they'll call the management company and they'll say why, and they'll give excuses as to why, and and then they go off to the next month. Your Monday morning report is your insurance to make sure that your cash flow comes in. And then they don't have the right process to hire the right property management company. Some property management companies are excellent, all right? And that's the ones that you want because they are the key player in your team. Some of them really suck, for lack of a better phrase, because they're just looking to scam you. You don't know which one you're going to get unless you ask them the right questions and get the right answers. And that's really, really important. So that's why they become marginal, because they don't know what to ask and they don't know what answers they're looking for. But yet these marginal owners still get by. The marginal owners can still be successful even though they're marginal until an economic downturn happens. When an economic downturn happens and a property owner who is the asset manager really needs to be efficient for property ownership, he doesn't know how to do it because he wasn't trained properly and he doesn't have the right experience. He still gets by until the negative surprise happens at the property and they're not prepared for it. There's always a negative surprise at a property. You don't know what it's going to be. You don't know what it is going in. We don't train on it. We just train on how to be prepared for the negative surprise. Okay, because there's always going to be one, no matter what property you buy. Typically, unless you are flipping a property, and because of the acquisition fee, the only reason to flip a multifamily property is because it's not in an area that you want to be holding in. But otherwise, you're going to hold 3 to 5 years. You're going to get a lot of cash flow, and you're going to get a large amount of appreciation over time, which is a good thing. But there's always going to be something that happens on that property that's like, oh crap, this just happened. But you're going to be prepared for it if you're trained properly. Marginal owners are never trained properly to be prepared for that. Because they didn't hire right, marginal owners have to deal with a lot of management scams, and they don't realize they're being scammed until it's too late when they've lost and they've got to get rid of that company. Or a pandemic happens. And when the pandemic happens, they say that the naked man is exposed when the tide goes low, right? And this is exactly what happened. We are in the middle of low tide right now. And if you are marginal owners, that's where our opportunity is coming from. And that's the great thing. We're not trying to take advantage of anybody, but if there's going to be a situation where owners are going to be selling, and it's already started happening actually, and properties are going to be given, if they don't sell, the properties will be given back to the banks, and we're either going to buy the notes or we're going to be buying them REOs from the bank. So how did the coronavirus, create this opportunity? Well, first of all, we're all in a shelter-in-place order at one time or another. Businesses shut down. Employees get laid off. When employees get laid off, our rent revenues dip because they weren't able to pay the rent. Okay, repairs and because the rent revenues dipped, and we didn't have that, or I'm not saying we as the owners, I'm saying marginal owners, because marginal owners didn't have that inside of their, the revenue started to dip and the reserves were low. They stopped doing repairs and maintenance. They started going undone. The number one reason that a tenant will leave your property is because the repairs and maintenance go undone. It's not because of the rent. You want to write this down. It's really important. One of the things we're always looking to do when we own multifamily property is to close the back door. Okay, that's an industry terminology. Doing your repairs and maintenance in your property in a timely manner closes that back door because the tenants know that you care about them and the property. So good tenants, because the repairs and maintenance aren't being done, start to leave the property. They're going to go to a place where management cares or ownership cares. You can only replace them in a marginal property with average or marginal tenants, because a good tenant's not going to move in and take the place of that other good tenant that left. You're replacing, or that owner's replacing good tenants with marginal tenants because they can't get any better. And they're going to continue to lose good tenants. They're going to continue to replace them with marginal tenants. The worse that property gets, pretty soon that owner is going to be taking any tenant he can get that will pay a rent. And when you start doing that, you start lowering your criteria, or this owner starts lowering their criteria that it takes to get a tenant in, and because of that, those people actually start not paying 3 or 4 months down the road. So now you've got tenant turnover, which is your number one expense in multifamily property. You want to write that down. Tenant turnover is going to be your number one expense. So now they're going to take anybody in. Well, what's happening is revenues drop even more because those marginal tenants, they're going to start being evicted a few months down the road. Okay, revenues don't equal expenses, and then they're going to get to a point where they run out of their reserves, and then the bank's going to come calling, and they can't make the mortgage payment, and then they've got a decision to make. The smart ones are going to realize, I'm not prepared for this. Okay, I never trained properly. I'm going to sell this property and take whatever equity I can get out of it right now. That's going to be the first opportunity for us. Second opportunity is for the ones that weren't smart enough to see the writing on the wall. They're going to try to hold on, and the bank is going to come, and they're either going to sell it to us at a discount before it goes to the bank. Okay, that's when they're in the foreclosure process. That's when they start seeing the light, when the foreclosure process starts going on. Or the bank's going to take it over, and we're going to buy the note. Maybe we buy the note before the bank takes it over. Maybe we buy it after the bank takes it over. Either or, you'll be trained on both ways, or we buy it directly from the bank. So this opportunity is going to be enormous. By the way, there was just a report out by CoStar, which is one of the leading software companies in multifamily investing and commercial, that 33% of all commercial mortgages are going to go upside down over the next year because of what has just happened. That's enormous. That's enormous. And then they're going to go back on the market, these properties, at pre-COVID prices.
Dave,
I should say, what?
33%. That is just the 33% of all of these properties going to default creates such a huge opportunity for people that understand how to find, evaluate, and capitalize on that. I mean, we will never see another time like this, hopefully, in history. So,
yeah, and it's predicted that they're going to go on the market at 30 to 40% of value. So, I mean, that's just, Ross, 30 to 40 cents on the dollar. It's bargain sales right now.
Oh my gosh. No,
but it's only the window of opportunity is going to be open for a short period of time. But all those that scoop up during this period of time, you get the harvest later, and it's just going to be a beautiful thing. It's awesome. What do you think?
Yeah, I've been tracking the single family housing very closely, but I have not seen those. This is the first time I've heard those stats, and this is why I have people like you in my circle, and bring you on for our members during the SOFA Summit. So thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I started buying multifamily properties. I didn't go with single family properties. I didn't take that step that a lot of people do, and the reason is I saw an interview with a guy by the name of Harry Helmsley. He said he started with nothing, started buying and selling apartment buildings, ended up owning the Empire State Building. The person said, Harry, what is it about apartments that got you going? And he said, I always liked the idea that a group of people would pool their money together and give it to me so I could pay my mortgage, pay down the mortgage. I didn't have to pay for it, the whole thing. I could pay for the maintenance of my properties every month and have somebody else do the work. I could pay for a management company to manage those tenants so I didn't have to deal with them at all. And most importantly, they would give me so much money that after all those things were paid, I'd have extra money. I was like, oh, it's like a light bulb went off my head. I thought, my God, that's true. I want in. And I found out that it was true.
I'm going to say something real quick here, Dave, because it excites me every time. In the mastermind that I'm in, one of your students is in there.
Yep.
And she is just, out of everyone in this mastermind made up of multimillionaires, she is all apartments and has the best life, I think, out of all of us.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
She takes more vacations than anyone, is just happier than anyone, and there's less complexity in her life than ours. So it's just really cool to see,
The nice thing about teaching people is you become friends with your students. And I talk to her. We exchange cell phone conversations. She has 3 kids. I have 3 kids. And we talk about, raising families and things like that. But yeah, every time I talk to her, she's either skiing, she's on her boat. I was like, damn, Sue, do you ever work? She's like, wow, I got all this cash flow coming in. She's got a point. I thought, maybe I should just stop this teaching thing and do it and live Sue's life. So anyways, as we digress, I lost my train of thought. What was the last thing I said?
You were talking about the stats, 30% of commercial properties.
Oh yeah. So 30 to 40 cents on the dollar. The window's we saw this in 2008. It's going to be open for a short period of time. So let's go into the deals that we're going to be looking for specifically. All right. So first of all, you're going to choose your market. You can choose your own backyard because this opportunity is going to be like popcorn. Okay. Marginal owners are in every market and they're going to start popping up like popcorn here and there, but not every owner is a marginal owner. That's why you need to know what to look for. All right. If you're in your own backyard, you're going to get your biggest return from what's called the path of progress. And if you take a look at your central business district, and then you determine where the wealthy people live, where the new construction's happening, that's your path of progress. That's where you get your biggest return when you buy apartment buildings in that direction. It usually starts at the central business district, and then it goes out for miles in a certain direction. And then market cycles. Real estate market cycles, each market goes in 4 different phases. An upside, a downside, and each upside and downside has 2 particular phases. Inside of that is 2 of those phases is emerging. If you understand market cycles, you can always be buying in your own backyard because you'll understand when the transition is taking place, and also what strategy to use at any particular time in the marketplace. So you're using the right strategy at the right time. If you get involved in emerging markets like I do and my students do, and you target markets that have 2% year-over-year job growth, 2% year-over-year household formations, some other characteristics, and you look to buy in low in the short side of the market and then just hold for that appreciation and then sell off high and then do it again and again, it's a great way to create a lot of appreciation in a short period of time. And your wealth in this business, in the multifamily business, comes from appreciation. You want to write that down as well. The wealth comes from appreciation. Your cash flow is great. Your cash flow is going to give you choices. Your cash flow is going to let you live the life that you want to live. But your true wealth comes in the appreciation. And that's why in this particular market where the coronavirus created this opportunity, the marginal owners are going to, by buying at 30 to 40 cents on the dollar, the marginal owners are going to give us a huge amount of appreciation in a short period of time because real estate markets always, always, always recover. So where are we going to get these deals? You're going to get them from good relationships with brokers. The way you do that is you find commonality with the broker. Commonality meaning you've got something in common with that person other than real estate that you're both passionate about. That's what you focus on. The first time you talk to them, you focus on the real estate, then you find the passion. After that, you talk about the passion, and then you talk about the real estate. You do that and use that formula, and you'll be getting deals in relatively quickly. You can use direct mail because at this particular time, owners are hurting. They realize they're hurting. They're not telling anybody about it. And you start using direct mail right now, and you'll get the owners before they start talking to the brokers. And then you can do online shopping. You can go to the broker's websites. You can go to CoStar. But the 2 most effective ways are broker relationships and direct mail. And then choosing your deal. Get a B&B. B property in a B area. This is probably the most important of what I'm telling you about sourcing deals right now. These 4 criteria: a B&B, a property that is 85 to 90% and is going lower. Okay, a property that was in the 90s and is now dipped down below 90. That's your best prospect because that means the owner is losing their good tenants. They lost their grip on the property. You've got to get it before it goes below 85% occupancy. because that's what's called equilibrium in our marketplace. Okay, and that's where you get your best loan from Freddie Mac or Fannie Mae. Below 85, you don't get the best loans. It's going to cost you a lot more. So you get it between 85 and 90%. There's a big window of opportunity right there. Okay, we call that forced appreciation. And you'll be able to pull forced appreciation out of the property. You only want to do $2,000 to $4,000 in repairs. And when I say repairs, that's interior and exterior. And you get that $2,000 to $4,000 by adding up all the repairs that need to be done and then dividing that by the number of units that you have in the property. Okay, 2 to 4 is easy to do, depending on the size of the property. You know, we want to get you up to 100 unit deals as soon as possible, because that's where the $1 million deals are, or the $1 million paydays are. But remember what I said at the beginning, start where you're comfortable, okay? When you start getting between 20 and 100 units, you want 2 to 4K in repairs, typically going to take you about 3 to 4 months to do. In the smaller properties, it'll be faster. But typically, it's just 3 to 4 months. You get all those repairs done on the property, and you're leasing up. And we'll cover more of that when we get into the operations a little bit later on. And then you want absolutely no structural issues. So write that down. No structural issues. You don't want things that are going to take you a long time to fix. You don't want things that are going to possibly be worse after you get in there and start looking at the structure of a particular problem. You want deals that are basically marginal owner. They're deals that the marginal owners created because of their lack of knowledge on how to run that deal properly. So let's talk about how to underwrite these deals. First thing I want you to do is know about the Trinity. Write these down. These are the 3 key ratios: capitalization rate, and they cover the 3 key people in every deal: capitalization rate, cash on cash return, debt coverage ratio. Okay. Write down these numbers. Capitalization rate, 8 plus. 8 plus. Cash on cash return, 12 plus. Debt coverage ratio, 1.6 plus. When those ratios hit those numbers or greater, what you've done is you've got into a deal conservatively, but more importantly, you can get into this deal with no money out of your pocket, and your investors put all the money into the deal. You'll be able to carve out 25% of the cash flow and 25% of the equity and get an acquisition fee for that deal. So imagine $1 million deal that's paying $10,000 a month in cash flow. You get 25% of that, or $2,500 per month, taking no money out of your pocket. And let's say that deal sells for $1.5 million, just if you do it right, 18 months later, and now it's a $500,000 profit, you get 25% of that. But you've got to hit that Trinity, okay? So it covers the 3 most important people of the deal. The capitalization rate covers you as the investor, and it tells you what return that deal's bringing. The cash on cash return at 12 covers your investors, your private money investors. You need a 12 so you can give them an 8, okay? Because they want an 8 as well. And then the cash and the debt coverage ratio is the bank. The bank wants to see that you're getting $1.60 for every dollar you're paying them in mortgage. Those 3, and the better those numbers are, the more you can carve out for yourself. You can do 30, 35, 40, 50%. You know, most of your deals will be a 25 to 30% carve out. You'll have maybe 15 to 25% of your deals that will be a 50% carve out. And those are the sweetest. You know, those are your nice deals. Next is the coronavirus rules. The underwriting rules have changed a little bit because of the times we're in. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae are requiring that you have higher reserves in the property. They're requiring that certain repairs are done, or the escrow for those repairs are put in different places, and they actually asking for more of those repairs that are necessary in escrow, more of the money for those repairs necessary in escrow right now. So we're going through a different time in the underwriting process. The fundamentals of underwriting, which you'll learn at the 3-day event, are the same. It's just these rules that are around until we straighten out, the country straightens out, will be here. You need to know what they are. We'll cover those as well. And they're changing. That's the thing. It's not like I can tell you what they are right today, okay, which I could. But you know what? In a week or two, they're going to change again, because every couple of weeks they've changed. As situations change in the country, and they're actually starting to go area by area now too, depending on how it's been affected by the crisis. Number 3, always buy based on actual numbers. Write that down. That's so important. It's one of the most important things that you'll do as an investor, is you'll do your analysis based on actual numbers instead of pro formas. Pro formas are numbers that are pretend. It's the owner saying, you know, if I did a few things, I could have gotten this for the property, or I could have gotten this cash flow, but they didn't do those things. Okay, so you always buy businesses based on the actual numbers. You don't reward them for the things that they didn't do. You get rewarded because you bought right and you did those things. That's really important. That's called value add, by the way. So the next thing is the funding of the deal. So if you have a lot of money, that's great because you can get into as many properties as you want. I realized when I first started, I used my own money. First, I started investing with credit cards because I had no money. And then I started flipping single family properties because I ran out of credit card money so I could buy more multis. And then my multifamily properties, actually the cash flow started equaling the payment that I needed as a down payment because I only bought 3 to 6 unit properties for my first 2 to 3 years. It took me 9 months to do my first deal because I was so afraid. But I got to a point where my cash flow was coming in and I was just taking that cash flow and putting it down for another property, Then at the 3-year mark, I realized that, wow, I've made a lot of money in equity. My cash flow has really increased with the amount of properties that I bought and just because the market's appreciated. And the market's probably, and market timing is near peak. I better move to another market. And if I could just find another market like mine was when I first started, Brockton, Massachusetts, then I could just, I could move that equity there and I could watch it double, triple, and even quadruple. That's when I learned about market cycles. And that's when I started moving my money into those other markets. And that's when I realized that it was actually easier to do those larger deals than it was to do all those small deals that I did. All right. And then when I had my original goal was to own 1,000 units. When I realized how easy it was to do the bigger deals, my goal went to 10,000 units. But I also realized I was going to run out of money in doing that. If I was going to reach that goal, I was going to run out of my own money and I had to learn how to do syndications and get private money to do the deals. So that's all about networking. So if you have enough money, to do a bunch of deals and you only want to buy as many deals as your money can, that's fine. You'll still make a ton of money. But if you're starting with nothing and you're going to have to use private money to fund your deals, we'll show you how to do that. That's a whole bunch of networking at the event. I can give you some insight right now, though. It is all about networking. But it's all about changing your mindset that you're never asking for money. You're just talking about opportunities. All right. And this mindset came from me because I'm an introvert by nature. I don't like going to strangers and talking to them. I was never good at going to the bars when I was younger, even though I was lead vocals of the band. It was easy for me because I was a lead vocals. So people would come up to me afterwards and they wanted to talk to me. But if I went to a bar by myself or with my friends, I never met anybody because I just didn't like going up and talking to strangers. Same thing when I used to go to network for private money. I knew I needed other people's money to do these deals that I was getting. And I would target business events and I would target, different meetups that were going on. But I hated going into that room. I could never go into a crowded circle and start talking to people. I would try to pick off people that were going to get their coffee. I tried to get there early. Sometimes I wouldn't even go in because it was like, damn, I don't want to go in there and talk to those strangers. And then I remember one time I was outside, Ross, one time I was outside of this event. It was a networking event, Business Networking International. I thought, I don't want to go in there and talk to those people again. What's wrong with those people? Why don't they understand, that this is a big opportunity for them? They'll make more money than in their savings account, more money than they're getting in their IRAs, their CDs that they're getting from the banks. What's wrong with these people, at these events that I go to? Why don't they see this? And then you know what I realized, Ross? It was like the other side of my head was like, damn, man, that's because you're doing it all wrong. You're going there trying to get people to give you money. You should just go in there and just let them know about the opportunity. And if they like it, let them raise their own hand. And when I changed my philosophy there, Ross, that's when everything changed. Well, so when people said, hey, what do you do? I was like, oh, I invest in multifamily properties. And I would start talking excitedly about it. And then what I discovered, Ross, is that the people that were interested, they'd ask me questions about investing. The people that weren't wouldn't. So I wouldn't pursue the people that weren't. And I just continue my conversation with the people that did. And it made raising money a whole lot easier. Does that make sense, Ross?
No, it makes a lot of sense, Dave. And right now in this market, people are looking for safety and security with everything that's happening in the stock market. I think more people are going to be raising their hands now than ever before, because it is, number one, it's really hard to find opportunities to invest in that have the safety and security like apartments and multifamily do. So it's I'm raising my hand for that. So I love investing in those type of properties.
Here's the deal. We discovered that every time there's been a financial crisis, the phones here ring off the hook from people that are investors in our deals. And they're like, my IRA or my Kia or my stock portfolio just lost 40%, 30%. but yet I still got my money I still got my distribution for my apartment building. The safeties in the real estate. And more and more people are realizing that, and they realize it during every crisis. So there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of what we call dry powder out there right now.
And with your model with the B&B and just everything that you do, you're putting yourself in the best position, even when things dip. Those are the type of properties that more people start renting, and it's really exciting right now. And the funding is definitely not the problem in this scenario at all.
No, it's not. And actually, your investors actually become your salespeople because they start telling other people about you, which just simply builds momentum. Just about to say something, lost my train of thought. Going into, I'll just continue. So, yeah, so the networking and the funding aspect. I was going to talk about the fact that I was able to come up with this formula. It's not that, this opportunity presented itself. I connected the dots from all my experience, and I have made a ton of mistakes. At the early part of my investing, I made big mistakes. And you're going to make your biggest mistakes are going to be made during your first few deals. That's why we train you to be a conservative investor. Okay. That's why I share with you all of the mistakes I made. I don't have a problem with that. I survived them, fortunately, but I made some pretty big ones early on. And that's why we've created this formula. I mean, one of the things I realized is that I want to hold on to my wealth. I don't want to give it back like I did a couple of times during my career. I don't want to give it back anymore. I want to be a conservative investor. I want to do those things where I'm always looking at the risk and how do I minimize that risk. So what I'm sharing with you now for this particular opportunity is where I talked about how to source those deals. That is the minimum risk, highest reward type of a situation that you can get into. So we're talking about the funding. Now, here we go about the operating. And this is a really important part of this. Okay, now remember, you're not going to be a property manager. You're going to be an asset manager. But you need to understand what's going to go on when you take over that property. The first thing you do is prior to the takeover is you're going to hire the right management company. We're going to train you. You're going to ask them the right questions. And more importantly, they're going to give you the right responses. And if they don't, you don't hire them. Then you're going to be prepared for that takeover of the property. When you take over the property, you're going to inform the tenants that there's new owners. Okay, the management company is going to do this. New owners, new attitude. They realize that things weren't getting done on the property. You now tell them that we're going to do things on the property. And by the way, do you have anything in your particular unit that needs to be looked at? Do you have any open tickets? Do you have any maintenance requests that haven't gotten done? And when you go into these properties, there's going to be a lot of them. They're supposed to be keeping a log of maintenance requests. A lot of times they're not updated. You think you're going into a certain situation and there's actually a lot more. And we'll prepare you for that because there's always more maintenance requests and it's going to cost you more as well. So you need to be prepared for that. That's going to be inside of your raise. So you have the money to do those repairs. But anyways, you inform the tenants. You let them know that you're here to improve and take care of those maintenance requests and improve the property. And then you're going to start they're going to be like, wow, here's somebody that's actually doing what they're saying they're going to do. And they care about the property and everybody's happy. So the next step from there is you do that outstanding repairs and maintenance for the tenants and you start upgrading the exterior at the same time. And the reason you do this is because you're going to start leasing this property up and you want to get market rents now. In the last few months, the owner hasn't been able to get market rents. As a matter of fact, they've been taking whatever they can. They've gotten to that particular point. So rents have lowered. You want market back. So you got to do the exterior of the property. You got to pop it up. You do you spend a lot of money on landscaping. Okay, write that down. One of the easiest, and it's not even as costly as some of the other things. One of the easiest things you do is just pop that landscaping and make it look good when people drive into the place and say, wow, this place looks great. You're going to take a look at the signage. Does it need to be upgraded? You're going to take a look at the parking lot. Does it need to be an upgrade? Does it need to be restriped? Any exterior woodwork, small stuff, does it need to be replaced? Does it need a coat of paint? Just minimal stuff that just makes the exterior look like, hey, this is a nice place to live. You're going to pop up the leasing office and make that look feel warm and homey. All right. And you're going to start getting those higher rents immediately. You're going to do the unit turns. You're going to look at the units that are the easiest to turn over. You're going to turn those units over. You're going to update them to market. You will have visited, or your management company will have visited your competition, figured out what you're competing against, and then equaled it and bettered it with some minimal amenity. And we'll teach you how to do that as well. So now you're getting the rents immediately. You get the pop on the rents. But here's the thing. you're going to inherit all of those leases. They're going to go with the property. You're going to have some tenants that their lease is up like the first month or the first 2 months. Okay, all leases will be they'll be up during different months of the year. Okay, the first couple of months you're going to have some in the first month, some in the second month, and they're not going to see any changes yet. You're going to tell them about the changes, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, here we go. Somebody else, just talking. Until they see it, they're not going to believe it. So what you're going to do is you're going to release them at their current rent. Okay, you're not going to try to get a higher rent, but you release them at a 6-month lease instead of a 1-year lease. Write that down. That's really important. You lease them at a 6-month lease instead of a 1-year lease. So therefore, in 6 months, when all of a sudden all these things are done, all those repairs are done, they've seen the exterior done, they see it's a great place to live, and you really care. They're like, we don't want to move, especially if you're just raising it to market. Because that market, they're going to see that that's what the market rented is. And if they move to an equal property, they're going to have to move all their stuff out, and it's going to be the same for the same amount of rent. So they don't move. Trust me, after all these years, this is how you play this. Then you do those unit by unit turns. You continue to do those. All right. The new tenants come in at the higher rent. You're releasing now at the higher rent. So that month 3 and 4, you start to release your current tenants at the higher rent, and you're having a lower turnover because of the fact that you care and all the repairs that you're doing. And then you start increasing the renewals, the rents and the renewals. And you can start doing that at, like I said, 3 and 4, when they really start seeing all the changes that are being done on the property. That's how you take over this property. Now, at month 3 and 4, all of those exterior repairs, the interior repairs, all of those are going to be done. That property will be upgraded. But yet those leases that the current tenants have, they're going to come due at different months throughout the year. That's why this process takes between 12 to 18 months to fully turn around. But at 12 to 18 months, then it's time to harvest. All right? Then it's time you'll have the opportunity to refinance that property or even resell that property and get your profits. Now, at 100 plus units, the typical profits, if you do it right and you buy it right, is $1 million or more. And that's really, really exciting. Could be exciting. It could be a lot more as well. But so when you go to refinance, if you do a syndication and you refinance that property and give all of your investors their money back, that's awesome, because you've just reduced your risk 100%. Because the investors got their money back. Now, there's still going to be equity owners in the property, okay? Unless you brought them into the deal with paperwork that said at a refinance, you can buy them out at a certain rate. They're still going to make a great return. They're just going to be out of the property during the refinance. So the entire holding period, 12 to 18 months, for that period of time, they're going to make a great return, and they're going to want to get into your next deal, okay? But the best thing about that is the fact that you are going to be the sole owner of the property, you and the bank now, until you pay off that mortgage, but you are the sole owner. And now this B property in the B area becomes a legacy property that you hold for as long as you can, that you can actually pass down to your next generation.
Dave,
yeah, that was huge right there.
Yeah. For anyone, like if you were looking in a different direction, I feel bad if you didn't really understand that. No one that's going to invest is going to even think, you're really setting yourself up for generational wealth with this play right here. And this is stuff that Dave has learned over the years, and just kind of the tip of the iceberg on what he's able to show you with this stuff. But he just showed you how to be your family's favorite relative.
You're going to be the person that the people from other generations point back to and say, we're leading this life because he did that. He invested in those apartments.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a huge play right there. I'd never thought about that before. So my ears, I just wanted to point it out.
That's a good catch, because that really is what this is all about. And we'll talk about those different deal structures at that 3-day event. But if you play it properly, this is a game changer. You can another opportunity is to sell that property. Why would you want to sell a property like this? Well, it may be in a market that you're not really interested in, but somebody brought you this opportunity and you recognized it, realized you can make a good amount of money in a short period of time, and move it into another property and do the same thing again. So you've just harvested your property, and you do enough of these in a short period of time, and you start creating family wealth. That's what we just talked about. The exciting thing is number one, and I've been teaching now since 2002, so I've taken people through this process. The opportunities during different years have been different. The opportunities of emerging markets has been different than the opportunities of the financial crises or the different market cycles. But the one thing, some key things, your first deal is your most important deal. Getting into that deal as soon as possible and allowing you to get the confidence of knowing that you can do this, of having your systems in place and putting your relationships in place, catapults you out. It took me 9 months to do my first deal, but within 3 months I had 3 more. Within 6 I had I had 9. When the first year I had 11, and that's what we see in our student base, is that get you into that first deal. That's why I say start where you're comfortable. You don't have to do a 100-unit deal at the beginning. You just need to do a deal, and then you progress yourself up very, very quickly. So people will say, I can't believe how fast it happened. It's the first thing. And I mean the wealth creation. I'm not talking about that first deal, because first deals are going to be dependent upon your education and how much work you're willing to do, typically, and how well you establish that commonality relationship with your brokers. But after that first deal, they say, I can't believe how fast it happened, number one. And they say, I can't believe how busy I am. It's like, because you are going to be busy. But you're going to be happy that you're so busy, because you're going to be creating a lot of cash flow for you and your family. You're going to be creating a lot of appreciational wealth for you and your family as well. And you're going to be busy for a relatively short period of time. 3 to 5 years will set yourself up for the rest of your life. If you can think just 3 to 5 years out, from what you're doing now, and hop onto this opportunity and take advantage of it, you can be doing for the rest of your life whatever you want to do. We call it having the attitude, being able to do what you want, when you want, where you want, for as long as you want, and with who you want. That's the attitude that Sue has that you're just talking about.
Yeah.
One of my students that's in your mastermind, that's exactly what she does her whole life. Yeah. And it's a beautiful thing.
I'll say this, Dave, we talked about generational wealth. People will look back at this time and be like, oh, well, of course they did it because they invested during the COVID recession. Anyone who did anything then became rich. It's like, it's like an unfair, real estate it's about location, and about timing.
Oh man, you remind me of a story, because when I first started, everybody told me I was crazy. My father told me I was going down. I was going to get foreclosed on. My friends thought I lost my mind. They thought I smoked too much dope. Everybody's telling me, don't do it. And then, I bought all these properties. I actually became the third largest landlord for Section 8 in the city of Brockton at one particular point. And so now we're like 3 or 4 years into it. And then people started saying, yeah, well, of course he's successful because he bought in Brockton, when the time was down. Of course, it's like, what are you talking about? You get people telling me I was crazy back then. But yeah, you're exactly right. That's what they'll say. Of course. But it's reality. It's the people that recognize the opportunity and then take action on the opportunity. They are the ones that will be talked about. So will you do what it takes for the next 3 to 5 years to be able to do what you want for the rest of your life? If you will do what most people won't do for the next 3 to 5 years, you will be able to do what most people can't for the rest of their lives. This is James Stewart. After the last opportunity, he was a business owner, the last opportunity, the 2008 financial crisis. He was a business owner. All right. He owned a successful business. He actually saw me do a presentation similar to this after that financial crisis and me talking about the opportunity. So he thought, I got a successful business, but that looks good too. I'm jumping in. So he went to that 3-day event that I was talking about, and he found a partner there, actually. And together they created over $22 million in equity. He sold the business that was so successful. He sold all his properties a few years ago. Now he spends all of his time with his twin daughters, and he focuses on his health. Not that he has bad health, but he tells me he wants to live to be 120. He's got special longevity doctors that, give him supplements that analyze his blood. Every couple of months, he's on a diet where he eats great food, but it's the right food for him. He enjoys it all. And that's what he spends a lot of money focused on his health so that he can enjoy his family and enjoy the rest of his life. And he tells me, Dave, I am going to live to be 120 and I'm going to drop dead dancing. I'm not going to be old and decrepit. And good for him. This is Mike Flaherty. In 2008, he lost everything. He had just got married. His wife was pregnant. He was in this business that the last financial crisis completely wiped out. He saw the opportunity. He came to he saw an event like this. It was actually a live one. And I laid out the opportunity back then. He saw it, he jumped in, and he writes, this is 5 years later, this is the day before 4th of July, which is apropos. He says, it's been a great last 12 months for the Flaherty family. We just sold $22 million of apartments bought in 2009. Investors averaged 35 plus ROI. We bought 23 million in properties, 432 units in the last 12 months. Thanks for my financial independence. I couldn't have done it without you guys. It's hard to believe it's been 5 years since my first boot camp and starting that coaching program. Happy 4th to the Lindahl family. Here's to our continued success together. I'm going home for burgers and beers. That's Mike with his 3 kids. He's still investing. I'm good friends with him now because he's been around for so long. We have breakfast together every time he's in Boston. I was just talking to him the other day. He has over $85 million in equity in his properties. And he just continues to do it because he can. It's like, Mike, you bought your own vineyard. He lives in California. You bought your own vineyard. You know, you can do whatever you want in life. Why are you just buying? Keep buying. He's like, because I love it. This is what I really like to do. I love the art of the deal. So he loves to do it. He could retire if he wants to. He doesn't. But he owns a house in Hawaii. He takes his family everywhere. And it's just, Warren Buffett says, be fearful when there's greed and be greedy when there's fear. There is a lot of fear in the air right now. Over the last number of years, over 5,000 people have been to our 3-day live event. We've been doing it now since 2002 for one reason and one reason only. It's because it produces successful students. If we didn't produce successful students, that event would have died years ago because nobody would come. People paid on average $29.95. Some years they paid less. Some years they paid more to get into that particular event. What I've done because of the COVID, right before COVID happened, we were doing our last event, and I thought, I had some hindsight. I thought, you know what? People aren't going to be coming to these live events for a while. Let's record this one and get the best recording possible. So that's what we did, and that's what I'm going to offer. I'm going to offer you that 3-day event virtually. So you don't have to sit there for 3 days. You can actually watch it on your time. You know, you can schedule it in when you want to, but please schedule it in. Don't get it and not watch it. And you get the manual that you'll have it in your hand so you can be watching the event, have the manual just like everybody else in the class did on those particular 3 days, and you'll be going through it. We'll go through case studies. We're going to teach you through the case study model that I learned at Harvard University. We'll take you through a full unit property on day one. Up to a 350, the 4-unit property sells for about $125,000. We're going to take you all the way up on day 3 to a 350-unit property that sells for $8 million. In between the 4 and the 350 unit, we're going to give you the training for you to realize that this is just a numbers game. And when you understand the numbers, you go into the marketplace confidently knowing that you can do this. So at that event, not only will we do case studies, but we're going to show you how to source deals, how to create those broker relationships, we're going to give you direct mail marketing campaigns that are been the most effective for us over the years, because I continue to do direct mail and continue to market. Now, not all letters that we're going to give you work in every market at every time, but I can tell you of those letters that we've used over the years, there are letters that will work in your market. You just find out which ones they are, and when you do, you're going to crush it. So we're going to show you how to bring deals, have deals come in on a regular basis. It's a system that you plug into. We're going to show you how to negotiate those deals. It's imperative that you understand the seller's mindset. And there's different types of seller mindsets going into a deal. So it's imperative that you understand what type of seller mindset you're dealing with so you can get to that situation where you can put that deal together. I should say you get into a situation where you have the highest probability of putting that deal together, because sometimes there are some sellers that you just can't work with no matter what. We're going to take you step by step through the Trinity, how to analyze that deal, those 3 ratios, why they're so important. We're going to give you the case studies. You're going to take the numbers in those case studies. We're going to show you how to decipher them, pull them out, and get those 3 ratios. And if the numbers don't work, this is the most important part. If the numbers don't work, how to tweak that deal so the numbers do. So that benefits you and also benefits the seller. We're going to go into next how to fund these deals, raising private money, whether you do a syndication or just have high net worth private partners. It's going to be an important aspect for many people's investing. If you get enough money just to go right into deals, that's good. That's about 30 to 35% of our students are high net worth individuals. The other 65% come in looking for a better life with very little and no money in the bank. Okay, no matter who you are, we'll show you how to take the next steps to fund or get funding for your deals. And that is an eye opener. And when you realize how easy it is, like Ross said, especially in this time, there's so much dry powder out there. It's just a matter of knowing where to go and what to say and when to say it. It's as simple as that. And remember, you're never asking for money. You're always talking about opportunity. And then we'll go into my passion is market cycles. I wrote that book, Emerging Real Estate Markets. It was #1 for a long time. It's foundational information. But the things that I don't put in that book, that I didn't put in that book, I'm going to share with you when we talk about market cycles. I'm going to take you through the 4 phases of the market cycle. I'm going to give you the key strategies for each particular phase. But most importantly, I'm going to show you how to recognize the transition period between one phase or the other. That's where investors typically lose money, is when they don't recognize that a market's transitioning. And we'll go into my real passion, which is emerging markets, how to recognize them, how to get to them, how to build a team in them, okay? Because you're not going to do this by yourself. You're going to have a team in these markets, how to asset manage them from afar. And once you understand market cycles and the amount of appreciation that can be made in one cycle, you're just going to be blown away. After that, we're going to, like I said, we do case studies. Through this whole process, we go through different case studies. And then we'll talk about how to harvest, how to sell that property for maximum value, how to recognize a deal, and going into the deal, recognize the different exit strategies that you could do in that particular deal. Some deals only have one exit strategy. Some deals have 3, 4, or 5 exit strategies. And you want to, as time goes on owning that deal, determine which is going to yield you the highest return for that particular deal. And then after that, we're going to talk about some asset protection, because you're going to gain a lot of assets in a relatively short period of time. If you think about it, 3 to 5 years is a relatively short period of time to be able to do whatever you want, what you want, when you want, where you want, for as long as you want. So this is Maureen Miles. Back in 2009, she had the opportunity to take a leave package. Her company was downsizing. They said you could take a package and leave, or the underlying tone was, or in a year, everybody's going to get laid off, one or the other. She took the package. She was getting paid for another 6 months. She had already owned a couple of smaller units, but she wanted to go bigger. So she came to our 3-day event. And when she left that event, within 12 months, she did 3 deals with a partner. Her acquisition fees and her partner get the same amount of acquisition fees, was $600,000. And she attained $8 million in equity within that 1 year. Those 3 deals put her in our Hall of Fame, by the way. That gentleman right over here, that's her husband, the guy on the left. He worked for the highway department. Okay, she came home one night and said, honey, you know what? Our cash flow is so much now that you don't have to work that job anymore. You don't have to work at all for the rest of your life. You can do whatever you want to do. He retired her. Imagine being able to retire anybody in your life, your mom, your dad, yourself, your wife, your spouse, help with your kids, put them to college. It's just a great position to be in, to be able to get, we were all on stage at this particular event. And she told that story, and I didn't realize that she had retired him. And they are talking about, and he said, he got up on the microphone and tears were in his eyes. And he says, when somebody gives you a gift like that, and she starts crying, and her daughter right there, she starts crying, and I start crying, and her son was there as well. You don't see him in the picture, but he starts crying. And we have this big group hug up there on the stage. But I mean, when you're able to give, that's the best part about this, is when you obtain wealth, is that you're able to give and give back however you want to do it. Whatever a particular charity or my #1 charity was my family when I first started, because we were so poor. But then after that, you start looking for other ways that you can help out society, you can help out your community. I mean, that's the greatest gift that you give yourself, with that ability to give. That event, people have paid $29.95, some higher, some lower. $29.95 to change your life. I mean, the minimum amount that you go into your first deal is a $20,000 to $40,000 profit. We won't let you get into that 3 or 6 unit property the way we analyze them without that type of a profit. Would you trade $29.95 for a $20,000 profit? Of course you would. But you're also trading it for the knowledge to do that 3 to 6 unit deal, and the knowledge to step up to do the 30 to 70 unit deal, and the knowledge to step up to do the 100 to 100 plus unit deal, which will bring you back $1 million or $1 million plus in bonuses, in profits. Is that worth the trade-off of $29.95? Only you can answer that question, but I know how a wise investor would answer that question. If I gave it to you for $19.95, that would be a bargain. Even at $14.95, that would be a steal. Because of the COVID crisis, and how it has ravaged so many people. What we're going to do is, for a limited time, we're going to offer this virtual event for $995. You don't have to travel anywhere. You don't have to pay for a hotel. You can get this event. You can watch it on your iPhone. You can watch it on your computer. You can screen it up to your TV. You have the manual in your hand. And you can go through it on your own pace, and you can get started, and you can take advantage of the this coronavirus crisis. You are going to get the foundational information that you need, that Jimmy Stewart got, that Maureen got, that all the successful people that have lined these walls here in this office, what they got. You're going to get that same foundational information, and it's going to be handed to you, all of the systems, and all you got to do is go out and use it. You just simply go out and start plugging it in. I'm going to give you another bonus. It's the 27 ways to buy multifamily properties with no money down. Oh, by the way, you could go to Connected Investors /apartments, right, Ross? Connected Investors /apartments to take advantage. But I got another bonus for you. Oh, by the way, so there's 27 ways to buy multifamily properties with no money down. Some of these ways are, well, one of them is private money, but there's 26 other ways that you can use to get into these deals, most of them without partners. So you'll have a toolbox of different ways that you can get into these deals with no money out of your pocket. The next bonus we call the 2020 playbook. This is a checklist of all the major parts of a deal that you're going to do. Because I learned a long time ago that if I lost money in a deal, or I didn't make as much as I thought I was going to, it's because I didn't do something I should have done at the beginning of the deal. Okay. So what we did is, through time, is I've created all these different checklists, like a pilot does before he gets into a plane. I created all these different checklists that you need to go through in order to get a deal done. You'll get that as well. It's 66 pages, not 66 checklists, but 66 pages of checks that you're going to be putting in to make sure that you get the best deal possible. You're going to do the training, you're going to follow the checklist, and you're going to kill it. All right, here's the deal. Here you are over here in the present. This is your current situation. Our role is to help you bridge the gap to your future situation or your family wealth. Now, I can't do this unless you allow us to. And it's not just me, it's the whole family here at RE Mentor and at our student base, because we are a family. This is a limited time offer. We will, once this crisis is over, I don't even know how long we'll offer this. I know Ross said, can you give him the best deal possible? We've never offered it at $9.95 before. $14.95 was the lowest that we'd ever brought it. Ross and I go back almost 20 years now. We're good friends. We share stories about our kids. We were triathletes. We didn't do the same race together, but we trained around the same time period. So we share a lot of commonality, as they say. And for him and for you, we're going to drop it to $9.95, but you will not get that. And you can't go onto our website and get that. This isn't even offered on our website, as a matter of fact. So all of these people went through that event that you're going to get. And you have the potential and opportunity to have the same story that these people had. All right. You, in the next year or the next crisis, can be the person that I put up here and say, hey, this person took our advice during the Corona crisis, and they went out and they did this and they did this, and this is where they are now. Of course, we won't do that without your permission, because we got to get your permission if you want to be famous. But still, this is the opportunity that we're presenting. The opportunity I'm presenting to you is security for you and your family. Okay, if you're not as wealthy as you thought you would be at this particular stage in your life, it's not your fault. It's just that an opportunity hasn't come forward and presented in such a way that it was a proven step-by-step method to execute it. This is that opportunity. Now is your time. Seize the moment, because some opportunities don't come twice. The 2008 financial crisis, that was a different opportunity. Those that took advantage of it did very, very well. The coronavirus crisis, once this is done, this is over. This will not come back. So take advantage of the opportunity. Get the virtual event. Go to connectedinvestors.com. Apartments, there may be a button on here you can press as well. And
yeah,
that's it. Successful people, they see the window of opportunity open, they jump through.
Yeah, no, that's, I really appreciate you breaking it down. Now, everyone who's on the line right now, you can see why I wanted to bring Dave on the line here. He really gave you, he told you exactly how it was, right? He broke it down into the steps. And once you dive into his training, that's when everything is really going to come together for you, and you'll be able to capitalize on this time. Now, one thing, I tried to interrupt you, but you were moving along. I've been to Dave's office before, personally, and I've seen that wall of testimonials. It's right next to the steps, right? It's right next to the steps, right?
That's the wall of fame.
Wall of
The
Fame.
testimonials actually go to since you've been here, Ross, the testimonials actually go to the entire building because we had a filing cabinet full of them, and somebody said, we need a new filing cabinet. I said, no, we don't. Just start putting them on the walls. So that's what we did. We framed them all and put them on the wall. So now that all the walls have them on them.
And I've also been to one of Dave's events. You might be the only person in this space that actually spent the time to go to an event out there in New Orleans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal time out there. I learned a lot. So Dave is the guy I go to and reach out to anytime I need to know something about multifamily or apartments, and I want to make sure to bring you the best. And he's giving you a huge discount because you're here. You're part of the Sofa Summit. You're part of Connected Investors. You can visit connectedinvestors.com/apartments. And one thing that Dave said that I wrote down because I loved it, there's going to be some areas that are going to be land mines and some areas that are going to be gold mines. Don't just try to go to YouTube University with this stuff, or you're going to go ahead and step on the landmines.
Yeah.
Make the investment. Visit connectedinvestors.com/apartments. Learn from Dave and his team, and I'm really confident that you'll get everything you need from him and his organization.
Somebody the other day said I was the old dog. Like, what do you mean I'm the old dog? That you were the first one to start training people on multifamily investing all those years ago. There wasn't anybody out there teaching this stuff.
Yeah.
Until I started teaching, and I produced a lot of other teachers, which I'm proud of, and I'm happy that they're out there because once you start learning, you want to learn as much as you can. But I laugh when you said that don't go on YouTube because some of those people are on YouTube. But you don't get all of it. When you get your learning condensed in a step-by-step formula, you can put a bunch of YouTube videos together and hope you get it right. But when you take a system and implement a step-by-step process with the system and follow that system, you don't get it wrong because the system is proven. Since 1996, when I first started investing and started creating this system, to 2002, when I first started teaching this system, it is a proven system.
And I'll say this, this disruption, what coronavirus has done to the economy, actually is the only reason Dave is here on the line right now for a lot of different reasons. I've been trying to get Dave on the line for Connected Investors for years and years. I sent him a text, and because live events aren't really happening, Dave has made this opportunity available. So this is something that you would never be able to see. You'd never be able to witness. I've been trying to get Dave on the line for what feels like a decade.
I told him I retired. It's like, I'm done.
Exactly.
I'm done teaching. The other people teach my stuff inside of RE Mentor, and I just get to other things to do. I'm not like Sue because Sue's like everywhere, every time, but I like living my life.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So everyone, visit connectedinvestors.com/apartments. Jump right to the front of the line. You can keep flipping your way with your houses. That's great. It's a great way to be stable. But while you're doing that, take it really understand.
Flipping houses, Ross, isn't stable. Owning apartment buildings that gives you consistent cash flow month after month, year after year, that's stable. That's in the appreciation that comes with it, especially when you add value play or emerging markets or a special opportunity like the coronavirus. That's stable. You don't have to flip another property to get another check. You just have to buy once and you get paid over and over again. Yeah. So I'm sorry. I just ranted on that, but to say that flipping single properties has stability, it's just not.
Yeah, it's the truth there for sure. And
I'm not against flipping houses, by the way. I mean, I flipped houses to buy more apartments, and we still build houses. And every once in a while, an opportunity comes in to flip a house, and I'll flip a house to get a check, sure. But that's not how I created wealth. Wealth is created through appreciation.
Yeah, you bet. And remember, for anyone who is using PIN V5, right inside PIN, you can see all the multifamily deals, the apartment complexes. You can find those agents that have those properties.
Yeah, listing agents.
Yeah, and kind of shortcut some of that stuff as well. So remember, PIN V5 makes all these strategies better. So if you have it, and then you have a little bit of this information right here, you're going to be able to absolutely crush it, hit the ground running. This can completely be done, virtually. Follow all of your quarantine guidelines. Yeah. And
there's the best part about investing in emerging markets, this can be done in your own backyard. But that's the great thing about the opportunity that we're going into. A lot of times, we train on emerging markets and the emerging market philosophy, and people have to get onto a plane or they have to drive an hour or two from their house, to get involved in these deals. And we teach people how to do that virtually. So you can still be doing that virtually because that's done all the time. But now the opportunity is right in your own backyard. You can taste it, feel it, walk it, talk to the brokers face to face. You can go for a walk with them. A lot of places you can't go out to lunch, but you can get your experience right here in your own backyard, and you can create your wealth. Your first fortune, let's call it, can be amassed in your own backyard. And then if you start learning and interested in emerging markets, you create a larger fortune in one or two different markets.
Well, great, Dave. Thanks so much for being part of the SOFA Summit.
Hey, my pleasure, Ross. Thanks for having me.
I hope you enjoyed that session on apartments and multifamily investing for the SOFA Summit here. Our next session that's coming up right after the break, I'm going to introduce you to an individual who happens to be in my mastermind. He's built a huge organization of flipping and lending, and he's going to show you a unique strategy to become a private lender, even if you don't have any money, on the next session of the SOFA Summit. All right, and here it is, your new dashboard that's going to point you to the best unseen deals that are not listed and even the most skilled real estate investors overlook. I'm zoomed into Wilmington, North Carolina. That's where we're based out of. But let me go to Florida. How about Tampa, Florida? So what I'm going to do is there's a lot of deals here. See how fast that moves? I'm going to hit the filters button, and I'm going to look for vacant properties. I'm going to hit show me the deals. So we're looking for all the vacants in Tampa, Florida, but I'm going to sort it by just the best deals, grade A properties, and also off market. And I'm looking for an out-of-state owner. So these are vacant properties that are not listed that have an out-of-state owner. Those are all motivation layers. You'll see there are a good amount of properties out here. When I scroll down, I mean, gosh, this one right here has over $1 million in equity in it. That's potential profit. Right here, this has $93,000 in equity. So in no time at all, I found many deals with well over $60,000 in equity. And as I scroll over, you'll see a lot of these deals have the phone numbers right here and email addresses as well. I can see all the information on the property, how many mortgages, the value, the purchase price, the property type. So that one with $1 million in equity is a duplex. The status, if it's bank owned or not, if it's vacant. And remember, these are not listed. So it's the easiest way to pinpoint deals that no one else can see. Let me go ahead and jump to the other side of the country here. Let me go to Los Angeles and do a search out here. And now in Los Angeles, let's go ahead and hit the filters button. And I want to find zombie properties. What a zombie property is these are in pre-foreclosure, meaning the homeowner is behind on payments and it's vacant. It means they fell behind on their mortgage and literally just walked away from the property. So if you can get in touch with these individuals, they'll pretty much just give you the property. Let's go ahead and scroll down the page here. $282,000 in equity, $8 million in equity. That could be a big commercial deal. I mean, you know what's awesome about this? If you're in a small town, you might think, hey, $800,000 in equity, that's insane. What's great about PIN is you can work in any city from any city. So if your city has smaller deals, you can go to Los Angeles. Or if there's too much competition or you're in an overpriced city, you can go to another city. You can see there's phone numbers. You can hit the skip trace button, instantly skip trace these individuals right here in the platform. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead and go over to Houston, Texas right now and see what's going on in Texas. Now for Texas, the filter I'm going to hit is the probate property. These are individuals who have inherited properties, which means the next order of business is to sell these properties. So let's go ahead and find all the probate properties. Here you go. You'll see you can scroll down here and you can see the picture of the property, hit the street view. You'll see that's a good looking property, not bad. And then you can scroll right down the page and you can see the list view. $77,000 in equity, $51,000 in equity, $158,000 in equity in these properties that individuals are inheriting that they need to sell. And look, their phone number is right here. You can literally just start calling them. So that is how you can easily pinpoint high equity deals with over $60,000 in equity in under 60 seconds. Our next speaker at the Financial Independence SOFA Summit is a gentleman I've known from my mastermind for many years. I've watched him grow a huge company and become wildly successful. He lends money and he also invests in real estate all around the United States. But he's going to be sharing with you a very unique way to make money in the real estate investing space that's not investing in real estate. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to the one, the only Lee Arnold. Lee, thanks for being here.
Ross, thank you so much for having me here. This SOFA Summit, I don't know how you do it, man. You always come up with some of the coolest ideas and some of the coolest concepts. And what you have been sharing, I mean, just incredible content. I'm blown away by it. And pin 5, wow. I think you all can agree with me that when Ross Hamilton does something, he does it all the way, and it is by far the best thing I've ever seen. So kudos on pin 5, Ross. That's just fantastic. Now, you guys, thank you for joining me here. Ross has asked me to come and talk with you about making money on deals in a new economy. So that's what I'm going to be focused on here for the next 55 minutes or so. And I've got a lot of ground to cover in a very short period of time. So I'm going to be speaking very, very quickly just as a disclaimer. But today I want to give you guys a turnkey system where you will be the one-stop shop for people to call when they need money to buy, fix, and flip real estate, all without using any of your own cash. And in a moment, we'll also talk about how I do this during boom and bust periods and why I prefer bust. Now, this is important because this one simple strategy allowed me to generate $310,763.48 in additional revenue in 90 days. Now, when I say additional, that means ancillary. This is revenue as a result of. And if you are doing business and working with Ross Hamilton, I know that you are a mover and a shaker, and you've got a lot of deals going on. What if we could take the deals you're already doing and just bolt on another income stream? So it doesn't require you to buy any more, sell any more, really do much else, but rather just plug into a revenue stream that's already happening within your business. And if it isn't, we're going to add it. Now, anyone can do this. It is completely supplemental income, and it's in tandem with all of the other income generating activities you are already involved in. And that's why I'm excited to be here with you guys on the SOFA Summit. Is you guys are getting a lot of great content from a lot of really knowledgeable and talented instructors, and they're all teaching you different ways you can make money. This one system is going to bolt on to all of those other opportunities where you can make money literally doing both. So I'm going to teach you how to work with my company and how to experience the same kinds of financial gains and how you can find money not tied to the stock market. Plus, I'm going to teach you the 5 simple rules that will add an extra 6 figures to your income. So if you guys wouldn't mind, just create a brand new piece of paper for me. Okay, at the top, just put Lee Arnold and private money brokering. Okay, right there at the top. I'm going to give you the 5 simple rules. Okay, if you simply follow these 5 steps, you can literally go out and start generating income today, tomorrow, or the next day really easily. Okay, so if you are ready, Ross, already gave you a little bit about me, but I am the CEO of several multi-million-dollar enterprises, which include capital management. We manage 2 private equity funds, portfolio servicing. We service loans nationwide. Private money lending. We're a nationwide private money lender. We lend all over the U.S., and we also buy and sell notes. I'm also the chairman of several private equity funds that manage hundreds of millions of dollars in private money mortgages. And I'm a published author on the subject of private money lending and buying and selling private money notes and mortgages. Now, my firm has been involved in thousands of real estate transactions around the country, and that's billion with an M, over $1 billion in private money loans, real estate acquisitions, and note and mortgage consulting. Now, we also invest in real estate, so we know what our clients need when it comes to getting funding. We have deals in various stages of renovation and construction right now, and we teach our clients the kinds of deals they should be buying, so getting funding is relatively simple, because I believe that being a real estate investor makes you an even better private money broker. Now, how many of you are currently active in real estate? How many of you are currently active real estate investors? I'm going to assume that it's the vast majority. If you are here joining and enjoying the SOFA Summit, you are either already an investor looking to sharpen your pencil and increase your craft, or you are new coming in as an investor and looking for opportunities to generate income, either as a side source of revenue for you or your family, or as a main source of revenue. As a full-time real estate investor for the last 25 years, I applaud you guys because you are going absolutely in the right direction. Now, why is all of this important? Because the hardest part for every real estate investor is finding the money. So we created a system to bridge the gap between the borrower and the lender, and we make significant fee income as a result. and so can you. So I'm going to show you how to make fees like these. Okay, now this was a mixed-use apartment building in Los Angeles where the broker went out and arranged the financing for $8.7 million, and they got a broker fee for 50 grand. Here's another property in New York. This is a brownstone. This is an acquisition. So the broker helped the buyer acquire the $3.2 million necessary to take the building down and got a broker fee for $32.5. Here's one in Seattle. This was student housing. This was a refinance. So the broker arranged to refinance this 230-unit multifamily property and generated a fee of $99,350 simply for arranging the financing. Okay. Here's one in Westlake Village, California. $525,000 cash out refi. Broker made $7,800. Here's a hotel in Boston. The broker made $48,000 arranging that fee. Here's one in Roatan, Connecticut, multifamily, $12.5 million. Broker made $125,000. Okay. Now, you guys are already starting to get the gist of this. Brokering money is simply helping real estate investors identify funding sources and getting paid as a result. Now, here's the best part. As you can see, you can generate significant fee income without actually having to own any of the properties. Now, a lot of my clients have found private money brokering as their thing because they love real estate. They love being actively involved in the market. They love the negotiation, the strategy of it all, but they're not real interested in owning real estate. I mean, we can all agree that owning real estate is an incredible thing, but for those of us that own it, I think we can also agree that it's a lot of work. And some people get to a point in their career and they're like, you know what, I love real estate, I still want to make money, but I don't want to have to own it and manage tenants and toilets and deal with taxes and insurance and, you know, collection and foreclosure laws and eviction and all of the things that come with it. So private money brokering allows you to be involved in the game without having to take on any of the liability or the operational overhead of actually owning the property. Now, you can see I made $310,000 in 90 short days. Do you want to see how I do it? Now, take notes because I'm going to show you and give you a crash course on the 5 easy rules to make money as a private money broker. Okay, so please write these down. Rule number 1. I do all of this without a license, without owning any property, and it can be done on a part-time basis. Okay, so step 1. Here's what you got to do. You got to find a real estate investor who needs cash to buy, fix, hold, or flip non-owner occupied real estate deals. Okay. All you need to do is find a real estate investor. Now, many of you through the Connected Investor community have access to already real estate investors that are looking for deals. So this is a great opportunity where you can network with investors that are looking for funding on their deals and simply say, hey, you know, I know a guy that has some cash. Can I help you arrange some financing? So what are some other ways that you can find some of these borrowers? Well, you can call other investors from their marketing efforts. Bandit signs, ads. You know, we've all been to the real estate investment seminar where we're told to go print up 100 of these cardboard bandit signs and go put them out that say, I buy houses, right? We've all seen them. And given the nature of this audience, I'm sure that there are some of you that have actually gone out and put those things out. I call those ads. Now, I'm a real estate investor, and when I see those ads in my market, technically, because I flip a lot of real estate too, those ads represent my competitor. However, if I put on my private money broker hat, those bandit signs represent an opportunity because here we have a wholesaler that is actively dropping mail, talking with motivated sellers, putting deals under contract, who will sometimes need to take that deal down because they can't wholesale it fast enough. So I contact all of those bandit signs and say, hey, I appreciate what you're doing, appreciate your motivation to put these signs out. If you ever need funding to close any of these deals, please give me a call. I'd be happy to provide the funding for you on those opportunities. And that's exactly what you guys are going to do. After today, my goal is for as many of you who see this as a valuable opportunity to sign up and become a private money broker and start helping others obtain financing. Now, once you are a certified broker, you can start attending real estate investment associations or RIA clubs, which many of you are probably already affiliated with, Craigslist or newspaper ads. Some of you, I'm going to give you Craigslist ads, newspaper ads, social media postings that you can use and just put stuff right on your Facebook page, your LinkedIn profile, and literally start marketing this new business today. There's no reason to wait. There's no, startup costs. There's none of that. All you need is a buyer, somebody who needs funding for a deal. Foreclosure auctions. Now, at a foreclosure auction, a lot of these guys are cash buyers. The problem is that if they're using their own cash to acquire the asset, they're not going to get their cash back until they wholesale off and exit out of the asset. Well, I go down to a foreclosure auction and I start networking with the investors that are down there, and I say, hey, after you buy that house, can I take you out? And they say, well, what do you mean? So, well, if you're going to buy that house for $300,000, why don't I lend you $250,000 against that new investment? You get your cash back. You only got 50 grand sitting in the deal. You can come to back to auction and buy again and again and again and again. Now, these types of clients, you guys, represent some of the best partners we can align ourselves with because they're doing volume. They are actively buying, fixing, and selling real estate. So instead of getting one loan with a prospective investor, we could get 10. And that's when this thing gets really, really exciting. Attending real estate seminars and events like this one. I mean, what's better than the SOFA Summit? You guys are here collectively as real estate investors learning how to do this the right way. But inevitably, you're going to find somebody who needs funding. That's where you come in. Mortgage brokers. The fallout of mortgage lending. The whole mortgage broker collapse of 2008 and 9. It has never recovered from that collapse. Pre-2008, we had over 250,000 licensed independent mortgage brokers. In 2012, we had less than 5,000 because the whole idea of independent mortgage brokers has almost completely gone away. Most of those people now have been absorbed by banks or institutional lenders who cannot provide private funding to real estate investors. So there's this wide open opportunity that's not currently being fulfilled other than a handful of us that understand this side of the business. And after today, I'm going to be adding several of you to the mix, and we're going to be serving this market together. Online real estate forums. I know you guys know many of them. Referrals from other investors. Okay? As you guys are looking at this list, you can already see that there is a large audience of people that need funding to do more deals. Okay? So step one, simply find somebody who needs money. Okay? Step two, obtain a signed fee agreement. Now, this is probably the most important part of this process because once we've identified who the borrower is, we're now going to introduce that borrower to some of our identified funding sources. So we need to make sure that they don't go around us or go direct. So you're going to have them sign a fee agreement, which I am going to provide for you. It's a simple one-page form. They just simply sign and acknowledge, yes, I'm working with this broker and I'm not going to go to any of their clients directly, and it's going to be great. Okay. Now, this fee agreement here, pretty simple client broker fee agreement. You're going to have your prospective borrower sign this, and all it states is that they will pay you 1 to 3% for arranging a private money loan for their deal. This fee agreement protects from the borrower going around you to get funding. Now, why would they sign this? Because after today, you will have access to thousands of private money lenders. Now, that's the great part about being a private money broker, guys. We serve real estate investors. We do not serve owner occupants. We do not lend money to people who are going to buy a house and live in it. We serve the real estate investor community who are going to buy a house and either rent it out, or they're going to buy a house and they're going to resell it for profit. Okay. So by arranging the financing for them, if we help them arrange a $300,000 loan, we can charge them 1%, 2%, 3%. You can charge them as much as you want or as little as you want. It's all negotiable between you and the borrower. Okay. Now, the lender that you will take the loan to will include your fee on the HUD at closing, which is the best part, because you don't have to go out and try to collect from this borrower. You get paid at closing by the lender who's funding the deal. They will actually finance your fee as part of the loan itself. Okay. So step one, find the borrower. Step two, make sure that you are protected by getting that fee agreement signed. And then step three, we're simply now going to go out and find people with cash. So how do we find these private lenders? Well, private lenders are everywhere. They are you and me. Anyone with cash in the bank, money in an IRA, a 401k, an equity line in their personal real estate, anybody is a potential money lender. Now, we get the question all the time, well, Lee, what is your minimum fee? Or what is your minimum loan? Well, as a company, our minimum loan is $30,000. Just because, you know, if you figure 3 points on a $30,000 loan, you're only making $900. So is it really worth the effort to arrange financing on anything below that? Sometimes it is. But a loan below $30,000 can still be obtained. You can go to people who have money in an IRA that they seeded and started 3 or 4 years ago, and they've got 20 or 30 grand just sitting there not doing anything. They can be a private money lender. Many people right now are withdrawing money out of their 401k because you can do it without penalty in the midst of this COVID environment. So people are pulling cash out of their 401k, and they're either going out and they're investing in real estate, they're investing in real estate education, or they are lending it out to get a rate of return that is beating the stock market. So anybody with cash is a prospective lender for you. Now, why would anybody want to do this type of a loan? Because their money is secured in first trust deed position against real property, and it's insured against loss, which means private money is very secure, much more secure than the stock market. I mean, I don't wake up in the morning and immediately open the newspaper and find out what's the hysteria on Wall Street and am I losing money in my 401k balance today? No, because when I write a loan, it's secured against real property for a designated rate of return, and they send me a check every month. It's mailbox money without the headache and heartache of having to manage tenants. And that's why a lot of investors love it. Now, when you consider that right now, if you go down and you secure $50,000 to $100,000 at your bank in a CD, the rate right now is 1.35% annually. So if you put $100,000 into the bank into a CD right now, you're going to make $1,350 a year for having that 100 grand parked there. If you take that same $100,000 and you put it into a private money loan, the average private money loan is paying out anywhere from 8 to 12%. That same $100,000 now is producing anywhere from $8,000 to $12,000 annually, and investors like that. Now, there's something very interesting going on in the marketplace right now, and that is liquidity. There is a significant amount of liquidity that is looking for somewhere to go. Wall Street refers to this, the terminology is that they are chasing yield because there's so much liquid capital. A lot of people have cashed out of their stock market accounts. They're sitting on the sidelines with all this cash, and they don't know where to put it because they don't have resources to borrowers like you guys do. You guys are in the real estate investment community. I mean, we are interacting with investors all day, every day. You guys have a real estate agent that you work with, a title company you work with. You have access to the ground. You are boots on the ground in this business. And the ivory tower Wall Street folks, they don't have the boots on the ground, so they don't have access to the borrowers that you and I can get access to. But that's the kind of money that people are making on these private money loans, and that's why they are looking for you. So if you can simply get the knowledge you need to become a private money broker and simply obtain a borrower that has a good deal, and by the way, you guys, the borrower with that good deal can also be you. Did you know you can get paid broker fees when you arrange financing on your own acquisition and investments? So this is another way for you to get paid when you buy real estate, is brokering the loan for yourself. So this is a great way to build relationships and generate an ancillary income stream from things you're already doing as an investor. Now, most people would like to be a private money lender, but they don't know how. And they don't know where to get the deals, and they don't know how to underwrite the deals, and they don't know how to analyze the deals, and they don't know what documents that they need to prepare, and they don't know how to record it against title, and they don't know how to set up servicing. Well, that's where you guys come in, because I'm going to show you how to access not only all of the infrastructure and the underwriting that you'll need, but I'm going to give you my Rolodex of capital partners who lend on residential investment properties, multifamily, studio, SROs, mixed use, mobile home parks, gas stations, car washes, automotive centers, single-use properties, special use properties, non-conforming properties, office buildings, mixed use, apartments, industrial, factories, retail centers, medical buildings, nursing home, franchise business properties, you name it. We most likely have a partner who can do it. Now, in your notes, you guys, I want you to write down this new category, and this is coming into the marketplace with a vengeance. And we have never seen this in the history of the country. And what that is something called build to rent. Please write that down. build to rent. And your major publicly traded home builders are grasping onto this concept in mass. And what this means is where a Pulte Homes or one of these publicly traded companies, where they would normally come in and purchase, 100 or 200 acre tract of land, and they would do a 200 or 300 home planned community on it. Instead of building out those properties and selling them to the general public, they are building those houses and merely turning them into rentals. So instead of a 200 unit apartment building, they have a 200 unit single family rental portfolio in that division. Now, what this is doing is it's creating a significant shortage of homes to buy. If you've been wondering why inventory levels are so incredibly low, it's not because builders aren't building. It's because builders aren't selling. They're building. You see new construction going up all over town, but they're not selling. They're renting those properties out. Build to rent is a huge category that we have financing in place for. So the one that's thinking, gee, I wonder if I could get private funding for new construction, the answer is you can. I'm in the midst right now personally of building a 14 duplex subdivision. I just closed on 4.5 acres, and we are building 14 duplexes on that property to hold, not to sell. Cost of construction, I'll be into each of those duplexes, $320,000. Post-construction appraisals around $460, $480 grand. Again, when the market is heavily liquid and it is yield starved, it will chase deals at low rates of capital, meaning you right now can get private money loans at 6, 7, 8% interest because there's so much liquidity in the marketplace. So with this program, you guys, with this system, not only am I going to show you how to underwrite these files, find these borrowers, and create a very attractive package, I'm going to give you access to every lender on the planet that you would ever need to get that deal funded. Okay, which brings us to step 5, which is always my favorite because this is the one where we get paid. Okay, close and get paid. Now, when we acquire real estate as an investor, oftentimes we don't leave closing with cash. We usually either have to bring cash to the closing table, or we leave with no. We come in with nothing. We leave with nothing. As a private money broker, you can leave with cash when you buy the asset, because you are getting paid for arranging the financing for a good borrower with a good deal, and that can be you. But you get paid at closing. No longer do you have to close it and then spend the next 45 days fixing it up and staging it and listing it for sale and obtaining a buyer and going through all the process before you then get paid. You get paid right at closing. And it's really simple. You submit your borrower's private money loan packet. You get a quote from us or another lending group. You make sure that we or the other lending group add your fees to the private money loan quote and communicate the terms to your borrower. Now, I'm going to show you this. So part of this training program, you guys, is I'm going to teach you how to make sure that your fee is on the HUD. And there's nothing more exciting than looking at a HUD on a house that you're not buying and seeing that you're going to be getting a check for $2,000, $3,000, $5,000, $50,000, and you get your broker check when the loan closes. And your broker check is cut by the title company, not the borrower, not the lender. The title company collects your money and they cut you a check. And then you simply rinse and repeat. And you can get paid like Michelle Johnson. She came through our program. She set up her own entity as Exodus Funding. She says, the more education I receive through the Lee Arnold System of Real Estate Investing, the better I can see how it all builds on each other and develops students as investors. This was her first check for $4,810. Not too shabby. This is Brandon Martinez. He came through. He got certified as a private money broker. He started a company called Legacy Frontline Capital. His first closing, he got 3%, funded it with us, got a check for $5,460. He said this, I enjoyed the hands-on experience. The experience and knowledge is broken into manageable pieces, allowing for easier application. He says, I will recommend Lee Arnold to anybody who wants to learn. Now, this is Sheila Wakeman. She started a company called Mason Vice Properties. She said the training was targeted, responsive, and aimed at making each of us successful. Here's her check for $2,961. Now, these people learned how to do this 5-step system at a broker certification for free. All right. So for those of you that up to this point have been sitting, listening with your arms crossed, going, who is this guy and what is he talking about and what's he going to sell me and how much is it going to cost? Guys, if you'll simply do what I ask you to do, it's not going to cost you anything. It's going to be free. I'm going to teach you how to do this for free, and I'll show you how. Now, obviously, I can't cover everything you need to know in an hour, even if I had all day. So we created a special way that you can get everything you need to know how to be a hard money broker for free. Question is, would that be beneficial to you? Now, obviously, if you've been listening up to this point, you're thinking, yes, Lee, that would be beneficial. So here's all you do. You simply put down a good faith deposit of $24.97. But because you guys are here with Ross Hamilton and the SOFA Summit, Ross is an incredibly strong, talented, gifted negotiator. He has negotiated a price of not $24.97. You guys are all going to get $1,000 off today for getting started as a certified private money broker. And if you need to, you can also break it up into 2 payments of $848.50. Now, this special is only for today, so let's make that very clear. Special is only for today, and you will become a certified private money broker through the only private money certification program in the United States of America. Now, getting started is pretty easy. All you need to do is go to connectedinvestor.com/Lee. Again, connectedinvestor.com/Lee, or you can call 800-533-1622. Obviously, the fastest way to do this is just go do it online. But if you would like to talk with somebody, if you have any other questions, you can call now. I do have people waiting, standing by to take your calls, answer any questions that you might have, and get you started on your path to becoming a certified private money broker. Now, you said, well, wait a minute, Lee, it was free, right? Yes, here's how it's free, okay? Once we have trained you at the 3-day certification event, I'm going to pay you $1,497 extra on your first 2 loans that you fund through Kogo Capital, which means that the training is free. So let me break this down a little bit, right? You go out and you find a real estate investor who wants to borrow $500,000. We fund the loan. You get 1 point. You've arranged a 1-point broker fee, so you're going to get a check for $5,000. On that settlement statement, you're going to get a check for $5,750 because I'm going to throw in an extra $750 on your first deal, and then I'm going to throw in an extra $750 on your second deal. Now, that is being paid by my company, not by your borrower. So, guys, all you need to do, get signed up with me here today, attend the broker certification training, bring me 2 loans. That's it. Just bring me 2 loans. And I don't care if they're little tiny baby loans, little $30,000 loans. They don't have to be big. Just bring me 2 loans within the next 12 months. Now, everybody who's joining the SOFA Summit is going to do at least 2 deals in the next 12 months, right? Simply add funding and arranging capital as your own broker to those 2 deals you're going to do in the next 12 months. And I'm going to add $750 to each of those deals, making today's training free. And because we care about your safety and your comfort, you will not have to travel for this 3-day broker certification. It's going to be done 100% live stream, which means no travel is necessary. That's right. We're going to host the broker certification sessions in your house or office, live streaming straight in your computer. Now, these sessions are done live. This is not a recording, something we did years ago. This is live, which means you are getting real-time information. And guys, we are a full-service real estate investment company. We're a full-service lender, full-service servicer, and every day we are closing loans and we are wiring hundreds of millions of dollars to our investors across the nation, all day, every day. And that expertise and that knowledge is being brought into these certification classes every time we teach them live. But we only have 100 slots open. We do limit these certification classes to 100 people because we don't want to overwhelm the instructors, and we want to make sure that we have enough time to give back to each of you for being there in attendance. So this is first come, first serve, and you need to grab one of the last spots today because the next class is almost full. So if you want to become certified very, very quickly, you need to get signed up now, which means you need to go to connectedinvestors.com/Lee. Again, connectedinvestors.com/Lee. Now, here's what we're going to cover on this 3-day live stream. Okay, we're going to start by showing you how to build your broker business from scratch with our in-house brokers and loan officers. Now, one of the things I love about the broker certification, it's not one talking head, one person for 3 days. You guys are going to be hearing from our loan officers. You're going to be hearing from our loan analysts. You're going to be hearing from our underwriters. You're going to be hearing from our loan servicers. You're going to be hearing from our funding department. All of these different department heads are going to be coming in and teaching a portion of this class. So you're not getting trained by some paid instructor. You're getting trained by the people that are doing this business all day, every day, and they are the best in the business. You're going to get all your questions answered by our highest earning private money broker in our business, and you're going to get your deals funded through Coco Capital and our capital partners. Now, certified brokers are some of the most successful and repeatable business partners that we have because we give them the power of certification. So we're going to teach you how to market-proof your broker business, and we're going to show you how to use this business during pandemics, during market corrections, during recessionary downturns. We have worked during all of these, and we're still making broker checks even now. I'm going to teach you guys how to set up and create your power team, learn how to network the right people, the lenders, how to get them on your team, how to locate target borrowers, how to get the right attorneys, realtors, mortgage brokers, closing companies, title agencies. Now, guys, I've been lending nationwide for 15 years, and we lend all over the country. And we have attorneys and title companies and real estate agents. We already have that power team. We just need to plug you into it. So when you get started here today as a certified broker, I'm going to introduce you to all of those connections and contacts that we already have, because whether you guys sign up today or not is not going to change the nature of my business. We are still going to be lending nationwide, but I would really like for you to join with us because I need more deals. I need more brokers bringing me more deals because I've got millions of dollars in cash sitting idle. And for those of you that understand the finance world, having idle funds isn't good. I need more brokers bringing me great deals. And that's where we're going to open up everything and literally show you the inner workings of our company. Because when you get signed up with us today, you're joining the team, and together we're going to go out and we're going to lend millions of dollars to investors all over your town. Forensic, hands-on loan breakdown. I'm going to show you the application to closing, the supporting documents you need to see in real time what makes or breaks the file. I'm going to go over the loan package with you, soup to nuts. And we're also going to go through closing the deal and getting paid. And then we're going to cover real world case studies that have already gotten funded. So you guys can see the potential paydays. You can understand the different challenges and how to overcome them to get paid. You will know upfront if it's a deal or not a deal. You're going to get real live experience running the numbers and evaluating the deals. And you will see deals that get speedy funding so you can get paid quicker and more often. Now, there are a handful of things that if you guys will do in the early stages of the relationship with your prospective borrower, you can literally get paid within 3 to 7 days. Now, when you bring me a package that has been fully underwritten to our specifications, you say, hey, Lee, here's an amazing package. I send it to my underwriter. My underwriter says, that's an amazing package. Guys, we can fund within 48 to 72 hours because we are the money. We are the lender. We are direct. And when you get signed up as a certified broker today, you're going to be dealing directly with the lender, not a broker, not somebody who has relationships with guys on Wall Street who may or may not lend you money. When I tell you this is the type of loans we want and this is how you structure that deal, when you go out and bring me those deals, we write checks. So I'm not waiting on somebody else to say yes to your deal. We are the final say to your deal, and that is the power of association. We're going to give you the Rule of 54 amplifier, which is going to show you how to market in overdrive or hyperdrive. We'll cover role playing, how you talk to borrowers, the letter, when to send it and why, and how to get 2 loans submitted each week so that your broker pipeline stays full and your bank account gets checks regularly. Now, this is Joan Hawthorne. She's been a certified broker with us now, probably going on 8 years. She said, the great thing about working with Coco Capital is I get the support I need. They all work for the same goal of making these deals happen. And it's not just about having a loan go through, it's making somebody else's dream come true. I think that shows in how it's presented in the education that's available. It has been a positive experience. Now, one of the things I love most about being a private money broker, for those that are going to get certified here today, I don't make any money. Okay, I don't get paid until we are funding loans. And you don't get paid until we are funding loans. So we have an alignment of interest here. It's not me making money because of you. It's us making money together because you got certified, you found a great deal, you brought it to us, we funded the loan, you got paid. Everybody wins. Nobody loses. Some of Joan's broker fees, $2,324, $2,324. Now, as you guys are looking at these checks, I want you to think about it and go, you know what, that doesn't seem like a lot of money. I've been seeing some of these checks on the SOFA Summit. Some guys are showing us checks for $100,000 profit. That's great, but is it consistent, right? What if you could get one check for $2,324 every month for the next 12 months? Would that help? I mean, that's an extra $32,000, $33,000 a year. But here's another one of Joan's checks. Here's one for $4,000. What if we just got one of those a month? That's an extra $60,000, an extra $48,000 a year if you just got one check for $4,000. But here's another check Joan got for $4,000. Here's another check Joan got for $6,200. This is Tyrone Robinson. He has Investors Capital. He's down in Louisiana. Here's one of his checks for $2,000. Here's another check for $4,875. Here's another check for $2,040. This is Alvin's son. Here's a check he got for $3,570. Here's another one for $4,446. Here's another one for $1,979. Now, again, I mean, look at these houses, you guys, right? You guys drive by these houses all day, every day. Wherever you live across the country, you are driving by houses that look just like these, that investors are buying and fixing up and renovating, and they need access to cash. Now, when I travel or I'm out, if somebody comes to me at church and says, hi, hey, what do you do? And this is how I respond when people ask me, Lee, what do you do? I will ask them, I said, have you ever seen those shows where people buy really rundown houses and they fix them up and sell them for a profit? They said, oh yeah, I love those shows. I say, well, I give those people the money to buy those houses. And they go, really? I never actually thought about where they got the money to buy those houses. And I say, well, they get it from companies like mine and brokers that we work with, and that's you guys. So together, we are helping these investors get access to funding to buy these properties. And collectively, through our mutual efforts, we are beautifying communities. We are cleaning up rundown, boarded up, dilapidated houses because we are lending them money. We funded a loan not too long ago where a gentleman was working with his local code enforcement division on a house that had been boarded up and literally condemned. So he went to the city and said, hey, I have a lender that will lend us money to fix this thing up. Will you sell me the house? And they said, sure. So he bought the house from the city for $1. We came in behind him. We lent him $45,000 to the renovation and repair. That property is now worth over $150,000 in that city. The city is thrilled. And I could sit here and tell you guys story after story after story. When you get involved here with me today as a private money broker, not only are you doing it for the incredible income opportunity it presents, but for the incredible reward that you get in helping investors get access to capital to clean up neighborhoods like these all over the nation. And, I don't want to be altruistic here, but I take a lot of joy and pleasure in knowing that our efforts are helping other people. And that is the motto of our company. We get more of what we want by helping others get more of what they want. And I am here today, thank you to Ross, talking with you guys because I want to help you get more of what you want. And that is access to capital. That is income for you and your family. And all you need to do to get access to capital and increase income for your family is 1, get signed up here as a certified private money broker today, and 2, go out and start finding people that need funding. It's really that simple. Now, Alvin's son continues. Here's another check, $1,617. Here's another broker fee for $2,398. Here's another broker fee for $5,516. Now look at that loan, you guys, right there on the right-hand side of your screen. That's $275,000 loan that we funded. Does that house look like it's worth $275,000? That house is all, look at the tall weeds. It's clearly run down. It's going to need a new roof. We funded that loan, and not only did we give the investor the money they needed to acquire that asset, but we also escrowed $50,000 so that they could do the renovation and repair. And Alvin's son, who became a certified broker with us, sat through a presentation just like you guys, and the light bulb went off, and he said, this makes a lot of sense. If I never, ever, ever have to worry about where do I get funding to buy real estate again, I'd be unstoppable. And boy, he has become unstoppable because not only is he brokering and making a lot of money in broker fees, but it has tripled his own personal real estate investment business because he has access to so much more capital at cheaper prices than he ever did before. Because as a certified private money broker, he understands the finance game. He understands that there's an abundance of liquidity, and he understands that investors are yield starved and they're chasing deals. And through all of that knowledge and education, he's able to negotiate incredible fees on behalf of his clients and get them great rates and great loans, and everybody wins. And it continues. Here's another broker fee for Alvin's on $1,400. Here's another one for $3,840. Now, let's go back here, okay? This is not representative of all of his deals. Here's 35, so let's call that 10 grand, 12 grand, 14 grand, 16 grand, 21 grand, 22 grand, 25. So on just those 10 loans, he made $25,000 on houses he didn't even buy. Extra 25 grand, just arranging financing. In a year, Alvin's son has brokered 12 loans through Coco Capital and about 40 loans overall in at least 8 different states. Remember, you guys, you don't have to be licensed to do this because we are not dealing with owner occupants. We don't fall under the mortgage stipulations and guidelines because we're not dealing with people who are going to live there. We're dealing with investors, which makes it a commercial loan, which means licensing is not required. His highest broker profit to date is over $8,000 on a single deal, and his estimated brokered profit for 2019, his first year, is between $50,000 to $70,000, which does not include his fix and flip or wholesale profits. His business model currently consists of 3 streams of real estate investing income: brokering, number 1, fix and flip, and the passive buy and hold strategy, all as a result of becoming a certified broker. Now, my goal for every single one of you is to get you started as a certified broker today so I can be featuring your story when I give this presentation to groups next year and the year after and the year after and the year after that. What Alvin's son said about being certified, he said, Lee's program has really opened my eyes to the many different avenues of real estate beyond just fix and flip. He said, I had no idea that I could broker profits using private money lending. So keep an open mind and be open to learning those different avenues and then open to opportunities. You may not be in a position to fix and flip. So brokering is the way to go. It's a good way to build knowledge and credibility in your business. Now, I love this. You may not be in a position to fix and flip. Now, what that means is you may not have time to fix and flip. You may not have resources. Your credit's not great. You're not going to qualify for funding. You may not have down payment requirements if needed. You may not have the contacts, the relationships, the tools to go out and do renovations and fix and flips. You don't have time to deal with property management. The thing I love about private money brokering, you guys, is everything we do is done over the telephone and email. So if you can email and talk on the phone, which is clear because you're doing it right now through this presentation, you can do this business. No travel required. You don't have to leave your house. You can maintain social distancing very easily because it's all telephone and internet. You never have to visit the property. You never have to meet with the broker. Everything's done over the phone. The 3-day live stream broker billion certification and training. Again, today's exclusive offer, you're getting $1,000 off the regular price of $24.97. But to get it, you need to go to connectedinvestor.com/Lee, or you need to call 800-533-1622. Again, connectedinvestor.com/Lee, or call 800-533-1622. Remember Tyrone? He said this: thank you for pushing us all just hard enough to reach and identify new personal and business goals. Now, a lot of you here, this is the first time you've ever even heard of private money brokering. And for a lot of these success stories that I'm showing you, they sat in your very chair and they had the same conversation with themselves as you're having. Really? This is a thing? This is a real business? Guys, billions of dollars trades hands every day in the private money lending arena. This business is taking place all over the place. You maybe just weren't aware of it, or you didn't realize that you could do it. No special licensing, no classes, none of it. You can get started just by becoming certified with us here today. There's another check for Tyrone, $3,192. So I'm going to throw in some bonuses here. Okay, I want to give you guys some things that are going to help you get your business up and going even faster. So for those of you that are getting signed up today, and this offer ends today, right? Number one, I'm going to help you with your website setup. I'm going to help you with your business card design. I'm going to help you with your online marketing as well as your Craigslist ads. I'm going to give you all the territory requirements where you can and can't lend. I'm going to show you how to find the target deals, how to locate target borrowers. I'm going to give you the loan package. I'm going to show you how to broker land deals, and I'm also going to teach you how to broker commercial deals. Bonus number 3, you will participate in our monthly broker trainings. Now, these are delivered immediately. These are taught by our highest volume loan officers and brokers. You guys are going to have access to all of the files from the past calls, and you will get notifications for every future call. These are done live, and we hold them monthly so that all of our brokers can come together, fellowship together in a virtual environment, and support and encourage each other as we broker and provide funding to the marketplace together. This is Brandon Martinez. He says, I will recommend Lee Arnold to anybody who wants to learn. Here's a deal that he brokered, $182,000 purchase on that house above him there. He made $5,460. Now, you guys, we're talking about an investment of $1,497. Have you seen anybody get a check for less than that? I mean, if all you do is just broker one loan in your entire broker career, do you see that you have made a very, very good return on your investment? But that's not my goal for you, okay? My goal for you is that you guys really add brokering as a pretty significant income stream to your business. Now, you saw what Alvin's son did in his first year, $50,000 to $70,000 in his first year. Now, for some of you, that is better than your current full-time income from job. For others of you, you're making well above that. But this can either be a full-time business for some of you, or this can be a really good ancillary business. Now, in a moment, I'm going to show you a guy who went out and he created an entire company, and he hired assistants and staff, and he is doing incredible things. So the sky really is the limit because the market is deficient on people who understand finance and people who know where to go to get finance. That's why I'm going to include bonus number 4, which is our unique loan funnel formula. And this is where you get your deals through the pipeline and funded faster. This is where you bring me a deal and I will push it out to every lender partner I have, and we can have a yes answer on your transaction within about 10 minutes of sending an email blast. That's the power of the network. That's the power of getting involved with us. Now, bonus number 5 is the quick loan closing checklist and loan documents. I'm going to give you PowerPoints if you want to give presentations to RIA Club people. If you want to do a PowerPoint presentation virtually or through a webinar like this, I'm going to give you the PowerPoints. I'm going to give you all the direct mail letters. I'm going to give you the loan input summary sheets, the loan cost worksheets. I'm going to give you additional subject property, the credit authorization, the schedule of real estate owned, the zero tolerance, residential loan applications, Fannie Mae. All of these forms, you guys, are going to come to you. They will have your business entity on top of them, your contact information. You are in business. And all you got to do, post some ads on Craigslist, put it out on social, LinkedIn, Facebook, and when people reach out and respond, you're going to send them a simple form letter that says, hey, congratulations, welcome, excited to be working with you. I've attached some documents. Please fill them out, send them back to me. Your role in this environment as a certified private money broker, find people that need money, gather the information that we need from them, send it to us, we take care of everything else. You are the interim, okay? You are creating the relationship initially with that borrower, you're gathering the documents that we need, you're sending to us. We do everything else. Broker certification training package. So you're getting the 3-day live streamed training certification. You're getting the broker billions prep courses. You're getting the monthly broker trainings, past and present and future. You're getting the broker billions training manual. You're getting all the loan documents and the checklist. And you're getting all of this, not for $24.97, you're getting it for $14.97. And if you need to, you can even break it up into 2 pays if that makes this more palatable for you. I don't want anybody to miss out on this opportunity. And even if 848.50 is a struggle, call that phone number, 800-523-1622. Guys, I need more brokers. So call my office, let us know what we need to do to accommodate and facilitate you, and let's figure out a way that we can work together. Now, this is Chuck Bernhagen. This is the gentleman I was talking to you about. Chuck Bernhagen used to play for the NFL. He retired from the NFL after 8 seasons. And he became an architect, and he is currently the chief architect for the Green Bay Packers. If you guys have been into Wisconsin there, in Green Bay. You've seen the new stadium that was built, all of the surrounding development, 2 and 3 blocks surrounding the stadium. Chuck Bernhagen was the gentleman that drafted and did all of the design and oversight of the construction process. Really smart, intelligent, good guy. But even him, with all of that success, when he saw this opportunity for brokering, he said, holy cow, Lee, this is incredible. There's a massive need for this, not only in my market, but nationwide. And guys, as a certified private money broker, you are not relegated just to your little market. Your lending parameter is nationwide, okay? So Chuck, he went out and he hired an assistant, and then he went out and he hired another assistant, and he just started doing a lot of loans. He's currently developing a 40-unit condominium development down in Belize. Went out and arranged all of his own private funding as a result of becoming certified. Just an incredible guy. But $6,347. Here's another loan for $4,900. I mean, just amazing what's possible with this thing. Now, bonus number 6 is the proof of funds letters. Now, these are going to be issued by you to your clients. And it's not going to have Kogo Capital. It's not going to have my company's name on top of it. It's going to have your company's name on top of it. So I am going to empower you to issue proof of funds letters to your borrowers so that they can go work with their real estate agents and write offers. They can go direct to seller and present the fact that they are asset backed by you through us. Incredible, incredible branding for you. Incredible proof that you are somebody they need to be doing business with. Guys, you cannot leave this presentation without getting started, but you've got to go to connectedinvestor.com/Lee, or you got to call 800-533-1622. Bonus number 7. Now, this is what I would call the cherry on top. We are going to market your deals to our select lenders, featured on our deal site and lender webinars as seen by thousands of private money lenders. We are going to bring notoriety and attention to you. Now, we sell all of our loans. So we originate a loan, we sell that loan. We have been doing this so long and with so many different people. We have investors all over the world. And we have investors who will call us and specifically ask, do you have any more brokered loans from Tyrone Robinson? Do you have any more brokered loans from Alvin Sun? We have private lenders that are asking for loans by name of our brokers, because those loans are great loans. Those brokers have put together an amazing package, and our investors like to buy those loans. So we are going to market all of these for you. Bonus number 8, our internal lender relationships. Access to my personal Rolodex of national lenders that we use. You will use our reputational capital as leverage. And guys, I have been in this business 25 years, so we have a long history of doing business. We are known. And as one of our certified private money brokers, you too will be known, and you will leverage our reputational capital in the marketplace to advance your business for you and for your family. So why should you do this? Private money brokering is an eat what you kill opportunity, which means that your income potential is completely uncapped. Most jobs have income limits. You will not. There is no limit to the number of loans you can broker. Because if you were buying that asset and you closed that loan, you'd now have to go get title and get the water and the power and the insurance turned on. And then you'd have to go out and meet with contractors to discuss renovation, or you'd need to go meet with a prospective tenant who wanted to rent it, and you'd have to fill out all the forms and go collect payments every month. As a broker, you get paid at closing, you're done. And whether or not that borrower pays or not pays, that's not your responsibility. You got paid, you're done. So there is no limits on how many deals you can do other than how big is your appetite, because the opportunities are readily available for you. And we have made it even easier for you, because we have put together our broker business office suite with our slick new software, and every single one of you that are getting signed up here today are going to have access to our broker suite. It's an easy walkthrough system that guides you each step of the way. Instead of sending a bunch of documents to us, all you got to do is go into your broker back office portal and tell us what is the purpose of the loan, tell us about the deal, tell us about the property, tell us about the borrower. Then upload documents with just a click of a button. We have made this so incredibly simple for you guys. You can go in, just fill out this form. We say, yes, we like it. You upload the documents, you get paid at closing. Now, I don't want to oversimplify this because I know that there's some of you back there going, okay, is it really that simple? Trust me, it is that simple. But as Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. Get started, you guys. Become a certified private money broker today. Let me show you just how simple this is, and let's start making some money together like John Bachhold. He said, with the guidance and training provided, I will set up my own broker business with growth potential in the next 12 months. Here's John holding one check for $3,600. Here's another one for $2,250. Here's another one for $3,349. Here's another one for $2,250. Here's another one for $3,465. I mean, you guys can see how many different people here are making money already doing this. So what is your earning potential? Well, let's do some math. Imagine if all this did was get you 10 borrowers, that's it, who each did 4 loans per year. Now, that would be 40 loans. Now, let's say each loan, to make it easy, let's say that each loan is 100 grand. If you charge 1 point, that means you would earn $1,000 per loan, which would be an extra $40,000 a year with just 10 clients. So you guys don't need to go out and have a Rolodex of 1,000 people. You can make an extra $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year with 10 borrowers who are simply flipping 4 houses a year. Now, if you are in the real estate community, if you are in a RIA club, if you are attending real estate investor seminars, you already know 10 investors that are doing at least 4 deals a year, right? So you already know who these people are. But if you charge 2 points, you'd be making an extra $80,000 a year. But if you were to charge 3 points, which is what we're going to focus on during the broker certification, I'm going to teach you how to get 2 and 3 points on every single transaction. Those same 10 customers equal $120,000 a year for you. That's an extra 10 grand a month. And that, you guys, is not a full-time effort. That can still be done on a part-time basis because you only have 10 customers. You can manage 10 customers part-time. You can work your full-time job. You can come home, simply respond to some emails, forward some documents to us. We take care of most of the heavy lifting. After you've identified the borrower and sent us the docs, we're doing all the work anyway. Would an extra $120,000 part-time help? Now, if that seems like too much to start with, we can break this down. Imagine if all this did was get you 5 investors or borrowers who did just 4 loans per year. That would be 20 loans. That's $20,000 a year. But if you charge 2 or 3 points, that's an extra $20,000, $40,000, or $60,000. Norm and Debbie Richard, certified brokers. Now, I love Norm and Deb because they are Canadians. They are not even American citizens. They are Canadians. And they are brokering loans in the States. You do not even have to be a United States citizen to get paid for this business. Norm and Debbie are doing it. Here's one they brokered. They made $3,300 on that deal. Here's another loan they brokered in the States. They made $3,300 on that deal. Here's another loan they brokered in the States. They made $4,100 on that deal. Here are Canadian citizens making 12 grand brokering loans, not even Americans. He says, I am, and have said before, extremely impressed with the Lee Arnold system of real estate investing. I'm so thankful we found you. So who has this worked for? Guys, of the testimonials of the people that I've introduced you here today, you saw a retired Air Force logistics technician. You saw a retired business executive. You saw an active full-time Louisiana police officer who ended up being our 2017 Broker of the Year. You saw an owner of a screening and printing shop. You saw a teacher's aide. You saw a full-time real estate agent and investor, and you saw an architect who designs football stadiums. If it's working for them, why wouldn't it work for you? And the answer is, it will. If all this did was give you an extra $5,000 to $10,000 per month, would it be worth it? Now, if all this did was grant you the ability to earn a full-time 6 to 7 figure income, remember that my part-time take-home was over $300,000 in 3 months, would it be worth it? If this allowed you to build a retirement safety net, would it be worth it? What if this gave you the ability to work in the solid and secure world of real estate without owning, working on, or renting out real estate? Would it be worth it? Remember, you guys, I'm going to pay you back your tuition. So at this point, you really have 2 choices. Choice 1, do nothing. Do not take this leap of faith, which is 100% risk-free because it's 100% refundable. Second option, pony up a small investment today compared to all the value you get in return. Give it a shot. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. I will pay you for your success. I'm giving you the added $1,000 off, and I need you to grab one of the remaining spots now. Nate Marshall. Imagine depositing this check. After learning how to do this, I founded Private Money Authority and brokered funding that paid me in excess of $300,000 since August. He said one deal paid me $212,000. He says, I will make in excess of $500,000 in 2020. I want to see your picture on my next presentation. But the only way that's going to happen, you guys, is if you get involved right now, and those 100 spots are filling up quickly. So right now you need to go to connectedinvestor.com/Lee, or you can call 800-533-1622. Again, it's a $14.97 deposit. Remember, I'm giving you that back on your first 2 loans with Coco Capital. Or if you need to break it up into 2 payments of $840, $850, you can do that as well. And lastly, you guys, if for whatever reason, right, you can't do it today. Oh, Lee, this is amazing. I get paid tomorrow. Can I pay you tomorrow? You know what, guys? Call the number on the screen, 800-533-1622. I need more brokers. I need more deal flow. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to get you involved and into this program so you can start sending us deals when we start making money together. Okay? So whatever it takes, let's make it happen. Go to connectedinvestor.com/Lee or call 800-533-1622. And I just want to thank my guest, Mr. Ross Hamilton. Ross, thank you for having me here on the SOFA Summit. This has just been an awesome experience, and you're providing value that's just unparalleled. So thank you, Ross, for having me here. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet, Lee. And thanks for really bringing it here during this presentation. Go ahead and visit connectedinvestors.com/Lee. You know, whenever he was breaking everything down for me and for you, when he showed that you can basically get your money back by doing 2 loans, by giving yourself money to go out and buy property, it really makes it an absolute no-brainer. You're already out there talking to real estate investors, surrounding yourself with the type of people that are starving for this type of access to private funding. And it makes a lot of sense to go ahead and add this to your arsenal so you can get those checks rolling in between the big checks, between your flips, between your wholesale deals. You have a few of these checks come in, and you know, maybe the first one's $2,000, okay, second one's $4,000, and at the end of the year when you count it up, you had an extra 6 figures just for sending some emails and talking to some people and, you know, helping individuals. So visit connectedinvestors.com/Lee, make the investment, and congratulations for everyone who's already on the inside.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 Financial Independence SOFA Summit, presented by Pin 5.
All right, hello, welcome to Connected Investors. Let's meet some folks just like yourselves. There's new technologies like the personal computer and a program you're hearing about soon called the internet.
Ross Hamilton founded Connected Investors back in 2005.
COVID-19 has battered the global economy.
The value you have in your home is the value you have right now as a person.
We're going to see the entire world get flipped on its head after this.
COVID cases are exploding. Staggering levels of unemployment. Real estate shift. Somewhere between
Unprecedented.
During this session of the Financial Independence SOFA Summit, we've brought on a team that's going to show you how to line up all the money you need to start, grow, and run a real estate investing business. Money you can use to buy properties, money you can use for a rehab budget or marketing materials. So without further ado, let's get started.
Thanks, Ross, and we're glad to be here. We've been huge fans of what you guys have been doing for quite some time now, with Connected Investors and the PIN software. All of that has really changed your industry, and it's been absolutely amazing. It's been an honor to work with you guys. I mean, really, we look at you guys like kind of like the Apple of the real estate space. You've really gone in there, changed your industry up to the point where it's completely different than when you went into that industry. It's been absolutely amazing. So we're huge fans of what you've been doing, and we're real thankful to work with your clients and happy to be here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Ross said before, I mean, we've already worked with hundreds of your clients, some of the best clients that we've had. You guys are all ready to go. Some of you are already doing deals, doing flips, buying rental properties, and a lot of you come into the program, got access to funding in the first few weeks, and you're investing in more properties. You're buying more deals. You're getting more rehabs done. So that's what we're going to be talking about today, is how to get access to business credit right now. Even in this pandemic, we're still getting plenty of funding for our clients. So that's what we're going to cover. Let's just jump right into it.
Absolutely. So like Mike mentioned, the pandemic has affected funding levels minimally. It has affected funding levels, but there's, as you know, the banks are just big cash flow machines. They're having to lend money to make money. And, the stimulus programs have really helped the banks, but now that they're, having to move on to using their own liquid funding, they're really just pushing out more through their normal traditional means. So we've noticed that funding is really ticking back up. It had dipped down for a while. It's starting to move back up. And remember, the rates now are historic. They are at 0%. In fact, there's a push to push the Fed interest rate down below 0%. So we can be more like Europe and have negative interest rates, meaning that they're going to be pushing even more funding out through the banking system as the months progress. The Fed rate could go down to below 0. Right now it's at 0. It hasn't been at 0 for very long. Typically the rate could be 1% to 2%. We saw just a few months ago at 9 months ago at 2.5%, and now it's at 0. So that's huge, the way that the Fed interest rate affects the different lending industry wide. So now is really a great time to be borrowing. Now is the time to move forward, to get funding for your business, to really grow your business. And if you are prepared, then you can capitalize. If you're already in the real estate industry and you're already doing deals, then you know what I'm talking about, that even those that were there from the 2007, 2008 downturn and, all the way into 2009, and there was a lot of people that lost a lot. There's a lot of people that made a lot. And it depends on how you're positioned. So now is a great time to capitalize yourself, just like a bank, like the banks are doing right now. Capitalize yourself to take advantage of, everything that's happening in the market, and having access to cash is the easiest and best way to do that.
Yeah. I mean, everyone knows right now unemployment is up. People are losing their jobs. Businesses are closing. Now is a great time to arm yourself with funding so that you can take advantage of the deals that are coming, and not even coming. There's already, personally, I do real estate, and I've had deals where I was working with the seller a few months ago before COVID, and now the same seller is willing to sell that same property for $50,000, $60,000 less because of what's going on. So, we're not necessarily saying that there's going to be a huge real estate crash. We don't know exactly what's going to happen, but we know a lot of people are out of jobs. A lot of people are going to need to sell their homes quickly. And we also know that not everyone was able to get funding through those government funding deals that were being given out. So this is a great way to fund your business. If you're having a slow season or whatever it is, this is a great alternative to those programs. And we're, like I said before, we're still getting people tons of funding. This has been, the last few months for us have been record breaking as far as the amount of new clients that are coming into the program. So right now, demand for funding is super high, and people are coming to us, and we've been helping a ton of people. So it's a great resource for you guys. If you're looking to do more deals, whatever it is, we're going to break down the whole process right now of how we generate about $15 million in these business credit lines. There's zero interest for another 12 months, and they don't show up on your personal credit report. And we're going to talk about how to get approved. We're going to talk about how to negotiate the maximum limit with each bank. So it's definitely something that you want to stay tuned for. And let's just keep moving forward.
Yep. One of the top reasons why businesses fail: lack of funding. So if you can't come to the questions area, let us know what you need funding for. What will you use your business funding for? Come and let us know. It'll give us ability to give you better feedback throughout this presentation. So there's a specific criteria that's needed when going to the banks for this type of funding. So the funding that we're talking about is unsecured funding using business credit cards. The banks do want to look at your personal credit report, but they don't want to report it to the credit report. So it is personally guaranteed off of your report, but it's not going to appear and show up on your credit report, meaning that you can leverage the entire amount of the account. So everybody knows that there's a magic ratio with credit cards. And so these types of credit cards, it doesn't affect because it's not even showing up on your personal credit report.
Right. So a lot of us are using personal credit right now for our business. Your score's fluctuating. You use the card, you do a rehab, you put a bunch of debt on your personal credit, your personal score is down. But with what we're talking about with business credit, that debt will report to the tax ID and it will not show up on your personal credit report, but the qualifier is personal credit. That's, sometimes people get hung up on that, but that's exactly how it works.
Yep. And that's what we have on the screen right here is the qualifiers of how your personal credit needs to be in order to get access to this type of funding right away. But if you do have good personal credit, in other words, 680 plus, and you're not totally maxed out, and then you're going to be good to go, and you'll be able to get funding through this type of a resource. And you can pay attention on this call right now. You'll learn how to do it. That's what we're going to do is we're going to teach you how to do it. And if you want us to do it, we can also help you with that as well. So as you know, there's many, many different uses for what you can use it for. Most people on this call are more likely using it for real estate. And so buying physical assets, obviously, that's huge. That's top on the list. That's up there with gold. That's up there with silver. But with a performing asset, that's obviously where you want to park your money.
Yeah, and one thing that's really cool about this is that you're able to send a wire transfer from the credit line to the title company, so you can close as a cash buyer. So as you're negotiating with sellers as a cash buyer, you're able to then actually fulfill on that promise and buy the property cash. And this works really good, especially for properties that are under 100,000. Some hard money lenders don't want to touch those deals. And so you can literally buy the property, rehab it, do the whole thing, all using these business credit cards that we set up for people or that you can set up for yourself. The wire transfer costs you 2.5%. We work with a third party that will charge the card and then send the wire transfer. And that's how we have so many clients buying properties outright. I've interviewed tons of our clients that are doing it. We've got some clients that have bought 6 properties. Some have bought 3 properties. Some have renovated 8 properties. And I've just interviewed them all. And, they're all so grateful that they found out about this resource, because before this, it was either cash out of your own pocket, private money, or a hard money lender. And now you can literally do the deal for half the cost of a hard money lender if you use business credit.
Yep. And it's not like Shark Tank money. They're not coming after your kids. They're not going to be, taking your assets away. No collateral is required. This is safe funding. The worst that would ever happen is that you get a bad mark on your credit report, and we're not advocating for that. We know all of our students, all the clients that we work with, they're all paying off their funding. They want to get access to more funding and funding at better rates. And so that's what the Fund and Grow program is all about. And the best part is that it's not going to report to your personal credit. So you're going to be able to keep your personal life and your business life separate the way it should be. It's one of the things that we teach on how to really run and grow your business properly. You have to have a solid foundation.
And another thing that's really cool about it is it's all credit based and it's stated income. You can use projections. You don't need tax returns or proof of income or any of that stuff. It's all really credit based. So if you're about a 730 and up, you got a couple major bank cards, you're not maxed out, you don't have any negatives on there, you're pretty much good to go. And once people go through the process, we always review our clients' credit reports before we go and apply, and we let them know, hey, here's what you pre-qualify for based on your credit. We'll look at everything. We'll look at the new accounts. We'll look at old accounts. We'll look at limits, balances, and we'll then come back with a pre-qualification amount that they can expect in the first few weeks of working with us. And then, of course, over the 12-month membership, we do 3 rounds of funding. And if you're going to try to do this on your own, we recommend that same process. You don't want to just do 20 applications up front. You want to spread it out over 12 months and do 1 round every 6 months. And that's your best bet. You'll get the most funding that way, and you won't ding up your credit too bad either. But something to keep in mind, you will be applying and they will be looking at your personal credit, which means you will get an inquiry on your credit report, but those inquiries are only 2 to 3 points each. And in comparison to getting access to $50, $100, $250,000 in business credit that doesn't show up on your personal credit report, those inquiries are well worth those 2 points. It's a non-issue.
And we help people remove those. So and all the business
exactly. And even if you didn't know how to remove them, like if you tried this on your own, let's say, and you didn't know how to remove those inquiries, 6 months later, they don't hold any weight anymore. 120 days, they're not really impacting your credit at all at that point. So it's well worth it to get access to all this business credit that doesn't even appear on your personal credit report. So if you're doing a flip and you're sitting on $50,000, $100,000, it's sitting on those business credit cards, which are not showing up on your personal report. So that means your personal scores stay really high. And I've interviewed clients that are landlord rental investors, And they've told me that they've had a much easier time doing a cash out refinance now that they have all of that debt on the business credit instead of it being on their personal. So when they go and do the refinance, they're looking at their personal, and their personal's 800 scores, no debt. The refinance goes through a lot more smoothly from what I'm hearing from clients.
So it helps with your credit. It'll help your personal credit while giving you access to business credit. But from beginning to end, it's a funding program which gives you access to hundreds of thousands of dollars of money, of borrowed money at a low interest rate, at introductory rates of 0%. That's the 0% could be anywhere from 6 months to 9 months to 12 months. We've had offers as long as 18 months at 0%. So the card stacking process is all about utilizing those offers and making sure that you can get access to the cash without having to do a cash advance, or we don't advocate anything like that. The way that we show you to get access to the funding is in order to minimize the overall fees. We don't want you to have to turn around and spend fees getting access to the cash. So there's a variety of different ways that you can use the funding, and the program from beginning to end, including the inquiry removal, is created so that you can do the process over and over again and just grow the amount of funding. And that's the whole point of the program.
Right. And so on like the second round of funding 6 months in, a lot of times what we'll do is merge the old account with the new account, or we'll apply with the same bank and get another of the same exact accounts and be able to merge those together. You'll be able to balance transfer from the old account to the new zero interest bearing account. So basically you can keep it at zero interest even longer than that original offer. The original offer might be 12 months at zero interest, but you're going to get 3 rounds of funding, which means you're going to get 3 offers around 12 months at zero interest. So you can extend it even beyond that 12 months, closer to 24 months, if you are doing the same card stacking process that we do. And we've got clients signing up with us 2, 3, 4 years in a row, and we continue the process and help them, continue to grow their overall amount of credit and also keep it at zero interest for as long as possible.
And that's the whole program in a nutshell. So Ross already gave a wonderful introduction for us earlier, and we just wanted to continue our introduction, let you know a little bit of who we are. Just as we get into this is me and my family here with my son Dimitri, my daughter Kayla, and my wife Maya. So this is, we live here in Florida, and we also have Mike up here.
That's me. Yeah. Usually when we do webinars, we're not also on video, so we've brought some pictures on the PowerPoint. But yeah, that's me, and we're happy to be here with you guys. There's our office. That's our brand new office. Actually, we haven't moved in there yet because we're building out some bathrooms to accommodate the 40 employees that we've got. But yeah, we're really excited to be moving in there. It should be about a month or so, right, before we're in there.
Yep. Well, hopefully, depending on the county and permitting. Yeah. So we're gonna cover, what do we need to really get access to funding? Obviously, an entity is one of the things. Having good fund or good credit is one of the things. Having a good attitude is another one of the things. So having an entity that the banks actually want to lend to is important. And so that's one of the things that we set up for each of our clients. So when a client gets involved with us, the entity is not ever going to be the issue. It'll never be what holds someone back from getting access to funding. Some of the factors of an entity that could hold you back if you didn't have access to our program could be the length of seasoning. In other words, how long your company's been open for, the name of your company. A lot of people are, they have a risky sounding name, which actually can scare the banks. So there's a variety of different things that we want to make sure aren't going to impede your funding process. Entity being one of those.
Yeah, and if you already have an entity set up that you've been using for many years, that's great. We can use that. But if you're like some of the people on the call, maybe who've only done 1 or 2 flips and you haven't quite set up your LLC yet, we're going to set all that up for you, and it's included in our program if you decide to work with us.
So as well as working with you on your personal credit. So we're not here to work on your credit, but one of the default things that's going to happen is that you're going to end up with really high personal scores. That's what makes it easy for us to get you access to the business cards. The business cards don't report to your personal, but when you have a high personal score, that allows us to move forward and get you all kinds of funding. We can move forward and get the funding even faster. and get even better, more lucrative offers for you. So that's one of the byproducts of what we do, is to boost your scores real high.
Yeah, a big part of what we do is kind of showing you what to do, but we do it all for our clients. We're done for you service. But the point is, we show you and guide you through what to do before you apply, what to do during the application phase, and what to do after that, so that you can make sure you get the maximum amount of credit possible. And sometimes there's minor tweaks that we can do before we apply, which will kind of make sure we get you the most amount of funding possible. And sometimes it's like inaccurate things on your report.
Yeah, we're going to go over some of those things. So here's Brenda. She's gone through the program. It looks like one round so far, received about 130,000. She doesn't mention what industry she's in.
Hey, one thing I wanted to mention before I forget, you're also going to get rewards points as you're using the credit. Some clients are spending $20,000 a month in marketing, whatever it is. You're going to get rewards points, cash back, free travel, just from using these accounts. You're keeping the debt off your personal report, and you're going to be earning rewards points, and it's well worth it. You're going to get a good amount of cash back, good amount of travel. I know Ari just traveled to Spain completely free, first class, his whole family. All that was from the rewards points that he's accumulated, because we're spending money every month on our business credit card, just like we're preaching.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing. There's a lot of spending that you're going to do in your business every month, from your from your telephone bill to all of your different utilities. With Fund and Grow, we spend anywhere from 30 to probably 40, 50,000. If you add in Facebook and Google and all that spend, you're talking hundreds of thousands, and that all goes through business credit cards. All of the spending that we're doing goes to business credit cards, and it gives us all of the different rewards points, airline miles, cash back. And this is something that we do over and over. Anything that you have to spend every single month, you might as well put on a card where you're getting a percentage of it back. Why not? It just doesn't make any sense not to. So here on the screen, you can see the credit building process. And so we just created a little map so you can see that this is something that we do over and over as far as the application process, and how we're moving clients into more batches of funding is through repeating this process over and over. And the way that Fund and Grow is set up is in departments. So when you move into funding and you're working in that specific department, there's a whole team of people that are working on your applications, that are working on the negotiations, that are they actually get paid based on how much funding they get you. So the negotiations team, if they're not getting the client funding, they're not getting paid very much. So part of what we do is through our consulting with you. Now remember, you walking out the door with funding is something that we do. We actually get you the funding. The only thing you're doing is deciding where you want to spend it and how you want to spend it. And so what we do is we're doing all the legwork as far as what we need to do for your profile, what we need to do for your business profile, which is the best banks to go for as far as for your personal business profile together, what's the best spread of accounts, the first, spread of card stacking that we're going to do for you. Then what do we merge it into? Like Mike touched on earlier, we can take you to like Bank of America and get you a 0% for 12-month offer with MasterCard. All of the major banks give MasterCard and Visa. So 11 months in, we can apply for the Visa if we already got you the MasterCard. So let's say we got you a $25,000 0% card on the MasterCard from Bank of America. 11 months in, we apply for the Visa, the business card. Then let's say they only approve us for 10 grand because you already have a 25. We just take the 10 grand and then we call in on a separate call, speak to the underwriter, and have them merge it together. So now you have one $35,000 account, and you merge it into the brand new account, the one that was just opened. That way you get 0% again, because now the entire account is under, because you just applied for that new card. They only gave you 10. We merged the 25 into it. Now it's a $35,000 account, and you only have a Visa. So 11 months from now, we can apply for the MasterCard. So this card stacking process can be done with all the banks. You can continue to build up the aggregate amount of funding that you have if you follow this process. And so our consultants, we do a lot of that for the client, but we also, we do all of it for you. There's a few things that you'll have to do on your own, but we do all of it for you. So if you could come to the questions area so that we can be more specific in what we're going over, and let us know, what is your personal credit score at right now? And we can let you know if you're ready to get started. If you have a higher than a 680 score, then you're going to be good to go. But come to the questions area. Let us know. We're not going to say your name or anything. This will just help us with our presentation as well as with following up with you.
And when we say 680, a lot of people are good to go at about a 680, sometimes even lower than that. But it could be a little bit more questionable. There's different things, So if somebody has strong credit history, but they've got one blemish on there and it's keeping them around a 680, they're good to go. But if you've got like no credit and you've got some negative items and you're at a 680, then you might need credit repair. We might say, hey, you need to make a pay down. Can you pay down a couple grand on this card? Because you'll qualify for a lot more if you do that. So that's the thing, like 680, you could be good to go as is, or there might be a few minor tweaks that we would like to do before we apply. But if you're around a 720, 730, you should be definitely good to go.
You can apply immediately.
Yeah, usually your debt to credit ratio is in line if you're at about a 730. Ideally, the banks are looking for about a 35% debt to credit ratio, which means on your major bank credit cards, you don't want to have more than 35% of a balance compared to the limit that you have available on those major bank cards. No derogatory marks. We don't want a bunch of late payments or bankruptcies. If we're trying to apply right away, we don't want to have to do credit repair first. So if you're in that situation, you got a couple open major bank credit cards, your scores are about a 730 and up, and you've got some, a couple years of seasoning on those accounts. They're not brand new from yesterday. Then you're going to qualify, and we'll get even more detailed with you. We'll review your credit, and we'll show you, or we'll tell you what exactly we think you're going to get after we do apply.
And the great thing is that we have a special offer for anyone who does want to work with us, where we're going to do a what we call a buy one get one. If you remember the good old grocery days when we were allowed to go to the grocery store, there was the BOGO. You could buy one.
Well, that's the one place we're still allowed to go.
They haven't shut it down yet, huh? So anyway, the long and short of it is that whether you have, let's say that you have your credit isn't so good, but you have a partner. Let's say you're married, you have a friend that you work with, or a business partner that you work with. We've had clients even use adult children, their adult children. With this buy one get one that we have for everyone, that Ross kind of twisted our arm and said, listen, we have to have something really, really good for the folks that are going through this, the emergencies that, small businesses are going through, from the pandemic to rioting and looting. And what can we do to really help them out, to make sure that we can really help folks out? And that is so that we can help with basically giving away a free membership. So if you get started today, we are going to give away a free membership for your partner. And so that means that if your partner has good credit, then you're going to get funding rolling in right away. So even if you don't qualify right away, if your business partner qualifies right away, that means we can get funding rolling in through their profile while we build your profile. Mm-hmm. So that's really powerful. So we can double, the impact of what we're doing for people on Ross's instruction. So that's not something that we do very often, but just in order to be able to have a greater impact during all these crises, especially considering that who we serve is small businesses. That's something that we definitely know helps a lot of people, because you may need to look for a good credit partner. Your credit might not be where it needs to be, but you might need to look for a credit partner. Like, could it be my spouse? Maybe their credit isn't where it needs to be. Could it be my adult children? Could it be my business partner that I work with? Could it be a friend who doesn't even work with me, but is willing to use their credit and in conjunction, to help my business once they understand the risks? And so to be a credit partner can really help get you access to a lot more funding a lot quicker. And what we're doing is we're going to give away an entire membership for everyone that gets started, so that you can use that credit partner option.
Yeah, I just interviewed a client. It was a spouse partnership, and they got $200,000 between the both of them on their first round of funding. So it's definitely worth it. You get double the amount of funding. Yeah, we call it the free partner upgrade. We're going to bring up that bonus slide in a little bit, but that's something that you guys are getting access to thanks to Ross. But I think we just went over this, right? 35% debt to credit ratio is where you want to be. Yep, that's kind of what the banks are looking for.
Yeah, but one thing, Mike, is the negotiations. Like, people are going to realize it's hard to understand how much work the negotiators put into each individual file. If we apply for 5 different cards on one specific spread, when we do the applications for a client, we're following up with every single one of those banks. And we're speaking to them on behalf of the client to explain their business, to exemplify all of their strong points, so that we can get as much funding as possible. Now, that could take up to 7 phone calls, 7 negotiations call per account per bank. And so we're talking hundreds of calls just from one, from one application batch alone.
It's a time-consuming process.
It's a very time-consuming process. Now, the cool thing is that all of you guys can't do it. Everyone can do it. You could do it on your own, but with what we do, we are just churning out the funding.
Yeah,
we're generating anywhere from 10 to 15 million. And I say 10 to 15 million because during the pandemic, it's gone down a tiny bit. But we're generating millions and millions of dollars of this type of funding, even right now, during everything that's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot easier for us to just call in to the underwriter, get on the phone with the decision maker, get your application reviewed, and get you approved with the maximum limit. Our team is trained to deal with the bank, trained to talk to the underwriters. They know exactly who to call and how to get it reviewed, how to get the account either overturned to an approval or even get a small limit increased to like a $30,000, $50,000 limit with one bank. So like we said earlier, our negotiations team, they're incentivized to get you the maximum amount possible. They're getting paid based on what they get for you. So they're working hard, and like Art said, sometimes it's up to 7 calls per bank. And we both used to do this. We both know exactly how this process works, and we've trained the whole team to do this for our clients. And I could tell you firsthand, I have seen some amazing things happen where the account was nothing. It was not even approved yet. And we call in, we speak with the decision maker, they review it, and then boom, you got 20,000, 30, 50, sometimes even 75,000 with one bank. So the negotiations process is extremely important. It's not just some BS slide of negotiate. Like, this is a real
it's the number one thing that we do. That's why we get so much funding.
They come in about, I'd say like 80% of the funding that we get is after the application submitted, after we have to follow up. Because a lot of times they come back, and if you've done it on your own, and I've had tons of clients with 750 credit scores tell me this exact thing. They've tried it on their own, and they got shot down. The bank told them that they don't have any business credit history, so they're not going to lend to them. But that, we know, is kind of a bogus line. If you speak to the decision maker and say, hey, look, I get that, but I have good credit. Can you review my credit, please? Let's get this going. I'm trying to grow my business. They listen, they review it, and it really works.
And the cool thing is that you can log in to your login, and you can watch as all this is happening. So it's really easy. You're not getting like a million emails. You don't have to fax anything. You can just log in, and you can see which accounts you have. Like, oh, that one's being negotiated. Oh, it's not 20 grand anymore. This one's 50 grand now.
Yep.
And so all of it is tracked in there. And also the affiliate that we're working with, they also see which clients have signed up, how much funding they've got. So our affiliates like Ross are like, hey, why has this guy not moved forward? And so it's an open book process. We're completely open and honest, across the board. Not only do you get access to that data, but the affiliate, they get access to just a tiny little bit. They just get to know whether or not you're moving forward into funding, how much funding you got. They don't even get to know what banks or anything. But the long and short of it is they're looking out for you. They're making sure that we move forward, that you're getting access to that funding. What you'll find is that we're a real funding source. We are not a lot of these other companies just want to get people in. They mix together corporate credit and business credit and personal credit, and they just weave a nice big story of how amazing it is and just sign everybody up. We're going to actually be giving you your money back if you don't get access to funding. So the long and short of it is we have to actually move you into funding so that you can get access, so that we can move you forward to your next card stacking batch, so we can do the batches and get you moved out and hopefully back in. And after we've shown you how well it works.
Yeah, you guys, if you do end up working with us, you're going to really love it, because we actually communicate and we actually care about our clients. This isn't just like something where you don't get to speak with anybody. It's not some like course. There's not a bunch of videos that you're supposed to follow. We're doing it all. It's a done for you service with us, and we literally keep you up to date. We communicate. We have clients calling in every day, tons of calls coming in. But we've got about 40 or 45 employees now. We just hired a few more people, and we're steadily growing. We're on the Inc. 5000 list, going on 5 years in a row of America's fastest growing private companies. We have over 2,000 positive reviews, a 4.9 star rating. We really do take care of people. That's why we're able to work with people like Ross Hamilton and Connected Investors. They trust us with their clients, and there's a reason for that. So if you guys are thinking about doing this, you're definitely in good hands with us, but we're trying to give you as much info So if you said, you know what, I want to try to do it on my own, then you can definitely do that. But like I personally, I'll hire someone to do anything. If I can hire, I know Ari's the same way. You know, we would much rather have a professional do that work for us because we know we're going to get the best results that way. But here you go. Like, now you can see that's a screenshot from one of the review platforms. You see 2,100 reviews, 4.9 star rating. That is a really, really good reputation. You don't see reviews like that with too many businesses out there. And we got the A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Here's another review from Sarah. Sarah talks about how it took about 2 weeks, and then she had over $90,000 in business credit. So she says once you sign up, you're assigned to a point person, an account manager who completely handles everything. And she mentions that she worked with Bianca. Bianca did all the work so she could focus on her business, and now she's able to make cash offers using the business credit. It literally, like if you're a wholesaler and you're telling people that you're a cash buyer, but maybe you don't have the cash, you're just saying that. Now getting access to business credit is going to give you another level of confidence. You're going to actually be able to close on the deal. So you could say, I'm not just some other wholesaler. I'm actually able to close as a cash buyer. It gives you another level of negotiating power to say that, to say, I'm not just another wholesaler. I will buy this property. And then you find a buyer or you don't, you can buy it yourself. And I've personally done that. I had a deal under contract, couldn't find a buyer. So I was able to then buy the property myself because I wanted to stick to my word with the seller. I don't like canceling contracts. I bought the property, rehabbed it, put 20 grand into it, and I sold it literally in March. I listed it right after COVID. 3 days later, I had 3 full price offers. I was under contract. I closed on that property in May, and I got full price for it. I ended up making a decent chunk on it that I wouldn't have been able to make if I didn't have access to business credit. I would have just canceled the contract and let the other flipper get it. So this really does put you in the driver's seat, gives you full control, and it gives you a lot more power.
And it'll get you access to even more than what we've talked about. So by now you can see that there's a lot involved. But to add to all of that is the corporate credit side, the Dun & Bradstreet side. Now, when we bought our new building, we weren't using anyone's personal credit. We weren't personally co-signing for anything. We bought that using our corporate credit. And so while corporate credit is something that you're not just going to get access to cash right away, you will be able to get access to other forms of funding in the beginning. Then as you build your business, like Fund and Grow, you'll be able to get access to non-recourse credit that you can use to buy $1 million buildings. And so when we're buying commercial real estate, we're able to buy it using a different form of funding where we're not having to use our personal, we're not having to use anything tied to our personal credit report, no PG in any way, shape, or form. And so now that's also part of our program where we're going to set you up for that future success, where you're going to be able to get access to non-PG funding, and then that you'll be able to utilize that funding further down the road. In the meantime, you'll be able to use the cash funding that we're generating for you, but you do want to be set up for non-PG funding in the future.
And you're only helping your chances with all the other things that you apply for your business. So if you have a corporate credit profile with Dun & Bradstreet, you got your Paydex score, that's just another thing for the bank to look at and see that you're a credible business to lend to. So having that Paydex score, whether you're trying to go and buy commercial property and get a non-recourse loan or not, it doesn't matter, because having that corporate credit rating along with your good personal credit allows you to get the most and best, the best deals when it comes to funding for your business. Yeah, because they have 2 different profiles to look at, not just your personal. They get the corporate profile as well.
It opens a lot of doors, and all of these things, all these links in the chain to funding have to be done right. And so the entity, if that's ever a problem for a client, that's something that we just move them into, where we just set up the entity for them. So as you can see, all the different parts of the program have been mapped out. They've been strategically put together into a system where clients are going from department to department, where they have a whole team focusing on them, not just one person where the ball could be dropped, but a whole team of people that are focusing on all the aspects of coming from when they come in to their personal credit, to the applications, to the negotiations, to moving them back to applications, to continuing the card stacking process, to how to get the cash off the card, how to get access to their rewards points and the rewards cash. All of that is put together into a bundle where with all the guidance, everything that is needed to complete that, where we put it all together. Instead of the way that we used to charge was by the hour. It's $1,500 an hour. This is years and years ago, before the first crash. So back in 2007, 2008, well, as we were creating this program, we were charging hourly, and it was expensive to say the least. But people were walking away with hundreds of thousands of dollars of funding. And so now we've from pressure from our affiliates, put it together into a easy to purchase package where you get everything and you can just do and build the card stacking process. And so all of that together.
Yeah, there's other companies out here that are charging 5,000, 6,000, sometimes
10,000,
15% on the back end. So if you get $100,000, they're charging you $15,000, and we're not exaggerating. This is exactly what goes on in this industry. We have one of the best offers, the best prices, the most comprehensive, all-inclusive membership. That's why we have tons of people always coming to us saying, hey, we used to work with XYZ company, but we heard about you guys. You guys focus more on business credit. The other company just goes after personal for every client, or they charge an arm and a leg, and they don't even provide as much consulting that you guys charge. So we hear this all the time, and that's why we're the biggest in this industry. We have the most reviews. We do the biggest numbers. We have the best affiliates like Ross. It's because we take care of people. We really do. We really care about our clients' success. We want to make sure that they can keep their credit in the best shape possible. That's why we spread it out over 12 months. And,
And we want to get you more than just the funding. We also want to help you be successful. So part of that is this next bonus that we have, which is our financial management software tool, which helps you organize the 0% business. I mean, it's basically like a QuickBooks on steroids for business. And it helps you not only organize the 0% cards to make sure that you're never missing an opportunity, but it also helps streamline your business. For anyone that's ever used QuickBooks, you'll know what I mean.
Yeah, it's super comprehensive. It really is.
And we also have a newsletter that we put out every month, but it's a whole archive. And so in the newsletter archive, we have access to different funding sources. We give access to our clients for different types of insurances, for where the best 0% business credit offers. Our newsletter database, we have so much gold in the database that we have clients that don't want to just have access to this month's newsletter, which of course is relevant when it comes to social media marketing, all the different things that we're doing. We're sharing our success on how that works for us and how you can use it. But also how, better offers, like what are different 0% offers? What are things, we have things in there from a few months ago, different offers, different strategies that will work in a variety of different types of businesses that our real clients are using. This is what they're doing. They share it with us. They show us their revenues. It's like, whoa, that's huge. We share it in the newsletter. So this is what we give everyone access to in our newsletter program. And what we're going to do is we give everyone access to this program for the first 30 days for free. Check it out. Tell us if you like it. Look at the past, into the database. Look at the past articles. Look at the gold that we're talking about and decide whether or not you want to be part of that subscription. And then, of course, the membership upgrade, the buy one, get one that I was talking about earlier. And so this right here is basically us giving away one of our memberships for absolutely for free. And to every single person that decides to take action, that decides to move forward, that decides they don't want just a little bit of funding, but they want to get a lot, we're going to not only help you, but we're going to help out your partner, whether it's whether it's your spouse partner, whether it's your business partner, whether it's an adult child that you want to work with, that wants to work with you as a family business. It doesn't matter how you know the person. If they want to work together with you, if they have good credit, then that is a key to instant approvals while we help your profile. This isn't just about using their profile. This is about buy one, get one. It's about doing two files. And so working on yours. And if we have to, look at, what does my wife's credit look like? Oh, well, hers doesn't work. Well, what about my business partner? We can help you. We can find that. Just get started. And then we'll help you find which one of the partners that you know of that you can work with that, has good enough credit to move forward. And we'll also help them explain the risks, of how it would be working together with you as far as credit partner goes. And it's, fairly minimal. And of course, our clients are getting into this with the intention of paying back. We have very low default rates because how many people are coming to us wanting to work together with professionals and then hurting their own profile? Very few of our clients are doing that. So anything that's needed to get you funding. That's all 100% included, and as well as these bonuses. This is just a quick recap right here. So you've probably already been on other webinars for the SOFA Summit, so you've seen all the value that that Ross has put together in the SOFA Summit, and you can see that what he's done here is no different than what he's done on the other webinars, which is put a whole bunch of value with a very low dollar price. More so than you would have gotten if you go straight to our website. So if you go to fundandgrow.com, you're going to see it costs way more than what it's listed on the screen for, and you're not going to get access to the different bonuses that we spoke about.
Yeah, it's going to be $4,000 per person. Right now, with the membership upgrade, it's $3,500, and that includes your spouse or your business partner. So you're getting double the amount of service, double the amount of funding, and you're getting a $500 discount off of our normal price of $4,000. So today you get it for $3,500. It includes the entity. It includes our consulting for 12 months. It includes everything that you're going to need to get access to funding. Then within the first 2 to 3 weeks, clients have funding in their hands. Some clients get as high as $150,000 on the first round. Most people fall between about $50,000 to $100,000. Now, that's not to say that you can't get more than that. That's not to say
if you have a partner.
Yeah, if you have a partner, you're definitely going to get more than that. But let's say you start with about a 670, 680 score, then you can expect your numbers to be maybe a little bit lower. But it all varies. It all varies because the credit history is so unique. I could have 30 years of credit history with existing $30,000 credit cards, but I could still have a 680 for some reason. Maybe I got one late payment on a cell phone bill. Maybe I'm a little bit too close to maxed out right now. So once you get started with us, we're going to review your credit in the first few days of working with you, and we're going to get right back to you and say, hey, here's the plan of action. You're pre-qualified right now for $50,000 to $60,000 in your first round. Or we'll say, hey, you will pre-qualify for $50,000 to $60,000, but we need to bring the balances down on this one card that you've got right now. This one personal card you're maxed out on, but you got 3 others that have no balance. So we'll tell you to balance transfer, to spread that balance out evenly across those 3 accounts so that you have 35% across all 3 instead of maxed out on one. That right there will allow you to qualify for a lot more, and you don't even have to pay anything out of pocket. Just do a balance transfer. Now, sometimes we might say, hey, you need to make a pay down. You might have to come out of pocket a little bit. Sometimes we might say, hey, you got a bankruptcy or you got late payments. We need to get those removed. It would make a lot more sense to remove that before we apply so we get you the most amount possible.
And just remember that whatever it is that we're telling you to do, it's so that we can do the process over and over and over. We want to be able to continue the card stacking process, build you the highest amount of funding that we can get you. And part of that is to be able to remove the inquiries. We touched on that earlier. It's really an important part of the process to continue over and over and over, going for more and more funding. And so it's really important to know the difference between a soft inquiry, a hard inquiry. A hard inquiry is when a bank is pulling your credit report in lieu of actually giving you funding, as opposed to you as a personal individual person, like online, just looking at your
credit monitoring, right? And with us, we don't do a hard pull. It's a soft pull. We review your credit. Our processing team gets right back to you, lets you know exactly where you stand. You're either going right to funding, you're going to make a pay down, or you're going to credit repair. And we let you know right away in the first week so that you know exactly what you should be doing or where we're going with the program.
And if you need credit repair, and that is something that a third party that we work with can help you. Now, the company that we work with is called Kadam Credit Help, and they specialize, they're like a wholesale funding or a credit repair company. And so specifically what they do is remove derogatory negative items. Now, this is something that we refer out to, but we can help many times to secure sizable discounts to be able to move forward quickly within our program. So sometimes if partner A has a derogatory issue, Kadam can get it deleted while we're working with the secondary partner. You have funding rolling in, Kadam gets the items deleted. Now, remember, credit repair can take, it could take 12 months. It could take 1 month. We've seen items fall off literally on the first dispute cycle, meaning within the first 30 days they've fallen off. And we've also seen, really difficult items that have stayed on for 7 or 8 months. So the important thing is to move forward, to start getting those items disputed so that you can actually, play the game.
Yeah.
If you can't get in there and start getting access to funding at some point, then you're not playing the game and you're not doing anyone any good.
Yeah, most of our clients that are signing up are already qualified right now, but there is always a percentage of people who will want to work with us because they want that help. They want to repair their credit so that they can qualify and get access to business credit. So there will be a percentage of people who sign up that need credit repair, and that's a big reason why they're coming to us, because we're kind of like the experts in getting access to credit and also repairing credit. So it's like a one-stop shop. So it makes a lot of sense for people to come and get that from us.
So obviously we work together with a lot of affiliates. Here's a few of the ones that we work with. We work with many folks like Ross, who can spread the word about Fund and Grow. Our mission is to help all of the small businesses of America. We want to obviously spread and grow and continue to help. There's so many different ways of getting funding, from hard money to Shark Tank like funding. And we notice that so many of those forms of funding are really abusive to the small business owner. And being abusive to the small business owner means you're being abusive to the largest employer in the US. That's not cool. So what we do is we help small businesses have more control over the funding process, where they don't, like on Shark Tank, have to give up 50% of their business for $50,000 in funding. That's ridiculous. Or give up even more than that. We've seen, have you watched any Shark Tank episode? It's ridiculous. And so there's many like hard money, HELOCs, like all of this. These are some dangerous ways of getting access to funding when you could get access to unsecured funding, which would never even take away an asset, would never take away a car or your home or any of your physical assets. Like it's almost a no-brainer.
Yeah. So just to recap, so with our program, it's a membership. It's a 12-month membership. You get up to and sometimes over $250,000. We do 3 rounds of funding over that 12-month membership. The first round of funding is going to happen in the first few weeks of working with us. You can get anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 within that first few weeks. And then we repeat that process again and again throughout the 12 months. So you'll get 3 rounds of funding. You can bring in a spouse, a partner, and double the amount of funding that way. We're going to set up an entity for you. If you don't have one, it's not a problem. We're going to set that up for you, and that could cost you several $100s if you go somewhere else. It's included in our program, and we're going to literally do all the work for you. You don't have to do it. We submit the applications. We speak with the decision maker at the bank, and we do a lot of volume with all these banks. So we have a lot more pull than the average person does if they're going to do it on their own. A lot of people are like, why would I work with you? Why don't I just do it myself? You can try, but I can't tell you how many clients have tried and then come back and said, you know what, I tried, I have a 750 score, and they still wouldn't approve me.
Or they get approved for a small amount.
Yeah, but they just don't know what the potential is, the potential is. And once you know the potential, you know how to kind of navigate through there and achieve that, potential goal, which is what we know. We know we can get up to $150,000 each round. So for us,
I personally have a $100,000 Chase business card. I have, American Express business. I have, all of the different business credit cards that you can get out there. I have, and many of them are $50,000, $100,000. I mean, Fund and Grow uses, some of these cards. Some of them they don't even, we don't even need for Fund and Grow. The access is it's so available. There's so much funding out there, and the amazing thing is how easy you can qualify for it. And if you don't qualify now, you can start building your qualifications. You can qualify.
Mm-hmm.
And, the worst thing is to not get started. It's to not, to do something to get yourself access to the funding. So if you haven't got started, just out of curiosity, we want to know what's holding you back. Is it, because of your credit? Is it because you have to talk to your wife?
And one thing
let us know. Come to the questions area and let us know what's holding you back. Oh yeah, we have a 60-day money-back guarantee for all of our clients. I think that one of the slides mentioned that earlier. Not a lot of people end up needing to use the guarantee or wanting to use the guarantee.
Just for peace of mind, though.
Yeah, just for peace of mind, it's important.
We're not in the business of holding anyone's money hostage.
We wouldn't be asking you to pay on a credit card.
We want to.
In fact, one of the things that we show people is when you have access to a credit card, you can actually have another layer of protection. So, for example, I had a roof on a rental redone, and I wasn't sure about the company that I was working with, the roofing company. And so, it was like a $8,000 or $9,000 purchase. And so I did it on using a business credit card. And when the job was done, but not 100% the right way, and the company was unwilling to follow up and finish, all I had to do was go and initiate a chargeback. Call the credit card company, tell them what happened. Boom. All 88, whatever, 100 moved out of their bank account, back onto my credit card. And who do you think was calling me that day? Yeah, they were calling me. And guess whose roof got finished? Mine did. So the great thing is it's like a layer of protection that you can use to pay vendors. And then you stay in control. How many times have you been unsure and paid a vendor and then ended up, getting screwed? It's probably happened to some of the people, at least on this call. So one of the bonuses that we want to give for anyone who is getting started, and we spoke about this in the beginning, that we have a bonus that we're giving out just for coming and watching the presentation. So thank you for anyone that has, and we're going to get that mailed out for everyone who did join and watch our presentation. We hope that you've enjoyed it so far. And again, and what you'll see once you get there, it'll bring up the membership client registration form, and we have three different payment options, so you can get started, for as little as $1,000 and change, or you could pay the one-time payment of $3,500.
Yep. Here's another review. Client got $230,000 in one round. So you guys can just, you can read that if you'd like. They got 2 rounds to go and they've already got $200,000. So some people get really great results, especially those people with really strong personal credit reports. So yeah, like I said earlier, we're done for you service. We're going to do it all for you. Within the first few days of getting started, you're going to get an answer and a pre-qualification. You're going to have a very clear understanding of what to expect in the program. And if, let's just say, it turns out you've got 500 credit scores, and we say, hey, we need to do credit repair first, and you say, all right, fine, let's do credit repair, then we can put the membership on hold so that 12-month membership clock doesn't start ticking until credit repair is done. Now, that's, in the rare case that someone needs credit repair before applying.
It does happen from time to time.
Yeah. And just like pay downs, not everybody's just good to go as is. And we all have to kind of be understanding of that. Not everybody was prepared to apply for business credit, but a lot of you are going to go straight to funding. And then in a couple of weeks, you'll have it in your hands. And then we'll show you exactly how to send a wire transfer to the title company so that you can close as a cash buyer. You can close, or you can send a wire to any place of business, by the way. If your friend's a contractor and he's doing the rehab on your house, you can pay him with your credit card by sending him a wire transfer. That way he gets the cash directly. If he doesn't accept credit cards, that's a great option. But yeah, we to respect everybody's time, we are going to go ahead and wrap this up. If you do have any questions, send them through, and we'll get to them and respond to you guys. But hopefully you guys got a lot out of this presentation. We know hundreds of clients every single month are signing up with us, and now more than ever, we've been having some record-breaking months with the amount of clients coming to us for funding. So, if you're in a place where you could use some more funding, if you think you can get a couple more deals done, if you had $50,000 to $250,000 in business credit, then you should definitely take action on this. It's a no-brainer. We've already worked with hundreds of Ross's clients from Connected Investors and PIN. So, it's up to you now. If you want access to funding, we can definitely help. We've been in the industry for 12 years. We have over 40 employees. We're doing about 15 million a month in the credit that we established. We're on the Inc. 5000 list going on 5 years in a row. So we're steadily growing, and we're here to help.
And you might be asking yourself, do I really want to get into funding right now with everything going on with the pandemic, with the looting and rioting? But the interesting thing is we found that the last couple of months, we've had more interest in funding than we've ever seen before. And it reminds me of my history book that hundreds of years ago when America first started, it was like 98% of the population was business owners. They were business owners. They were farmers. They controlled their own destiny. And we have major calamities that have now struck, and so many are turning to their roots, to the roots of putting themselves back in charge, putting themselves back in control of their destiny. And being a business owner gives you the ability to have lateral income, not just lateral income, slowly grow like an employee and just slowly building your whole lifetime. But it gives you the ability to be vertical, to shoot directly for the stars. You have an ability to earn, for your family, for your community in a much greater way if you step out. If you step out of the norm, step out of the mold, and start your own business, and take your hobby into a full-time thing. Maybe the pandemic and all this, maybe that's what it's teaching us, that we all need to be more in control of our destiny and our future. And so I thank Ross for putting on the Sofa Summit, helping people even from their homes be able to get access to the best cutting edge tech and info to move their businesses forward. So it's been absolutely huge what you're doing for people, Ross. We really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, Ross. And thank you everyone who joined us today. We really appreciate your time.
Yeah, this is fantastic. And this team right here, the reason I brought them on is because they've already worked with hundreds of our members and helped them get funding for all sorts of different business needs in very creative ways. People use this funding to buy properties. There's a lot of private hard money lenders that don't want to lend on a $30,000 or $40,000 property. This solves that problem. Again, they've worked with so many of our members. I'm so excited for everyone on the line here that's part of the Sofa Summit that hasn't been exposed to something like this. This has really opened your eyes to what's possible and how you can be creative in these times. Make sure to visit connectedinvestors.com/grow, make the investment, and you'll be off to the races. That's connectedinvestors.com/grow. So many of our members have had fantastic success following this model with this specific company. So again, if it's your first time seeing something like this, this solves a lot of your money problems, a lot of your funding problems instantly. connectedinvestors.com/grow. Now, coming up after the short break, I'm going to show you some brand new technology that has never been seen before that will help you liquidate properties faster than ever before. So once you find it, you can easily flip it, and that's where the money's made. And after that, I'm going to bring on one of the smartest people I know, someone I go to make sure that I am safe from a liability perspective, and also safe from paying too much in taxes. This is the most important presentation of the entire Sofa Summit. I saved the best for last. Don't miss it. I'll talk to you soon.
Let's take a look at vacant properties in Sacramento. Select vacant from the sources menu. Hit sort results. Okay, great. Over 3,000 vacant properties. Now let's take a closer look. Select the sort icon again. Next, I select grade A properties. Then I adjust the equity filter to reflect high to low. Nice. Here we go. 2260 Glen Circle. Over $850,000 in equity. And it's vacant as of last week, and it looks to be in fine shape. This is a keeper and worth contacting. So let's click save. That moves the property to your work room where you can review the property later. Since PIN has over 1 billion data points, learning to search with efficiency is key. Let's take a look at another popular search, probates with out-of-town owners. Click filter and then select probates. In Sacramento, there's currently about 80 properties available. Select sort by equity. Here's another find. Over $250,000 in equity, an ARV that is 30% over what it last sold for, and the owner has just inherited the property and lives out of state. Let's click save and add this property to our workroom. What's hot right now are PIN zombie properties. These are pre-foreclosures that are currently vacant. This is where you can really find a win-win situation as an investor. You help someone before they lose everything, and you get to make a profit. Okay, so here we go. Zombie properties, grade A or grade B deals. Whoa, over 1,700 properties. Remember, you can export at any time, but let's take a closer look. Let's sort one more way, by the amount of repairs needed. There we go. Let's take a look. Check this one out. The seller is in pre-foreclosure. It's a fairly new home. Average repair is needed and almost $100,000 in equity. No contact info was available, but we now have the option to run a skip trace. Tap here and it connected. I now have the phone number and email address, and it's game time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Sofa Summit. I'm really excited about this next session, but I mean, how about those last few speakers? You know, a lot of real estate investors, they get really challenged when they're trying to figure out, how do I get the money? right? On day 2, we brought a private lender in that showed you the state of private money. On day 3, we brought you in different innovative ways to line up all the funding you need for your business, for buying properties, and some creative ways to make money by lending out money to other individuals. So I hope you guys have got a lot of value out of this. The individual who I have on the line here, I'm really excited to introduce you to, because he is the guy that I go to when I'm stuck. Not just from a business perspective, right? Because I'm in my masterminds and my inner circles. So tactically, when I need to figure out how to do something that's industry specific, I have my inner circle that really helps me out with that. But practically, right, when I need to actually implement that through a team, or if I'm getting stuck in my own head, which happens to the best of them, I have an individual who I go to. His name is Terry Jackson, and he's on the line here, and he's gonna help you through some of the same challenges that I have on this very important segment of the sofa session. Terry, thanks so much for taking time with everyone on the line here.
Thank you, Ross. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor, and I'm humbled to be a part of this great Sofa Summit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thousands of people, thousands of comments, some of the best and brightest minds in the industry have all come together to make sure that you guys know what to do during these times. And Terry, whenever you and I are talking, there is one word that always comes up, and I just want to kind of bring it up to the audience here. And that word that you say all the time is transformation.
Absolutely.
Why do you think that this time, with the world changing and all of the unrest, transformation is really the word that people need to be focusing on in their heart?
Yes. Well, transformation is the word simply because we are in times that we've never experienced before, and we're never going to go back to what it was, right? I like to use the example of the caterpillar to the butterfly, because that's exactly what this is. You know, the caterpillar goes along not knowing that it's going to become a butterfly. But what happens is the caterpillar wraps itself in a cocoon, and that cocoon is there, and it has to be perfect. It has to be untouched, and then it becomes the butterfly. Now, the butterfly never goes back to being a caterpillar again, because that is true transformation. And so transformation is based upon the present to the future. Change is based upon the past. Change happens within transformation, but transformation does not happen within change. And so transformation is the word of today. It's the word moving forward, because we're never going to see again how we engage with one another. We'll never see that again.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Terry, I felt major transformation in our business. This Sofa Summit is evidence of transformation. This is not something that would have happened had there been no COVID, had there been no transformation in the world. So, as you guys are listening to this, go ahead and comment. Let us know how you've transformed. What are some things that maybe you didn't want to do that you had to do, and now you're glad you did them, right? Like a little kid saying, I don't want to do that. Then you get to the other side, and it feels good to be over there. Now, Terry, you work with the CEOs of a lot of very, very big companies. Mine might even be one of the smallest. So what we're talking about here, how do you see these big, high, powerful, ultra wealthy, CEOs? Let's talk about this first. Struggling with these times.
That's a very interesting question, and a great question to ask, because all of them are struggling. They don't know how to move forward. This is a position that they've been put in that they've never experienced before. And so as how to move forward, given the fact that, the 6 feet is the social distancing, or I'm gonna call it the physical distancing, right? And so now, everyone is working virtual. And at one time, everybody said, well, I would love to be able to work from home. But when you work from home, when you wake up, it's always there. When you go to sleep, it's always there. In the middle of the day, when you come back from a run, it's always there. So these CEOs don't know how to engage or how to lead virtually. They're trying to create a path, if you will, that will help them navigate these new conditions in which we're doing business, this new condition in which human beings are engaging on a day-to-day basis. And it's been very difficult. And then when you add on top of that, the whole George Floyd situation. Now they're trying to navigate what it means to be human and how to make sure that they're more inclusive. It's interesting because last night I received a call from a friend from Tokyo asking me to do some of those inclusivity workshops for Japanese CEOs, which is very, very interesting. So everyone around the globe is talking about how do we engage? How do we move forward? I think we're at the intersection of instinct and intellect. And when you are there, what's most important, the most important tool you have in your toolkit is your counterintuitiveness. You can't resort back to old habits because old habits are going to put you into old places. You have to work on a mindset that is a growth mindset, and you have to work from the word curiosity. Curiosity and counterintuitive need to be the two drivers in your toolkit as we move forward into this unknown and this uncertainty and ambiguity. And we have to embrace the ambiguity. Rhythm and routine enables stability and resilience during this time.
Yeah, no, you said some really important things there. I was actually just writing down the growth mindset. So ask yourself the question as you're on the line right here and comment, do you have a growth mindset? Are you looking at this time figuring out, how do I grow, right? How do I use these economic anomalies to be one of those individuals that look back at this time to say, that's when I finally had that transformation. That's when I did something I'd never done before. That's when I, looked inside myself to find what it means to transform. Because you get to look inside yourself right now from a business standpoint, just mentally, spiritually, everyone is questioning all of their preconceived notions, right? And their automatic habits are all being questioned right now. And so it's really exciting. If you've experienced some of that, please go ahead and comment. We want to make sure there's a lot of engagement on this. Now you talked about something that I love, the word curiosity. When there is a problem, I think the difference between people who come out of that problem and they're better than when the problem came versus those people who use the problem as an excuse to kind of get in their shell and say, oh, well, I can't do it because of this. I really think that word curiosity is really important. And, every night I read my daughter all these different books, right? And I read one on Albert Einstein to her. And all he ever talked about was stay curious, stay curious, stay curious, because you're learning with an open mind when you're curious. You probably heard some presentations here or had some opportunities come in front of you that felt a little bit, I'm not sure about that. And, approaching them with curiosity mindset's important. Actually, whenever anything happens and she drops something or her blocks fall, I'll always try to spin it to be like, oh, interesting. How can I make this better? And is that what you're seeing some of the more, innovative CEOs kind of do right now?
Yes, you hit the nail right on the head. Curiosity is the key because it enables you to develop scenarios around situations that could be possibilities for the future. And what I like to ask is the question, so what if? What if sets up a scenario? Once you look at one scenario and you establish it, you can also look at that scenario and ask the question again, what if? That what if about that scenario creates new possibilities in the mind to write down. And so through all of those possibilities, which is a very innovative and creative process, it's just a simple two words. What if we did this? What if we didn't do this? What if this happened and this didn't happen? There are 4 different scenarios just right there that you could begin to craft, you could begin to look at. And then as from a creative and an innovative perspective, you can look at those and you can see which one will be the best way to move forward. And so curiosity, we can say, kill the cat, right? But we got to remember the cat had 9 lives. So the cat must have asked, what if 8 different times.
No, I love that. And, as I'm listening to you, I have some things I want to bring up, but, for those of you on the line here, what if you had access to pin 5, right? What if you use just one of the strategies we talked about on the Sofa Summit? What if you became part of the inner circle? What I love about the what if is it pulls you out of the negative mindset right away, right? And you start to stop beating yourself up a little bit and start looking at the possibilities. And that's what's really important. But you do it in a constructive way. You can't just blindly say, okay, cool, let's do that. You have to say, well, what if I did do that? What does that look like? What could that be? Or what if I do nothing, right? Isn't that the other what if, Terry?
Yes. What if I do nothing? See, nothing changes if nothing changes. If you do nothing, you're going to remain in the same place. And really, it's not remaining in the same place. You're either moving forward or you're moving backward, because the world continues to move forward. If you decide to stay still, you're left behind. And so that enables you to have to expend more energy than necessary if you just went with the flow, right? Going with the flow is what if. Every day I walk out the house, and I tell people this. Every day that you walk out of the house, you can look around and you ask, what problem exists today that didn't exist yesterday that I can create a solution to help solve? Because every day there is a new situation that presents itself. And it presents itself because people ask themselves, what if? And the what if creates scenarios that some people may not find viable, but other people or other creators and innovators might find viable ideas to move forward with new possibilities.
Absolutely. No, I really like that. And, as you were talking about, time and things moving forward, I spend a lot of time with my daughter right now, so I'm going to be bringing her up a lot. But we were in her room and there's a little clock and it was going tick, tick, tick. She says, "Daddy, what's that?" And I'm like, "That's your life."
Mm-hmm.
Every single tick, that's your life. So it's, the time is now to start moving. And in the current economy right now, you heard Terry, he coaches a lot of big CEOs. They're scrambling, right? They're trying to figure out, they have to turn a cruise ship, right? They have to turn the Titanic here. As a real estate investor, with a lot of these strategies that we've been laying out, it's all virtual. We've had a virtual mindset since day one. If you've been following me since 2005, you saw me flipping properties while I was backpacking around the world before it was popular, right? So I built my entire organization. We train people, all of our software is all about how to do this all virtually. So what's great is right now with everyone who's trying to figure it all out, and they're going to figure it out. Don't get me wrong. You got a little window here. These guys are working on it every day. They pay people like, myself and Terry big money to help them figure this stuff out as quick as possible. But as as someone who is starting to grow or accelerate their business, you got a chance right now to, hit the ground running and really move forward in an exciting way. And Terry, a lot of times whenever you and I have our sessions, I'll kind of lay out this scenario, these challenges that we have. One of the big challenges I've had is just the amount of time that I can invest in working right now has been chopped in more than half. Right? I love what I do. I love waking up every day and helping you guys. So it's been so weird to say, all right, Ross, now you can only work about 15 hours a week, whether you want to or not. And Terry, one of the things that you always say to me that kind of brings me back into the productive side of my brain is you say, all right, what are you going to do about it?
Yep, right? Absolutely.
What are you going to do about it? Okay, Ross, cool. You can work 15, 18 hours a week. Great. What are you going to do about it? And tell me why that statement, helps people get unstuck.
Well, what are you going to do about it? Because that's an action statement, right? It means that you have to take action to do something. When you take action, you immediately become unstuck. Oftentimes we think our way to acting, but what I challenge you to do and other clients is act your way to thinking, right? Because when you act your way to thinking, what that does, it moves you to a new reality. Once you move to that new reality, you have to assess that to determine if that's where you want to be. And if that's not where you want to be, or if that is the progress that you're making, then you have to continue to act in order to accomplish whatever your goals may be, right? It's about being productive, right? And if you're sitting around thinking about what you're doing versus acting out what you need to do, you're not going to get anywhere. So instantly when you act, it gets you unstuck. But if you sit around pondering what you need to do, oftentimes you're going to become your worst enemy, because you always find a reason why you can't get something done. And it's real simple. Just act, do something. Nike said it best when they say, just do it.
Absolutely. No, that makes a lot of sense. You know, objects in motion stay in motion.
Yes.
And, you know, if you're stuck right now, if you don't feel like you're moving forward, it's because you're not moving forward. It's like when I'm tired, that's when it's a good time to work out. I know it seems kind of like crazy. It's like, oh man, I'm so tired. But if I can just get up and go for a run, all of a sudden I find all of this energy inside of me. And I'm like, oh, wow, I wasn't tired. I didn't have any momentum. You know, momentum is a really important thing to strive toward and then to protect. That's what we do at Connected Investors. We always want to protect the momentum. With good momentum, you know, a train can bust through a brick wall. With no momentum, a train can't even get started if there's one brick on the track. So, you know, Terry, a lot of people here, they're really excited about investing in real estate. They know that real estate is the millionaire maker, right? They understand that the economy is basically helping. It's like wind to their back as a real estate investor right now. They're stuck behind the screen at the Sofa Summit. What would you say to those individuals? So maybe they don't know anyone, they've never seen anyone be successful in real estate other than the house flipping shows. You know, what would you say to that person who's been thinking about doing something for a long time? And then we're going to talk about the people who are super successful that want to get to the next level. But the new person, you know, what would you say to that individual?
Well, you know, if the new person wants to be successful, they got to figure out what they need to stop doing that's preventing them from being successful, right? There's some things that you have to start doing. There's some things that you have to stop doing, right? And so I work on what do you have to stop doing, right? Instead of having a to-do list, have a not to-do list. These are the things that you don't need to do, so that it will enable you to do what you need to do to be successful. You need to read, right? You need to research, right? You need to get out and look around. Look, you don't have to remake the wheel. There are plenty of success stories out there where all you have to do is study that individual who was successful, implement what they implement, make some tweaks to it, right? But the first thing you have to do is you got to act. As you mentioned a key word, momentum, right? Momentum is key in all that we do. I say go with the flow. You know, think differently, act differently, stop doing things, and it makes a difference.
No, I love that. And golden nugget here, everyone, your not to-do list. How many people have a not to-do list? It's like, if you just figure out what not to do, then the things that you need to do just start happening, right? Because you found all of this extra time. You've stopped all of this negative thinking. We're going to talk about people who have teams up and running as well. But, you know, part of what I need to stop doing sometimes is actually doing stuff, because like I said, I love every aspect of Connected Investors. So I'll jump on the phone with customers sometimes. I'll build a website because it's fun for me. I'll write some emails. And Terry, you're constantly telling me, hey man, you need to stop doing some of those things and empower the team. Now let's talk a little bit about the power of having a team, because day one in the Sofa Summit, if you didn't watch day one, Jerry did a fantastic interview with Sean, our head of marketing here. And he talked about how he started, scaled, and stepped out of his real estate business. And it's all about the team, right? So let's talk about this from two perspectives. First, people who already have some momentum in their real estate business, but they don't have a team yet. What would you say to them?
If they don't have a team yet, it's important when you're looking for a team that you want to understand what the aspirations of a team is. You know, what are their aspirations as they come in to be a part of your team? You want to try to understand what their vision is for being a part of a team, and what their vision is specifically toward the industry, say real estate. If they are of a growth mindset, more importantly, if they are of a mindset where they're looking to learn, right? When you're open to learning, there's so many possibilities and opportunities that exist. When you're looking at a team, you also want to look at what I'm going to call the cultural fit, right? Not that everybody is going to think alike, because you don't want that. You want that diversity of thought, right? You also want that diversity of action. You want a couple of outliers here and there, simply because it makes it interesting. It improves the thought process of everyone. It also improves the motivation and inspiration. So what do they aspire to be within that team? You want to be human as well. And when I say that is, oftentimes when we look at teams and we look at organizations, we look at titles, right? And titles have a way of creating superiority and inferiority relationships. Without the titles, with everyone understanding and knowing, teams work better together, understanding that they're empowered, that they're free to be able to say what's on their mind. They are also free to be able to take risk, yet manage that risk such that everyone knows exactly what's happening with whatever it is, the risk that they've decided to take. And so the most important component to team is the ability to effectively communicate. People have to be able to express what's on their mind, understanding and doing it in a respectful manner. But you always know what your teammates are thinking. And so, you know, we've heard the term or the acronym, together everyone achieves more. That's true if you get the right people on the team. And that takes a little bit of time to kind of understand, and the personalities and culture drives all of that.
Yeah, it's more about, you know, what I heard throughout everything you said is the main goal, the main slogan, the main mission at Connected Investors. And Terry, what's our main mission at Connected Investors?
Advancing others.
Advancing others. And, you know, as you are, you know, thinking about growing your organization, you know, hiring someone to advance you is good, but just thinking through this, I know you might be in a place where it doesn't really, might not make sense, or maybe it does, but saying, how can I bring someone on and advance them up, right? How can I bring someone who's maybe stuck at home, that, you know, doesn't really, is a hard worker, but just hasn't had that chance? How can I bring them into this real estate world? What's cool, Terry, is when people get pin 5 during the SOFA Summit, you get 2 accounts, right? So you can bring someone on, give them another account. That's a SOFA Summit bonus. And then you guys can kind of do it together, because it's a lot better to do it together and be mission driven, right? Yeah. So think about bringing people on that you want to advance, doing it together. You don't have to know all of the answers. A lot of people are like, oh, I can't hire someone. You know, I don't know all the answers. No, you just have to lay out the mission. Yes. You have to lay out the mission, the goal, and find people that are excited about that want to invest in real estate, that want to go help people out of foreclosure and work out win-win deals and build a life for themselves, a legacy to where they can work with you for a while and maybe work their way into partnership with you, or start their own company. So it's really important to, you know, have an advancing others mindset. And that's what we have at Connected Investors. Everything we do here is about advancing other people. You know, my job is to advance the people within the company so that they can go out and advance you guys. My tech team, Marty, who you heard from with the data, empowering him, advancing him so he can give you the best tools, right? Kevin, someone you heard do an interview, advancing him so he can go out and find those asset managers and bring you deals so then you can find that deal, flip it, and advance yourself. Everything that we do at Connected Investors is about advancing others. And, you know, that mindset hopefully can be contagious to those of you on the line, to kind of use that in your own organizations. You kind of touched on it, Terry, but we talked about someone who didn't have a team. What about someone who has a team, right? That all of a sudden COVID hit and the team just kind of fell apart. What were they missing?
It was obvious that they were missing that real cohesiveness, that vision that enabled them to stay together, right? That mission of understanding what it is that we're really here for. Because what that mission does is gives you purpose. So it's quite obvious that there was a loss of sense of purpose when the team, or if the team fell apart. That purpose wasn't there. They were there more for a paycheck than they were for what was best for the organization. You know, oftentimes we get into the Me Too world, right? And a team is about we, right? When you deal with we and you understand that there's a higher purpose, there's a cohesion amongst teams that is different from those who just have the mindset of me or the mindset of the paycheck, right? So it's about purpose. It's about higher purpose, to be honest with you. And your higher purpose, as you talked about, is advancing others, right? Those two words are all encompassing. That means that when your employees come in or your team comes in, it's about, my goal is, if I ask them to complete a task, that task is about helping them to advance. That task is also about helping the organization to advance. That task is also about helping your clients to advance, right? And when your clients advance and they win successfully in the real estate business, it helps their families to advance. It helps generations to advance. It helps legacies to advance. So it's all encompassing. So that's the genius of advancing others.
Yeah, you know, and that's it was a long journey, for me personally, just to figure out, like, what is the main mission of Connected Investors. I went through a lot of those exercises to where we'd write all these words on the board and nothing ever felt right until I really understood what a leader was. And a leader's role is to advance others. That is what you are as a leader. And as the owner of a company, whether it's a real estate investing company or whatever it might be, you are a leader. You are the CEO of your company, right? It's a side hustle if you want it to be, right? But you can really step in and say, I want to be a CEO, and start studying CEOs and see how they communicate, how they kind of build teams, and bring that into your little real estate company. Before you know it, it's not a real estate company, because business as a whole is business. It doesn't necessarily matter what you sell, whether you're selling, phones or, houses. There is the general business practice, and the culture and the mission is something that's not just buzzwords. It's the glue that holds things together through these hard times. Terry, I'll go ahead and just give kudos to my whole team here, because they have been working better and more efficiently ever since COVID, because they understand that now more than ever, they have to help people figure out what to do. There's so many people that are looking for answers right now. We're helping so many people at such a high frequency that our team is just, vibrating at a higher frequency right now. And it's just, the company's growing, even though I'm only able to work 15 to 18 hours a week. It's been transformational to have that mission in your company. So don't think that you're too small, even if you're just a one-man band, right, Terry?
That's right.
Start with the mission.
That's right.
That's how you attract people.
That's right.
Into your world. Terry, we talked about writing out your not to-do list, right? And that's really important. I hope everyone leaves this with that. We talked about how important it is to have a virtual business, to be in the growth mindset, to look at everything, as someone who is curious about what you're going to do about it. For the individuals on the line here that are with their back against the wall, right? They're like, that all sounds good, but they're just, they got their kids climbing on them. The creditors are after them. I mean, it all sounds good, but as far as implementing it, just give a little insight to what happens once that transformation happens in your head.
Once that transformation happens in your head, what happens is you begin to see everything as an opportunity, regardless of what the conditions may be. You begin to act your way to thinking versus thinking your way to act, right? What also happens in the head is there's no longer a blame game. You don't play the blame game on blaming situations or people for what's happening. You take full responsibility and accountability for whatever, but you also develop a solution to move forward. So there's no more of the blame game, right? You don't talk about what someone else created. You talk about what you're going to create and how you're going to move forward, and how you're going to be you're going to be the one who moves the needle. You're actually going to become the needle. So instead of thinking about sitting at the table, you're going to say, I'm going to be the creator of the table. And then I'm going to invite other people around the table. Those are the kinds of visions that you have in your head when you go through that transformation, right? And you understand that that transformation is a journey and is not a destination. And here's a little passage that I'd like to be able to say real quickly. You know, you begin to challenge all of your assumptions when you're in that mode of transformation. You begin to see differences as opportunities, and you begin to build upon your strengths, and you're not really concerned with your weaknesses. And you understand that there's unlimited potential that you can tap into at any given time. And that energy that you need, you understand that there's an abundance of energy, because you begin to ask yourself, what have we run out of since you've been on this earth? And the question is nothing. So you begin to live an abundant kind of mindset versus a negative mindset or a scarcity type of mindset, because it's all abundance. You look at Bill Gates, you look at Warren Buffett, you look at Jeff Bezos. They're all billionaires, but there's still billions of dollars to be made. We haven't run into a shortage of money, right? It's so much to be made. That's when you become a transformational thinker. That's what you understand. It's all about abundance.
Yeah, and one thing I'll point out, the way you started that, Terry, was perfect, because if you're in the blaming mentality, then it's just, you're stuck.
Yes.
Right. And people get very defensive when you try to pull them out of that. You know, someone who can't see opportunity has a hard time when someone tells them, well, there is opportunity, right? Because they're just so stuck in this rhythm, and you can, that's a choice. You can choose to be kind of stuck in that rhythm, and you are kind of orbiting around, that sun, that gravity is keeping you, in this rhythm that you're not able to break. So how important do you think it is to surround yourself with people that have that positivity, right? Because a lot of people, they have the negativity or the blame game, or they're stuck in their own rhythms, whether they might not even understand their rhythms. But then to surround yourself with people that kind of seem to have that magic of just, oh, there's a problem. Okay, cool. Whatever. Let's solve it. Let's go. Do you think that's a way to gain some momentum?
See, a part of transformation will automatically make that happen for you. Because as you begin to transform into this different being, how you see the world changes. What's going to happen is those old friends with negative mindsets, they're going to begin to drop off, simply because they can't understand where you are and the place that you're standing. They can't understand that positivity. All right. They see the outer shell is the same, but what happens is internally you become a different being. And so that automatically happens, that the negative people with the negative mindsets who have the can't do attitude, they'll fall away from you. But on the opposite side is you begin to attract all of those successful people towards you, those people who have like mindset, those people who've done greater things than you, simply because they see the light in you. They see the positivity in you. And so then they begin to share their successes and their stories and their secrets around success. Because what you have to understand about success and transformation is it's open-ended. right? It's really about sharing. It's not about hoarding information, because you understand what a positive mindset and you understand what a transformative mindset. The more you share, the more you help, the more you advance others, the more comes to you that looks just like what you want to look like. So there are a plethora of opportunities just by becoming that transformed mind, which attracts a great deal of positivity towards you.
Yeah, no, that was well said, and I wrote down a few good notes here. I want to share as well. I remember, I don't know if it was a movie or a book, but when a true genius is, if a genius came to this world, the first thing they would ask is, where are the other geniuses? Right? Where are the other geniuses? Because those are the people that they need to be they need to be talking to. So as someone who wants to be successful in real estate, where are the other successful people? Right? Okay, cool. And I was studying mindset and stoicism the other day, and there was this quote from back in the Roman days. I'm going to completely butcher it because I wasn't ready to share it with you, but the individual was talking about how important your inner values and your mindset is. And they said, if you were walking down the street and you saw a nail, you'd make sure not to step on it. So if you're walking down the street and there's an opportunity for negativity, treat your mindset like a physical aspect of your body. Don't step on that nail. When you hear yourself getting into that rhythm, walk around it. When someone is talking negative, have it be like someone dropping a coin into a well with no bottom. They're just talking and they never get anything back from you. And those people will start to, misery loves company. So they'll start to find someone else to talk to that wants to kind of join in that. But don't step on the nail, right? When you see it out there in the streets. Sometimes those visualizations, Terry, just really help me, because I'll start capturing myself go through some motions, like with the Sofa Summit. We're like, how are we ever going to get all these people together? Right? So I just reset and I said, what if we did?
That's right.
How many people could we help? And our team worked around the clock to get this thing together. We're using technology here. This is the first time we've ever used it, right? So it's we made sure all those excuses just kind of stayed on the side of the road, and we just kind of kept pushing. And now we've been able to bring you this amazing event online here, the Sofa Summit. So Terry, we're at the end of the time. I know you're a busy man. Is there anything you want to leave the individuals with before we jump on to the next few important sessions of the Sofa Summit?
I would ask them to really give some consideration to the two words that's most important to you and to connected investors, and that is advancing others. There are a great deal of people who are always in search of their purpose, right? Why do I exist? And it's very simple. You exist to serve. That's it. And through serving, you advance others, right? It's very simple. We as human beings like to think of complexity because we like to think complexity is associated with intelligence. But intelligence really is, how do you take the complex and make it very simple? And so the simplicity and the beauty of your vision advancing others is very simple to understand. And you make those little acts each and every day as your CEO, as a human being, as an organization, to advance others. And that is a purpose and a vision that is to be commended, because that is a vision of humanity, right? Advancing others, regardless of who they are, where they are, what their lot in life is. I want to help advance others. So I commend you and CI on choosing that, doing the work to come to those two words that, as you mentioned earlier, it took you a great deal of time to get there. But that's probably one of the most powerful vision and missions that I've heard, regardless of the size of organization. We just want to advance others. So thank you again for having me as a guest here.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And coming from someone like you with all your experience working with so many CEOs, that definitely means a lot. So Everyone, this concludes our, this segment of the sofa session, but don't go anywhere. We're at the last leg of the most powerful 3 days Connected Investors has ever put together since 2005. Next up, I'm about to jump in front of the screen here and give you a demo of something that is completely changing real estate investing, helping so many people advance in so many ways, making it easier than ever to make money as a real estate investor. I'm also bringing on my asset protection attorney toward the end of this. And guys, I know it doesn't sound, sexy, right? Asset and tax protection, ooh, but let me tell you something. You need to listen to this guy, okay? He's gonna help you avoid some of the landmines. So make sure to clear off the next, few hours here of the day and take notes, because we have some really great things coming up on the Connected Investors Financial Independence Sofa Summit.
I'm a mother. I have 4 kids. And other than that, outside of, running them to sports and all their kind of stuff that they do, I do investing. So that's pretty much my life. I worked for a really good company, had a good job, and I got laid off out of nowhere. So I did a bunch of research and decided, hey, that'd be pretty cool. I originally wanted to do it here in Canada. I decided to, do some research and figure out how I could do it from here inside of the States. And that's kind of where it's led me now. So I actually found the first deal through another wholesaler. And so we ended up actually doing a seller finance where they were going to carry the mortgage. Yeah, we paid for the rehab out of pocket, and we popped it on the MLS. And I think we cleared just over $40,000 between myself and my partner and our project manager. So, and I think that same week we actually got 3 others under contract that are being rehabbed right now and should be on the market here shortly. I researched, every tool pretty much that was out there, and what we really liked with PIN is that it does multifamily, which is huge, and just all the data that you get with that tool. If you know how to siphon through that data and understand what you're reading, then it's so powerful. So that's what we've been using and continue to find deals, all the time on it. That's how we've gotten our last couple deals that we have. And I mean, I've tried probably every tool that there is out there. Be consistent, do it, and find someone, whether it's free, whether it's paid, just find someone that can be like an accountability or a mentor or something to you that can kind of, push you when you think you don't want to do it anymore. Because we all go through that as humans. We all think, I'm just going to give up, So yeah, it's pretty crazy. I mean, it definitely, if you put your mind to it, you can, it's not hard. You can do it.
All right, everyone, welcome to one of the most exciting segments of the Sofa Summit right here, because we're going to talk about the future of wholesaling. And if you've been around Connected Investors for a while, we don't even like to use the word wholesaling anymore. We call it micro flipping, because wholesaling is the old way of doing things, where you have to search for properties constantly, and you have to search for buyers. When you're micro flipping, you're just selecting properties, and you are selecting the buyers in an end-to-end system that allows you to liquidate properties very, very quickly. So with the advancement of PIN v4, we really accelerated the vision of micro flipping very, very far. We made it so you can select properties. You didn't have to search. You didn't have to go to the courthouse. You didn't have to drive around. You didn't have to put up signs. You didn't have to do direct mail if you didn't want to do. You can select the best deals. But we still had a slight problem when it came to liquidating those properties. Yes, Connected Investors has a social network of nearly 1 million real estate investors, and many people upload their property to Connected Investors and it sells. But we wanted to take it a step further. So what we've done is we've launched something called CI buyers. Now, there are iBuyers out there, which are these big Wall Street-backed real estate investors that came into the markets and just started eating up all of the properties. But when COVID hit, a lot of these people, a lot of these companies went away, and they're just now slowly starting to get back into the market. So there's iBuyers, and now there are CI buyers. CI buyers is a nationwide network of verified, experienced, ready, willing, and able real estate investors that can purchase any type of property. iBuyers look for very nice properties in nice neighborhoods with slim margins. That's not what a real estate investor wants. We want a nice property. We want a nice neighborhood with a property that needs repairs with big margins. So what we've done is we're amassing the largest network of verified buyers, and we're going to leverage this network to go out and pick up huge amounts of inventory around the United States. Now, this is going to change wholesaling forever because you no longer have to search for buyers. You can simply just upload your property to the Connected Investors Marketplace, and we can instantly match your property with ready, willing, and able verified buyers that will give you a cash offer instantly. It takes less time than ever before, but we've made it a repeatable, scalable process that you can do over and over again. And what's phenomenal, with PIN V5, you can log right in and find properties that you know will be sold. And let me explain this. There's something you're going to hear us talking a lot about over the next several months, and it's buy orders. Buy orders. What that means is these verified buyers have put in exactly what they're looking for. There's a lot of gurus out there that teach you, build your cash buyers list, figure out what they're looking for, and then create a hot list and send them those deals. We've done that for you at scale across the entire nation. So you don't have to do any of that work. All you have to do is go out and get a property under contract, and you can feed it directly to our group of buyers. So we've shortened the timeline between finding a deal and getting a check to the tune of 50%. We've made it that much easier. We've put you on the 5-yard line when it comes to quickly selling properties. So these buy orders are very specific. They'll say, this buyer is looking for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath property in these areas, in this price range, with this discount. So you know, when you see a CI buyer, that if you go out and get that property under contract, you can quickly sell it. These people are verified. They have the financial ability to purchase properties, and they have an appetite like never before to buy as many of them as possible.
Everyone knows the foreclosure tsunami is coming. With unemployment hitting record highs, banks, homeowners, and even real estate investors will have to liquidate properties at deep discounts. So who will buy the flood of properties? No one person or company could possibly purchase such a diverse pool of properties scattered all around every city, town, and neighborhood in America. However, collectively, we can. Connected Investors is a social network made of nearly 1 million real estate investors flipping and renting properties in every city across the country. We're tapping into our network to amass the largest verified real estate buying group the world has ever seen. The result? An easy, transparent way for people, banks, and companies to sell properties as is, quickly, without an agent, directly to you. Our CI buyers get to review exclusive opportunities to purchase properties not available to the masses in their markets of choice. No marketing costs, no commissions, no negotiating, just the properties you want delivered directly to you. The CI Buyer Program is exclusively reserved for those with a track record of real estate investing success. So if you're actively buying real estate investment properties and have the ability to purchase more, you might qualify. We're only working with a few investors per zip code. So grab your location now before your competition does, as there will never be an easier way to fill your pipeline. If you're watching this video on YouTube or social media, tap the link in the video or in the description to see what it takes to qualify to become a CI buyer. Together, we can help banks, people, and investors quickly sell their properties and collectively do our part to help stabilize the economy. If you've purchased at least 10 properties over the last 12 months, you could qualify. To apply, simply key in the address of a few investment properties you've flipped or currently own. Once approved, you'll start receiving the types of discounted properties you want in the markets of your choice.
It's not about how much money you make, it's how much you have at the end of the day. And people try to take it from you. They might try to sue you, or the government might try to take more than its fair share of taxes. That's why this next session is so important. I'm bringing on an individual from one of my masterminds who has become my personal asset protection attorney and helps me navigate the ever-changing legal and tax landscape. This is a very important session. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to Bob Bloom. Bob, thanks for being here.
Well, thank you, Ross. Pleasure to be here with all of your students. This is Asset Protection for Real Estate Investors. And just a little bit about me. My name is Bob Bloom. I started out in 1985 as a lawyer, been practicing for 35 years. Started in a 1,000-member law firm with offices all over the world. Then went to an international oil company, which is now merged with British Petroleum. Then for a number of years represented the world's largest airline, and by far the funnest job of all. All those years, I was a trial lawyer. I sued people, I sued companies, and really had an epiphany one day and realized that litigation is the biggest waste of time and energy and money and human capital. And so I just quit and became an asset protection attorney because I was able to take everything I learned about suing people and I now use it to protect people from lawyers like I used to be. And I work extensively as an asset protection attorney with real estate investors and business owners. So a little bit about me. Now, the way I'd like you to think about what we're going to talk about today is this. When you are investing in real estate, you're trying to make money, you're trying to score, and we call that offense. Folks, you know, you love to see people score, and that is the fun, exciting part of the game. But a lot of people make a big mistake and think, well, that's all there is to it. I just got to make more money and all my problems are going to be over. Well, you're smarter than that because you know that offense is a very important part of the game, but offense is only half the game. The other half of the game is defense. So when you're making money in real estate, you're playing offense. When we're protecting ourselves, we are playing defense. So my job here today is to teach you defense and the things that we can do to better protect ourselves, our family, and our assets. All right, so the question is, how's your defense right now? And if your defense needs a little bit beefing up, then you've come to the right place. Now, we have 3 goals in our webinar today. And the first is we want to find ways to lower your taxes. We want to protect you better from lawsuits, and we want to reduce the risk of an IRS audit. So the question is, are you protected in each of these 3 areas? So the first thing that we want to do is reduce our taxes, and we're always going to follow the rules, but we want to learn how to slash our income taxes to the bare legal minimum. Now, to follow the rules, we got to know the rules. Congress makes the rules, and Congress has said that there are 3 simple requirements for all of us to satisfy if we're going to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes. Now, the first requirement is very simply to own a business. Now, you and I know what a business is, but we're talking about the IRS, and of course, they've got their own special definitions. So to the IRS, a business is an activity with the intent to make a profit. So you and I, of course, have the intent to make a profit, but how do we prove intent to the IRS? Well, the IRS has 2 possible tests, and one is to show a profit in 3 out of the last 5 years. Well, some of you can do that, but for those of you who may be new to real estate, just getting started, you don't have a 5-year track record, and so we can't satisfy that, and the IRS would assume we don't have a business. And instead, we have what they would call a hobby, which severely limits our ability to take deductions. Now, if we can't show a profit in 3 out of the last 5 years, fortunately, there is a second way we can prove that we have the intent to make a profit, and that is to set up a corporation or an LLC, and then, of course, have a business plan and open a bank account and have, books. That means to the IRS, if we've taken those steps, by all means, we now have proven our intent to make a profit, and we have a business. So the question that the IRS will determine is, do you have a business or do you have a hobby? And if you have a hobby, we have very limited deductions. If we have a business, we have significant deductions for business expenses, which results in much, much lower taxes. So now that we want to have a business, or we can prove we have a business to the IRS, the question is, what business structure will cut our taxes better than any other? And there are many, many ways we could run a business in our country today, but only one of these gives you all the tax deductions and all the goodies in the law, and it is called a limited liability company, or an LLC. But that is true only if it is taxed correctly. Now, I'll explain what I mean by that in just a moment, but before we go there, up at the top of that list was sole proprietor. And I just want to make something very clear. Folks, you never, ever want to do business as a sole proprietor. There is no upside to doing it. In other words, you have the fewest deductions as a sole proprietor, you have zero liability protection, and you have the highest risk of an IRS audit. So there's no reason whatsoever for you ever to do business as a sole proprietor. We want to do business as a limited liability company. And another set of reasons is this: a properly structured limited liability company can beautifully lower your taxes. It can protect you very well from lawsuits, and it can dramatically reduce your risk of an IRS audit. But the problem is, most LLCs don't lower your taxes, they don't protect you from lawsuits, and they don't protect you from IRS audits. And you may wonder, well, why not? Well, they don't lower your taxes because the LLC is not taxed correctly, and typically there are no resolutions in the company documents. They don't protect you from lawsuits because typically people use cookie cutter documents from an online service with no protective language, no keywords. And then they don't protect you from IRS audits because the limited liability company documents simply do not authorize the deductions. And those authorizations are what the IRS is looking for. And people will sometimes think, well, isn't an LLC just an LLC? And it's kind of like saying, well, aren't all mushrooms the same? And the answer is no. There are a lot of different kinds of mushrooms, and some are good for you, and some will kill you because they're poisonous. So limited liability companies come in many different flavors and varieties. There are 16 different kinds of limited liability companies out there. So we've got to understand the differences. So in order to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes, first of all, we want to have a business, but second of all, we want to run that business using the correct legal structure, and that will be a limited liability company with the correct tax method. And that will be different for everybody because everybody has a slightly different business. Now, with the correct tax method, I want to explain what I mean by that phrase. We're going to compare corporations to limited liability companies. Corporations have only two ways they can be taxed. One is an S corporation and the other is a C corporation. By contrast, limited liability companies can be taxed one of four different ways. They can be taxed as an S corporation or a C corporation or a sole proprietorship or taxed as a partnership. So we have much greater choices, far, far better choices with a limited liability company, and we have a much better chance of having the exact correct tax method for a particular business. Now, in 2018, brand new tax cuts became a law, and real estate investors became the big winners because these tax cuts were aimed directly at you. And the reason is that owners of pass-through entities under this new law get a 20% tax deduction. Now, pass-through entities, or sometimes called flow-through entities, are most LLCs, S corporations, and family limited partnerships, but not C corporations. Owners of C corporations, on the other hand, did get a tax cut from 35% all the way down to 21%. So we want to be structured with a pass-through entity that will give you that automatic 20% tax deduction. So limited liability companies are the correct type of legal structure to use, especially for real estate investors, because they give you two significant advantages. The first is great tax savings, and then the second is excellent lawsuit protection. Now, on this topic of lawsuit protection, for just a moment, I want to explain you need to be very careful with what is called a single member LLC. That is an LLC with only one owner, and typically that is you. And the problem is they must be used very carefully simply because single member LLCs do not give you the same degree of protection that multi-member LLCs do. Only 5 states in the country recognize single member LLCs by statute. The other 45 states either do not or they haven't simply decided this issue. So a single member LLC carries greater risk for people using them. Instead, we want to use multi-member LLCs. And then once we have a multi-member LLC, the question is, should we have a manager-managed LLC or should we have a member-managed LLC? And that decision will have significant tax consequences. All right, so Congress has set forth these 3 important requirements for all of us to satisfy if we're going to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes. The first requirement is you want to own a business, and now you know that you can establish the intent by simply setting up a corporation or an LLC. Second of all, you want to run the business with the correct legal structure, and that is an LLC with one of those 4 tax methods, which would be correct for your particular business. And then the third requirement is we must have various protective clauses written into the company documents. If you have a limited liability company, those would be in the operating agreement and various minutes and resolutions. If we have a corporation, those protective clauses would be in the bylaws and minutes and resolutions. All right? Now, on another topic, I want to mention, and this is very related to taxes, if you plan to flip or do wholesale deals, I want you to be aware of a tax trap. It is called dealer status. Now, the IRS will determine you either are a real estate investor or you are a real estate dealer. Now, think of what a dealer is. A car dealer sells lots of cars. But to the IRS, they're not selling cars, they are selling inventory. And the same thing is true with a real estate dealer. In the eyes of the IRS, you're not selling real estate, you are selling inventory. So a real estate dealer is someone who buys and sells property to make money and uses it as his or her primary source of income. So investors who make their living by flipping, wholesaling, or scouting are generally considered to be dealers. So once again, instead of selling cars to the IRS, a car dealer is selling inventory, and the same thing is true. A real estate investor is not selling real estate in the eyes of the IRS, you are selling inventory. And that has significant consequences from a tax standpoint, because when you're no longer selling real estate, but only inventory, now you lose most of the tax benefits that are offered by real estate. In other words, we lose the long-term capital gains rate. When we sell, we have to now pay at our ordinary income tax rate, which is significantly higher. We can lose the ability to defer capital gains through a 1031 or like-kind exchange, because once again, we're not selling real estate, we're selling only inventory. We can't use the installment method. Taxes are due immediately rather than when the installment payments are actually received. That can be bad from a tax standpoint. Fourth, we lose that incredibly valuable depreciation because, again, we're not selling real estate if you're a dealer. And then 5, we may be required to pay self-employment tax on the income we generate from flipping and wholesaling, and that's the ultimate insult. So we lose all of these incredible tax benefits if we are considered to be dealers. So we've got to avoid dealer status at all costs. Now, people will sometimes say, well, how many can you do without becoming a dealer? And the IRS has never revealed what they consider to be a specific number. Remember, it's you're doing flips, wholesale deals, and you're using it as your primary source of income. It is the IRS ultimately who decides you are or not a dealer. So the problem is the IRS doesn't look at your status on a deal-by-deal basis. Once you're a dealer, you are always a dealer. And that's huge for you having significantly worse tax consequences. So the question is, how can you avoid dealer status? And the short answer is we only want to do flips and wholesale deals in an LLC never in your name. Why? Because now the dealer would be the LLC. And if the dealer is determined to be the LLC, now we dissolve the LLC, start up a brand new one, and you continue on with all of the fantastic tax benefits offered by real estate. So once again, we only want to do flips and wholesale deals through a limited liability company, never in your name. All right. Now, one of the things we'll be doing for you is a program called Legal Done For You. I'll tell you more about that as we proceed, but we will be able to sit down with you over the phone and actually create a protective plan for you and set up the right kind of LLC that will lower your taxes, will protect you from lawsuits, will keep you away from dealer status, and will reduce your risk of an IRS audit. All right? Bottom line is you have got to have a plan for your money, because if you don't have a plan for your money, you know who does have a plan for your money? And you're not going to like that plan. All right, well, let's shift gears now and leave our tax section behind for just a few minutes, and let's talk about lawsuit protection, which is critically important for real estate investors. Real estate is considered to be a high liability asset. Now, people will say, Bob, it just seems to me that, you know, there are more lawsuits today than ever before. And I think they're onto something. So let's do this. If we could go back 40 years and ask ourselves a few questions, would you agree that lawsuits are more common today than they were 40 years ago? Would you say there are more things you can be sued for than 40 years ago? Are the damage awards bigger than ever? And is this trend likely to continue? And if you've been paying attention, I think you would have to agree that the answer is yes to every one of those questions. Now, people will then ask, well, why are there so many more lawsuits than ever before? And there are many answers to that question, but one very important answer is the internet. Lawyers jumped all over the internet to figure out how to get more people to sue. So here is an example of a website, canisue.com. Another one, whocanisue.com. Here's how to sue someone, anyone. How's this? How to sue your landlord. Another one is 8 times you can sue a landlord and win. And then ultimately, there's a website that says, so sue me, what can you sue for, and when you should. So these are examples out of hundreds of others of lawyers using the internet to encourage people to sue. Now, if we're going to protect ourselves from a lawsuit, we really need to understand the dynamics of a lawsuit. Where are the pressure points? Well, when a plaintiff is injured, either financially or physically, they're hurt and upset and angry, and they go to a lawyer and they say, I want to sue so-and-so. The lawyer will listen to their case and ultimately say, I'll take your case on a contingency fee basis. Now, that means that the plaintiff, the person who is suing, pays nothing. All the court costs, all the witness fees, all the expenses will be paid upfront by the lawyer. And so the lawyer will get paid contingent on winning. They'll typically take about half of everything they recover. Now, that means that the plaintiff has no reason not to sue, because their thought process will be, well, if I sue and I win, I could get all this money. And if I sue and lose, I walk away and I don't owe a dime. So why wouldn't they sue? There's no reason not to. Now, when you're the one sued, you will never get a lawyer to take your case on a contingency fee basis. Instead, you will be paying hundreds of dollars per hour just to defend yourself so you can keep what you already have. And these lawsuits can drag on for 3 to 5 years and literally bankrupt people just with the legal fees alone. So it's an uneven playing field. The plaintiff has no reason not to sue. You are being financially devastated with all the court costs and fees and lawyers' expenses. And so this drives people to settle cases, even though they've done nothing wrong. They have to pay the plaintiff, pay them off. It's almost a legal form of extortion. All right? Now, if we're going to protect ourselves from a lawsuit, we're going to have to give the plaintiff a reason not to sue. And I will show you exactly how beautiful that can be and how well we can protect ourselves. But before we go there, I want to mention that the plaintiff's lawyer does have risk here, because they want to make sure if they're going to take this case that they're going to actually have a recovery. And so the plaintiff's lawyer has the ability to go to the internet and do what is called an asset search. Now, this is one of hundreds of sites out there that can be used, but here is a typical assignment. It says this site provides detailed financial information to assist attorneys and clients in determining the economic viability of litigation, which means in plain English, how much are we going to be able to get from you when we sue you and win, right? It goes on to say, we identify your bank accounts, your brokerage accounts, your real property, your vehicles, watercraft, aircraft, business affiliations, and other valuable assets to satisfy judgments. So if you own it, they're going to find it. This is a digital age. Now, once they see you have something, they want to know, well, how much? Because they have a lot of cases they're juggling, and they want to know which cases are the most valuable to me. So they can go to another website, and this one will tell them every piece of real estate you own, when you bought it, and what you paid for it. In addition, they can find out if you have various licenses and permits. They can see if you, they can find all your buddies from jail. They can find every place you ever lived, social security information, your current address. And once they've got your current address, they can go to any number of websites and find the county appraised value of your home. Now, they don't really care what the county thinks your house is worth. What they're trying to get at is how much equity do you have in your home? And the reason, obviously, is because if they win a big judgment, they can seize your home in most states and sell the home off and put the equity in their pocket. This next website gives them a real property equity assessment, because this is all public record. Now, it's always been public record, but the difference between today and 40 years ago is the internet. 40 years ago, to do an asset search, they would have to go to this county and do a manual search through all kinds of paper records. They'd have to go to the next county, maybe the next state over. It took too much time and effort and money, and they simply didn't do it. But today, with a few clicks of a mouse, they can know more about your finances than you do. So, folks, if you are not feeling a little bit vulnerable, I'm not sure you're getting the import of what is available out there in terms of information about you. Now, folks, the goal is we want to protect you from a lawsuit. And to do that, we want you to be rich, but when a plaintiff's lawyer does an asset search on you, you want to look flat broke. Now, the way we do that is we all want to own nothing but control everything. We want to get assets out of our names and into a protective entity. And the reason is, if you look broke, the plaintiff's lawyer is going to do some quick math and think, well, what's 50% of zero? Yeah, zero. Well, why would I waste my time and money going after this deadbeat if there's no payoff at the end of the day? And if you look broke, there's a high likelihood they will find somebody better to sue. All right? Now, some of you may be worried, well, I don't want to look broke, because how am I going to get a loan if I look broke? No. This is, you want to look broke only to the plaintiff's lawyer when they do an asset search. When you're applying for a loan, you're going to submit a personal financial statement with everything you have, so the bank will see the whole picture, and it will not impair your ability to get a loan. All right? All right. Now, one other aspect of lawsuit protection is that you actually don't have to do anything wrong to be sued in America today. And that sounds crazy, but it is the fact that I'm going to give you several examples in just a moment. Now, you may be wondering, do I really even know anybody who's been sued? And the answer is yes, because this is a lawsuit. And so now all of us know someone who has been sued. And by the way, this is even called no-fault divorce. Nobody has to prove anybody did anything wrong. Another way you can be sued is you have a business with one person working for you. They injure someone, and you can be sued for what your employee does wrong. Another way we can be sued, having done nothing wrong, is we own real property and someone is injured on our property. When we're the owner of the property, it's a negligence standard, which is a very low standard. You knew or should have known someone could have been injured, and now we can be the liable party for even an intruder or a trespasser being injured on our property. Another way people are sued, having done nothing wrong, is because you simply own your assets with someone else. It's called joint ownership. There are many forms of joint ownership depending upon the state in which you live, and there used to be nothing wrong with owning your assets with your spouse or a parent or child or sibling or a friend. There was nothing wrong with that until June 26, 1985, when the U.S. Supreme Court changed the law by ruling that if you have a joint owner who does something wrong, you can now lose every asset you own jointly with them, even though you did nothing wrong yourself. Well, a fifth way people get sued is because in real estate especially, we often partner with people. And if you're doing nothing more than a handshake deal, folks, you can be in what is called a general partnership. In other words, you don't file to set up any kind of a corporation or entity. You're just doing business with somebody else. And the reason that is so incredibly dangerous is because you can now go broke for what your partner does wrong. So if you want to do business with someone else, you set up a corporation or an LLC or a limited partnership, and now you're not in a general partnership. You have limited liability. Another way we can be sued for having done nothing wrong is because we may be the president or vice president, secretary, treasurer, or director of a corporation, and now you can be sued personally for what the corporation does wrong. The case that comes to mind is the Volkswagen case, where software engineers in the, down at mid-management levels created software to evade emissions testing, and it was the executives, the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer of Volkswagen, who lost their jobs and are facing charges as a result. Now, another way you can be sued is because you're not actually an officer, but you look like an officer. If we have somebody sending, writing the checks to the bank, making the mortgage payments, even though they are not listed as an officer, in court, a judge will say, if you look like an officer or act like an officer or smell like an officer, you're an officer. And I don't care what the paper says. An eighth big way all of us can be sued is because we are the owner of an asset, and that alone can be very dangerous. I'll give you an example. Let's say you're the parent of a teenage driver, and your teenager cannot own anything legally until they reach a certain age, and so the car they start out driving is typically titled in your name. Son or daughter gets into an accident, and who gets sued? Mom and dad. Well, why? Mom and dad weren't in the car, they weren't driving, they did nothing wrong. Well, mom and dad get sued because their name is on the title to the car. And the law assumes if you own the car, you control who you allowed to drive the car. And because you allowed a negligent driver to drive your car, the liable party is actually you. So think hard about what titles you have your name on. Typically, our vehicles, our homes, our bank accounts, our investment accounts. If you're really doing it badly, you've got investment real estate in your name. And for every one of those assets with your name on the title, when you get sued personally, you can lose every one of those assets. So once again, we want to get these assets out of our personal name into various protective entities. There's an old saying that says you want to own nothing and control everything. A ninth way we can be sued is for breach of contract. Don't have to do anything wrong necessarily, but if the other side of the contract thinks we didn't fulfill it, well, they have the right to sue us personally. So to avoid that, I never want you to put your name on a contract as the buyer or the seller or this or that. Instead, we want your limited liability company to be the buyer or seller. And now you are not a party to the contract. The company is the party to the contract, and that shields you from what is called contractual liability. Well, a 10th way that we can be sued is, well, ultimately we all have insurance, but the problem is the insurance may not cover you. Insurance companies are great at collecting premiums. If there's a way they can avoid having to pay, they will. There's an old saying that says insurance is a little bit like a hospital gown. You only think you're covered. So instead, of course, we want to have insurance, but we also want to have a backup plan. So in the event the insurance is not there, we will not be subject to a multi-million-dollar loss. We want to have entities protecting us. Well, we could go on and on with this forever, but not one person on this list had done anything wrong to get sued, and yet they were all sued. And the question has got to be why? And the answer is a legal doctrine in our country, which is called vicarious liability, which basically means we can be sued for what other people do wrong. And so the ultimate question has got to be, how are we going to protect ourselves? Everything we've worked so hard for, everything we want to leave to our families, when they can be taken from us because someone else does something wrong? Well, I want to give you a quick example. One woman wrote in and said, my husband was involved in an auto accident that killed one man and injured another. The second man sustained injuries that cost over $1 million in medical bills. I was sued for everything I had. I hadn't done anything wrong except for owning a Lincoln Town Car in joint ownership. I was being sued for millions and my entire estate was at stake. The question I would ask you to ponder is, does that seem fair to you? She's not even in the car. She did nothing wrong. And yet here she's being sued for millions of dollars. Well, we'll come back to this story with a resolution in just a little while. But folks, the reality is in America today, neither of us has to do anything wrong to be sued. In other words, you can be sued because your spouse did something wrong, an employee did something wrong, an intruder on your property does something wrong, a joint owner does something wrong, your partner does something wrong, your kid does something wrong. In other words, you and I can be sued in America today for what someone else does wrong. So the ultimate question is, with that realization, are you protected at this very moment? Are you protected? Or could you be better protected? All right? The way we protect our clients and keep them off of a list like this is to use what is called a lawsuit protection entity, and that is the tool that can save your financial lives. Now, the term lawsuit protection entity is a generic term under which two very important legal structures may fall. The first is a family limited partnership, and the second is a limited liability company. Now, we've talked a little bit about a limited liability company, so I want to fill you in on a family limited partnership. Limited partnerships are found in our laws under Section 704 of the Internal Revenue Code. They are nothing new. They have been around since 1916, over 100 years, and that means this is bedrock solid law. This is not about to change with that kind of track record. In every limited partnership, there is a general partner and a limited partner. The general partner is typically you, or better yet, a limited liability company or corporation. I'll explain why in a minute. Limited partners are typically kids or grandkids. Now, the reason we want to use a corporation or an LLC as the general partner is because the general partner has 100% control, but also 100% potential liability for any debts of the partnership. So rather than you assume that liability personally, we'll assign an LLC or corporation to be the general partner, and that shields you and protects you from any kind of liability. All right? Now, someone may be looking at this and say, well, I'd love to have a limited partnership, but I'm single, I don't have any kids. How would I do this? Well, you have a corporation or a limited liability company, and your limited partner could be you, or it could be a corporation, or it could be a living trust, or it could be another LLC. So anybody can have a family limited partnership, whether we're single, married, or kids or no kids, doesn't matter. All right? Now, how do we protect our assets with a limited partnership? First, we get it set up. It's got to be done properly. but then we transfer assets into the partnership. So let's take a simple asset we all own. Let's put it here and see how this works. Let's take a savings or checking account. Now, let's do a little quiz to see if we've learned anything so far. If you own your life savings in your name and someone sues you personally, you can lose your money. Let's say you own your life savings in joint ownership and someone sues your joint owner, you can lose your money. So if you don't want to lose your life savings, we want to put our savings and checking account into a family limited partnership, and our stocks or bonds, mutual funds, T-bills, CDs, money market accounts, they are now protected by your limited partnership. So when someone sues you, they get nothing, and you have protected every dime of your life savings. All right. Now, what about real estate? I ran into a guy the other day and he said, I own 25 rental properties. What do you think of that? I said, well, that's good. I said, but how do you own them? He said, just in my name. But here's the problem. He said, last week, the police raided one of my homes. He said, it turned out one of my renters was running a meth lab in the back bedroom. He said, if this dirtbag sold this junk to some kid and hurt a kid, could they sue me? And the answer is, you bet they can sue him. And when they do, what can they take? They could potentially take all 25 rental homes. They could take his life savings. They take his home. He can lose it all because he had, for a legal structure, all of his eggs in one basket. And that's how most Americans are structured. They have no understanding of these various legal structures we're talking about here today. So I would like you to write down rule number 1 and memorize this and never violate it. Rule number 1 is never own investment real estate in your name. Never own investment real estate in your name. Why not? Because if the real estate is titled in your name, you are the legal owner. As the legal owner, you have 100% potential liability. And how much do you control what your renters are doing on your property? 0. So if you own investment real estate in your name, you have given yourself 0 control and 100% potential liability. That is a recipe for going broke. So instead of owning investment real estate in our name, we want to own that real estate in a limited liability company. And now, if you are sued personally, they cannot take the real estate in the LLC. If the LLC is sued, they cannot take your personal assets. Much, much better. Now, what else do we put in a limited liability company? Well, any business assets you may have from various other businesses will be protected beautifully by an LLC. But what do we put in a family limited partnership? Well, we put in personal property to a limited partnership. We put our savings accounts. We put our trading accounts. In other words, we protect business assets with limited liability companies. We protect personal assets with family limited partnerships. And why do we do that? Because now you do not have all of your eggs in one basket. We have reduced your liability significantly. All right? Now, people may wonder, well, why do these tools protect? How does it do it? Well, the answer is a charging order. And a charging order is the remedy that someone receives when they win a lawsuit against you and you are a member of a limited liability company or a limited partner in a limited partnership. Now, without these tools, think of it this way. Let's say the plaintiff loses $1 million somehow. It's your fault for some reason, and now you have $1 million worth of real estate, maybe in your name, and the winner of the lawsuit who sued you can take the $1 million worth of real estate to make them whole. That's a very common remedy. But when you have your assets protected by a limited liability company or protected by a limited partnership, now the remedy is they get a charging order. And a charging order is the remedy they do not want because it gives them 3 migraine headaches. Headache number 1 is the right to seize a certain percentage of your assets from your limited partnership or LLC, and the exact percentage they get to seize every time by law is 0. They cannot seize, attach, or levy upon a single asset in your limited partnership or LLC, and that is the law of the land if you use a properly structured limited partnership. The second thing they get is the right to take the net income of the partnership that you distribute. I'll say that again. They can take the net income of the partnership that you distribute. So let's assume you have $1 million worth of real estate in a limited partnership or LLC, and that $1 million worth of real estate produces, say, $100,000 of net income every year. Well, if the plaintiff has a charging order judgment against you, they can step into your shoes and intercept that $100,000 for the next 10 years until their $1 million judgment is paid off. That is bad law. That's a bad result. And when good lawyers go to work to protect their clients, they want to find a workaround from that bad law. So I'm going to read to you from the limited partnership and limited liability company documents that my partners and I have perfected over many years. This has been called the most protective clause ever placed in a limited partnership or LLC. And listen very carefully, and then you tell me how much of your hard-earned income you will ever be forced to give to someone who sues you. It says, the general partner of the limited partnership shall distribute the net income of the partnership to each partner every year, except the general partner does not have to distribute income if the general partner decides not to distribute any income, which means if someone is ready to intercept that income, you will distribute zero income and they will get nothing. Now, you may be wondering, well, how am I going to get my money? I want the $100,000. There are many, many other ways we can get that $100,000 to you, but we will not call it a distribution. All right? Now, look at this screen for just a moment. The plaintiff has sued you for $1 million. They've gotten none of your assets. They've gotten none of your income. Well, if they can't get anything from you, why would they sue? Why would a plaintiff's lawyer take the case? And plaintiff's lawyers are very well familiar with limited partnerships and LLCs and charging orders. They have no incentive to sue you if they're going to get nothing. But the third thing they get with a charging order is perhaps the best of all. In the year 1977, the IRS issued one of the most famous revenue rulings of all time. And in it, they said, we don't care that the winner of the lawsuit was entitled to get $1 million from you, but they couldn't figure out how to get it. We don't care. But even though the winner of the lawsuit got nothing from you, the winner of the lawsuit will still get a tax bill on the $1 million you never gave them. Folks, who in their right minds is ever going to want to sue you or me with our assets and our family limited partnership or LLC? And the prize for winning is they're going to get none of your assets. They're going to get none of your income. But instead of getting your assets or income, they are going to get a tax bill on the income you never gave them. That is why these are considered to be lawsuit protection entities, because these two tools come with a charging order. So a charging order, I want to be clear, is the remedy for both a family limited partnership and a limited liability company. Now, in order to get these results, the only way to get them is with properly drafted company documents that specifically define the distribution terms. Is that a pro rata or non-pro rata distribution? Is it a mandatory or a discretionary distribution? So the family limited partnership or LLC can protect assets from a lawsuit, but only if it is structured properly with protective clauses and the correct legal structure. All right? Now, people will sometimes say to me, well, that's fine, but I've got an LLC, Bob. I understand, but not all LLCs are the same. In other words, there are about 16 different kinds of LLCs, and just saying I have an LLC doesn't really tell us anything about the LLC and whether it has any protective qualities or not. It's kind of like saying, I like mushrooms. Well, mushrooms are, some of them are good, some of them are bad. That doesn't tell us if it's a good or a bad mushroom. It's kind of like also saying I have a house or I have a house. You could say I have a car or I have a car, or I have a bank account or I have a bank account. You know, these words in and of themselves don't tell us anything about your house or your car or your bank account. So we want to have an LLC like this instead of an LLC looking like this. So to build a house, we're all familiar with the process, and we're going to analogize this to building an LLC that'll actually protect you well. So we start with the foundation, we then frame the house, we then put the roof on, we put the doors and windows in, we work on the interior, and we finish out the interior, and now we have got a fabulous house that will protect us from the wind and the rain and the elements. So the question is this the kind of LLC you have, or is this the kind of LLC you have? And the reason I emphasize this is because people will often go to a Secretary of State website and they'll fill out a simple form, answer 5 or 6 questions, and they've got an LLC. Well, in reality, what they have is a foundation for an LLC. They have a start of an LLC, but this is not a house, and that is not going to protect you from the elements, the wind and snow and rain. It simply will not do it. So to build a properly structured LLC, we want to start with how many members are there? Is this a single member LLC, or can we find another person to make it a multi-member LLC? Because remember, single member LLCs do not give you the same level of protection in most states that a multi-member LLC will give you. 60% of all LLCs out there are single member LLCs. And these folks are going to have a very bad surprise when they are forced into court by a plaintiff and they want to believe that their LLC is going to protect them, and it is shredded by the plaintiff's lawyer. Well, let's go on to the next stage. Who are the members? Well, it could be you and your spouse, it could be you and your kids, or your corporation, or a trust, or another LLC. Let's go to the next stage. Who manages the LLC? Is it manager managed or member managed? That has profound tax consequences as to which one you choose. Let's go to the next stage. How is this LLC taxed? Is it taxed as an S Corp, a C Corp, a sole proprietorship, or it's a partnership? That gives you the opportunity to have the correct tax method, but then you've got to understand each one of those comes with its own set of pluses and minuses and deductions and whatnot. All right, go to the next stage. Are there supporting documents for this LLC? Do we have an operating agreement? Do we have a membership registry? Do we have a capital account ledger, meeting minutes, resolutions? These are the documents that give you the liabilities and protections, because this is where the protective clauses are written in. That's got to be there. All right, the next stage of getting this house set up is, are there keywords, or in other words, protective clauses? Is it a mandatory discretionary distribution? Is it a pro rata or a non-pro rata distribution? That controls whether you keep your money or you lose your money. So the bottom line is this. I want you to ask yourself, is this the kind of LLC I have, or is this the kind of LLC I have, if you've already got one? When we're set up an LLC, this is the kind we're going to do for you. So a complete, correct LLC lowers your taxes, protects your assets from lawsuits, and protects you from IRS audits beautifully. All right? So ask yourself this question. If you have a 1 or 2 page LLC, and that's all the documentation you have, when it comes to write-offs, do you want this kind of an LLC, or do you want a fully documented LLC that authorizes those tax write-offs? When a judge is bearing down on you and a plaintiff's lawyer is trying to take everything you have, do you want a 1 or 2 page LLC protecting you, or do you want this kind of an LLC to protect you? Well, when it comes time for an IRS audit and the auditor says, I want you to give me all of your documents for the LLC, you want to hand them 1 or 2 pages? Or you think you'll turn out better with this kind of an LLC, a fully documented LLC? So people will sometimes say, well, yeah, I got an operating agreement. I'll say, good, how'd you get it? And they'll say, well, I found one free on the internet. Well, yeah, understand, an operating agreement is a legally binding business document that tells you how to operate the company, what to do, what not to do, and most people have never even read that cookie cutter operating agreement that they got for free off the internet. That is kind of like going to a garage sale and picking up a secondhand parachute. You don't know if that thing is going to work or not. You know, this is high stakes, folks. This is your company. This is everything you've worked so hard for over so many years. You have got to make sure that LLC is going to work and protect you. All right? This is not the time for guessing. LLCs that people set up by themselves rarely protect them from taxes or lawsuits. Now, the good news is we can usually fix these LLCs without having to start all over again, and our fix saves you all kinds of time and money, and better yet, finally gives you the liability protection you're looking for. So we have a program that we'll tell you more about in detail called Legal Done For You, and in that program, we will create a brand new LLC or corporation or family limited partnership with all of the protections built in. Or if you already have an existing LLC or corporation, but you're not confident 100% that that LLC or corporation is structured properly to give you all these protections that you're looking for, we can fix that existing LLC. So one or the other, that is included in the Legal Done For You program. Now, several of our clients have written in to give us the results of having these entities. One guy said, after your talk, I got a family limited partnership. I later received some defective product from a supplier and refused to pay. The supplier sued me. He said, as soon as they found out my assets were protected, they dropped the suit and walked away. And why would they do that? Because if you can't get anything from them, what's the point of suing? Well, you might remember our real estate investor whose husband was involved in an auto accident. He killed somebody, and that second man was injured to the point of costing over $1 million in medical bills, and the wife was sued for everything she had. She said, I hadn't done anything wrong except for owning a Lincoln Town Car in joint ownership, and there's the problem, how she was legally structured. She said, I was being sued for millions and my entire estate was at stake. Here's the good news. She said, after the plaintiff's attorney received copies of my limited partnerships, I didn't have to pay them anything. Your structuring saved me over $3 million plus my entire real estate career. I will always be grateful. And then another guy had a little different take on this. He said, excellent. I had no idea that I could protect my assets and screw a lawyer at the same time. Well, in our Legal Done For You program, once again, we will create a brand new, fully protective LLC or corporation or limited partnership, or we will fix an existing LLC or corporation. So these were the kinds of entities that those who just spoke to you mentioned. Now, I want to shift gears for just a minute. I want to talk to you about one last tool that can be a tremendous benefit for all of you. This is an aerial photo of Disney World in Orlando. It consists of 47 square miles and 30,000 acres. Now, the question I'd like you to think about is how in the world did Disney buy so much land without alerting all the individual sellers so they wouldn't raise their land prices? Because if you know Disney is buying, you're going to ask for top dollar. So the way Disney did it was they used what are called land trusts. When you use a land trust, the real buyer remains anonymous. So this is how Disney was able to buy up all this property without alerting anybody. Now, in a land trust, there are three parties. There's a grantor, the person who puts assets into it. There's a trustee, and there's a beneficiary. So the grantor transfers property to the trust. The trustee actually holds title to the property, but the beneficiary is who controls the trust and receives all the income. In other words, the beneficiary is the real owner. Now, how did Walt Disney use land trusts to create Disney World? Well, the grantor was typically a farmer or someone who owned an orange orchard, and the seller would sell to the land trust. The land trust was the buyer. And the trustee was typically a local attorney or somebody. And then the beneficiary was Disney Corporation. So Disney, as the beneficiary, never became known to the public because the real owner or the beneficiary is always anonymous. All right, so how can you use land trusts and how would it benefit you? Well, when you're buying a property, you want the seller to sell to the land trust, which is the buyer, rather than selling directly to you. You will have a trustee who is typically a friend or a relative or maybe an entity, someone whose name is not yours, because that's the name that's going to go on the title. And then the beneficiary is actually your LLC. And the beneficiary is not public, so the real owner remains anonymous once again. And in this way, you can achieve what is called anonymity. So why would you want to use land trusts? Well, because you can remain anonymous. Well, why would you want to remain anonymous? Well, because you can reduce the likelihood of a lawsuit from someone just gratuitously looking for somebody to sue a deep pocket. In other words, if you're using multiple LLCs, and let's say we've got 3 properties in each LLC, well, anybody can look up the name of the LLC, go to the Secretary of State website and see, okay, who owns this? Yep, you do. You own the next one, you own the next one. And in other words, an asset search shows that you own 18 rental properties. But when we use land trusts and have 1 property in each land trust, now the beneficiaries are not public. And so an asset search shows that you own 0 properties. So here's the question. Who's going to be the bigger target of a lawsuit? Someone who owns 18 properties or someone who owns nothing? Yeah, the deep pocket is the bigger target of a lawsuit. So we would use 1 land trust per property. And some of you are thinking, oh my gosh, how expensive is that? Well, the good news is it's not expensive. There are no filing fees for a land trust, unlike limited liability companies. So it is very economical to use land trusts. So anonymity simply reduces the risk of a lawsuit because you don't look like a deep pocket. Now, a second reason you might want to use a land trust is because you can transfer the title of mortgage property without triggering what is called the due on sale clause. With mortgage property, there is a problem, and it is the due on sale clause. Now, in every traditional mortgage document, this due on sale clause appears, which basically says if you transfer title or any interest in the property, now the bank has the right to call the loan. In other words, the entire balance of the loan is due on the sale of that property. Well, that means that if you transfer a property you have a mortgage on into an LLC, it can trigger the due on sale clause. And that was a problem because people obviously want to protect themselves better than having all of this real estate in our personal names. So Congress remedied this problem in 1982 by passing what is called the Garn-St. Germain Act, which prevents a lender from calling a note, or in other words, exercising the due on sale clause when the property is transferred to a revocable trust. A land trust is a revocable trust and satisfies this act as long as the property is residential and is 4 units or less. So now we can transfer mortgage property into a land trust and it does not violate the due on sale clause. That's great. But there's one problem, and that is if you are the beneficiary and if you are sued, now they can take the property. So instead, we want the beneficiary to be a limited liability company. Why? Because now, if you are sued, the beneficial interest is protected by the LLC and they get nothing. All right? So the LLC protects your beneficial interest beautifully. So there are a number of reasons why you will want to use land trusts in your real estate investing. And the first is you achieve anonymity, which reduces the risk of lawsuits. Second of all, you have lawsuit protection for your mortgage property when the LLC is the beneficiary, and it avoids the due on sale clause, so you can transfer mortgage property out of your name and into a land trust with a better protective structure. And then ultimately, too, you can often sell the beneficial interest without having to go through all the things such as a property closing and title insurance and a survey and all the things. And oftentimes it can avoid any kind of a transfer tax. So very good reasons why you may want to use a land trust. Now, one of the great things we're going to be able to do for you is provide to you all of the documents necessary for a land trust. Now, these are simpler documents than a limited liability company. These are the actual documents I use in my law practice. We're going to make them available to you as a template. For each blank line, I put a little number, which corresponds to a set of instructions. So for example, line 1, put the name of the trust. This can be any name. You just make up a set of numbers. Number 2, what's the state where the property is located? What is the date when you sign it? Who's the name of the trustee? What's the name of the beneficiary? That's the name of your LLC. Name of the county, name of the state. What's the address of the property? This is something you can do. And there are a very limited number of variations on a land trust. So I have total confidence you can do this by filling out the template. I give you a completed land trust so you can see exactly what it ought to look like with all the information included. All right, so you will have the templates for creating land trusts, and that means you can create unlimited numbers of land trusts and thereby increase your liability protection and reduce your costs. Now, we all own assets and we want to own more. But the question is, if you build a great structure on a bad foundation, you know what's going to happen. It's going to fall down around you. So the question is, how should we be structured? And the common ways people own their assets is in joint ownership or their name, or maybe even in a living trust. Well, the problem is if you want to own everything in joint ownership, you have all of your eggs in one basket. And even worse, when someone sues you, they can take it all. If you own everything you have in your name, somebody can sue you and take it all. And even if you have it in a living trusts do not protect against lawsuits. They can sue you and take it all. So instead, we want our assets to be in one or more lawsuit protection entities. So now when they sue you, what do they get? They get nothing but a tax bill. So let's do a little quiz. If you want to protect your assets from a lawsuit, the tool you will set up is a limited liability company and or a family limited partnership. If you want to eliminate probate, we didn't talk much about this, but it would be a living trust. And if you want to pay the bare legal minimum in income taxes, the tool you would want to set up is a limited liability company or a corporation with the correct tax method for your particular business. These are your major defensive tools. And if we had a legal structure that looked something like this, would this legal structure protect you from a lawsuit better than just having all of your eggs in one basket? Or if we had a legal structure that looked something like this, would this legal structure let you pay lower income tax, lower payroll tax, lower capital gains tax? And the answer is yes. So these are the legal structures that we use for lawsuit protection. And the ultimate question I want to ask you is for you to ask yourself, are you protected as we speak right now? Could you be better protected? And if the answer is no, you're not protected, we could be better protected, then I'm going to introduce to you Legal Done For You. Now, some of you may need to go. You already know you need to get this, so go ahead, and if that's the case, go ahead and take this URL or call these numbers. It is a $997 webinar special, but if you can stay with me for just a couple more minutes, I'll explain what is in the Legal Done For You program, and you're gonna love it. First of all, there is a consultation with me, and we will sit down over the phone, of course, to determine a number of things. We'll determine, does your existing entity, if you have them, protect you? Does your entity minimize taxes? Can your overall structure be improved in some way? And is your structure scalable? In other words, can you grow with that existing structure? We'll determine the best state to set up in, the best structure. We'll help you determine the best tax method for your particular business. And these points are really critical because they control whether your LLC is going to protect you, lower your taxes, and let you do business profitably. This consultation is what you don't get with these do-it-yourself online LLCs, and yet it is the most important step of all, because without a plan, you're just pushing buttons, filling out forms to create LLCs. You have no idea what the consequences are. All right. So through this consultation, design a protective structure for you. All right. That may be one or more. So as an example, just setting up a beginning entity, you're brand new to this maybe, we set up a properly structured LLC with all the protections built into it. All right, that's one possibility. Other possibilities for some of you may be a more complex structure. And some of you may look at this and say, well, that's great, but I've already got an LLC. Well, that's good. You've got one club out of the bag. But we don't play 18 holes with a 3-wood alone. There are different strokes, different tools to accomplish different things. So the value of these tools is not just having an LLC here or there, it is having them work together. And so some examples of that might be, this is a diagram I made for one of the clients. It shows the relationship, the interrelationship of these entities, one with another. We had one client who was a prolific real estate investor, and every time she bought a property, she just set up an LLC, went to the Secretary of State website, filled out a little form, and did nothing else. Well, the problem was none of those LLCs were going to protect her, and even worse, she had a hodgepodge. She couldn't keep track of what she had. So we were able to look at this, pull it all together into a comprehensive structure, and we accomplished a number of things. We reduced her taxes significantly. We protected her way, way better from lawsuits and dramatically reduced the risk of an IRS audit. And we also reduced her operating costs because now she had far fewer tax returns to file. So we can do wonders by pulling together and creating a structure from the entities that you already have. Here's another example of how we might structure someone. This is getting a little more complex for someone with more assets, but we may have a management company. We may do flipping in a separate LLC. We could have a holding company, and then the holding company owns the LLCs that actually hold title to the properties. And that's above the line business assets, but below the line, we're still protecting personal assets as well with a family limited partnership and a trust. Another example might look like this, because they're all different. Ultimately, everybody is different, and these entities need to be customized. Here's another example. This was someone with a number of businesses and a number of properties. But the bottom line is this: the structure we would design for you will be rock solid asset protection. And that is the key. And the point is that we will design that protective structure when we're able to sit down with you over the phone and work on it for you. Now, Legal Done For You also includes one custom entity. So if need be, we'll set up a new LLC for you, or a corporation, or a family limited partnership, or we will fix or restructure any existing LLCs or corporations that you already may have. And that is exactly the goal of that consultation. We can fix those entities that don't protect you, or they're simply not taxed correctly. So that is a second feature of Legal Done For You, not only the consultation, but also fixing or setting up a new entity for you. We'll be providing to you all of my documents for land trusts, so you can literally create unlimited numbers of land trusts in a very economical way, because there's no filing fee for a land trust, and there's no annual renewal fee for a land trust. So we'll provide the exact documents I use in my law practice. A fourth thing we'll include with Legal Done For You is an asset protection hotline for any questions you may have. That'll be included, and you'll be talking primarily to me to answer your questions for you. Now, these structures make the plaintiff's lawyer's job much more difficult, much more time consuming, much more expensive, and much more frustrating. We make this a very difficult game for the plaintiff to play because you have such a good defense. And that is the goal, to make sure you are well protected, because remember, the plaintiff's lawyers are looking for the easy case, the quick settlement. And if they've got to figure out, well, who owns what and what goes where, they're a whole lot less interested in pursuing that kind of lawsuit. One woman said, my husband and I have 2 of your lawsuit protection entities. We took them to our attorney, and he said they were bulletproof. So for those of you who know that you need to be better protected, you need to lower your taxes, you need to reduce your risk of an IRS audit, the time is now for you to get Legal Done For You. And you can do so by going to the URL website or calling either one of these numbers. Now, it's a $997 fee, and we'll show you 3 bonuses when you purchase now. The first bonus is you will have an ebook for tax savings. It's called Money in Your Pocket, and these are the 10 biggest tax breaks for landlords. The second bonus is an ebook on how to operate your LLC in order to minimize taxes and protect you from liability. Because we're going to create these structures for you in the most protective way, but you also need to operate these entities in a way that will enhance the liability protections that we build in rather than detract from them. The way you operate your LLC can make all the difference in the world. The third bonus is we're going to discount any future entities that you may want to set up to $697, and that is a major, major discount. So just to review, Legal Done For You includes, first of all, an asset protection consultation, which is easily worth $500 for the time we spend, one custom LLC or corporation or limited partnership, unlimited land trust templates, and a hotline support for 12 months, plus these 3 bonuses, and that is easily a $2,900 value. Now, you already know that as a result of being on this webinar, you're spending this time with us today, educating yourselves. We will dramatically reduce that cost to $997, and that is a webinar special. That will be available for the next 24 hours after this webinar ends. So, folks, that is Legal Done For You. It's a wonderful program that will help you tremendously. And so for those of you who know you need better protection, lower taxes, a reduced risk of IRS audits, go to this URL or call these numbers and you can get your $997 webinar special discount. So when you have offense and defense together, you've got a much better chance of winning the game. When you go into battle, you have a sword and a shield. How long do you think you'd last without the shield? And people often say, I think I get this. Offense and defense are just different sides of the same coin. If you're doing one, you really got to do the other. And so it's true that when you have offense and defense together, you have more money because you're making more and you're keeping more. You have greater financial security. And when you have greater financial security, you finally have peace of mind. Folks, one guy summed it up by saying, the most important thing is knowing that my wife and kids are protected forever. And that is asset protection for real estate investors. Those of you who know you need to be better protected, you need to lower your taxes, you need a reduced risk of an IRS audit, go to this URL or call these numbers and order your Legal Done For You program. It's a $997 webinar special discount. And that's going to be available for the next 24 hours after this webinar ends. I want to thank everyone for being on this webinar today. I'm going to turn it back over to Ross. Ross, thank you too.
Hey, it's Ross Hamilton, CEO of Connected Investors. And in this very short video, I'm going to show you how to get funding for any type of real estate investment. And all you have to do is use your phone. I'm actually going to do it right here while we're talking. But the first thing I really want to mention is this does a lot more than just connect you with lenders. It ensures that you don't fall victim to any scams. Whether you're inside the Connected Investors community on Facebook, on LinkedIn, there's so many scam artists out there that try to waste your time. There's a lot of brokers out there who don't know what they're doing. So we replace the brokers and make sure you're not talking with scammers. Super important. So let me show you how you're going to get funding for your next deal. You're going to take out your phone and you're going to visit CIX.com. The first question will say, how much do you need? So you might need $200,000. Then it will say, do you need a purchase or a refinance? We have loans for both type. Purchase. What type of deal is this? We can help you with residential fix and flips, buy and holds, multifamily, commercial, and also ground up construction. So you're probably going to do a fix and flip. Then it'll ask, how many deals have you done? Answer this honestly. How long do you need the money? If you need the money for 0 to 12 months or 24 to 60 months, we have you covered. You'll click that button. Will you be living in the property? This portal is just for non-owner occupied investment real estate. So I want you to go ahead and hit no, you're not going to be living in the property. Then you'll go ahead and answer the question, how's your credit? This is self-select, but a lender will pull your credit before they lend. So make sure to answer honestly. Then it will say, do you have the property under contract? It doesn't matter if you have the property under contract or not. You can still start talking to the lender that's going to help you get to the other side of your deal. How much equity is in the property as it currently sits? An important question. There's one of 5 choices. Then it will say, what's the maximum amount you can put down? This is the most important question on the whole form. It doesn't have to be your money, but someone on the other side of the table is going to have to bring some money to the table, at least 10%. So go ahead and choose around 10%. Then after that, it will ask you for your contact info, just your name, your email address, your phone number. You'll have to verify your phone number. Just like we verify lenders, we want to make sure you're real as well so lenders don't waste their time. You'll hit go, and within minutes, if you're doing this during the week, during normal business hours, you'll be on the phone with a private or hard money lender that's ready, willing, and able to lend on your type of property. Your funding problem is 100% solved. So if you have a property you have your eye on, if you have a property under contract, go ahead and click the orange button on this page and apply for funding. All right, there you go. All right, everyone. That's a wrap to the first Financial Independence SOFA Summit. Based on all the feedback, the shares, and the engagement, I know you got a lot of value out of it. Hopefully by now you've had the opportunity to check out Pin 5, and I want to congratulate everyone who jumped on board and got Pin 5 during the SOFA Summit, where we gave the best pricing and a lot of extra bonuses. Make sure to take action now, because all of the summit bonuses are coming to an end. So again, I want to thank everyone who contributed, all of our guests. I want to thank all of our viewers and anyone who sent us a comment, and I look forward to seeing you on the inside at Connected Investors. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to the 2020 Financial Independence SOFA Summit, presented by Pin 5.
All right, hello, welcome to Connected Investors. Let's meet some folks just like yourselves. There's new technologies like the personal computer and a program you're hearing about soon called the Internet.
Ross Hamilton founded Connected Investors back in 2005.
COVID-19 has battered the global economy.
The value you have in your home is the value you have right now as a person.
We're going to see the entire world get flipped on its head after this.
COVID cases are exploding. Staggering levels of unemployment. Real estate shift. Somewhere between
Unprecedented.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the SOFA Summit. I hope you've been enjoying yourself and learning a lot. I'll tell you, every time I hear these individuals talk, I learn something. All the speakers here are part of my inner circle, and the individuals I go to when I'm stuck, right? When I need some motivation, when I need some advice, when I need some insight. So I'm really excited that you've had this opportunity to get to learn from the same people that I learned from. So this next presentation, I'm really passionate about, because when I boil it down, when I look back over my career, I'm about to share with you exactly why I've been so successful as an entrepreneur. When so many good, talented people, they start, they stall, they fail. These are the 2 greatest truths that I've ever discovered. Millions of people are getting ready to spend the next several years struggling with this recession, while others are going to become millionaires over that same time period. So I want to make sure that you come out of all of this craziness on the winning side, better off than when this all started, and you become wildly successful during these times. So I want you to go ahead and get ready, take notes, and prepare to see something that will really excite you, motivate you, and make you want to revolutionize your real estate investing business. Because what I'm about to share with you is the single greatest reason behind my success and everyone else that has presented to you thus far. Many of you know my story and know that I was a rising BMX star that suffered a career-ending injury and really didn't have any options at that point. I was going all in. I thought I was going to be a professional BMX rider, and then I could never ride again. And my first job, I was literally a dumpster diver. I would drive from dumpster to dumpster, and I would recycle scrap pad, and I'd bring it back to a warehouse, and I'd have to put it in a baling machine and then load it up with a forklift into a truck. And I just looked at myself one day and I'm like, life wasn't supposed to be like this, right? I was supposed to be a superstar. I went from signing autographs to getting people to sign my cast. So at the time, the internet really wasn't what it was today. So I'd stop at Barnes and Noble after, my dumpster diving, smelling horrible, but going through all the books on success. And I found one that literally changed everything. And it was Think and Grow Rich. Have any of you ever read Think and Grow Rich before? If you had, go ahead and chat, let us know. Have you read it recently? There were two things in that book that were so massive, they changed everything for me. As soon as I read the words, I made it my mission to discover if they were actually true. They sounded so simple. Do you want to know what these two secrets are? Go ahead and type yes in the chat box. I want to make sure we're going to be engaging throughout this presentation here. Okay. I see a lot of yeses there. So here you go. Rule number 1, when riches come, they come so quickly in such great abundance that one wonders where they have been hiding during all of those lean years. For those of you that read Think and Grow Rich, do you remember that line? Just think about it for a second. Do you really think he means what he's saying? The floodgates open and money just starts pouring in. Could something so crazy sounding be true? And rule number 2, if you want to be successful, not just a little successful, but when you want riches coming in abundantly, you have to be part of the right mastermind. Napoleon Hill doesn't make any real claims or guarantees in that entire book. But one thing he says is a mastermind will safeguard against failure. Again, these are so important. They're worth repeating. And I encourage that you write these down or at least take a screenshot of this. But again, if you want to be successful, not just a little successful, but have the type of success where riches come in quickly and abundantly, you have to be part of a mastermind. And just know this, when riches begin to come in, they come so quickly in such great abundance that one wonders where they have been hiding during all of those lean years. I remember when I first read those 2 secrets to wealth and success, I knew if one were true, they both had to be. I also knew that I didn't have riches coming quickly, but in my mind, that was now the definition of success. So I turned to the other piece of advice that I could actually do something about. If I wanted to be successful, I needed to be part of a mastermind. It seemed logical to me that if I followed the first piece of advice, the second would follow. So that's when I decided I needed to find a mastermind. I searched high and low, and then I finally found the one that I really needed to be a part of. And to get in, it was $25,000. The people that were part of this mastermind were like the insiders. They were part of an inner circle. It seemed like they knew things that no one else did, and they were able to do things that no one else was able to do. They were wildly successful. And if they ever ran into any problems, they were always able to figure it out right there at the mastermind. So I knew being part of that group was like my front of the line pass. Or for those of you who have been to Disney, you ever been to Disney, right? The Disney Fast Pass. Now, you might have heard of the Disney Fast Pass, but what most people don't know about is the Disney VIP experience. At Disney, you can spend a little over $8,000 to have a Disney employee walk you through the park right to the front of any line. And you can get on any ride and ride it as many times as you want, over and over and over again. You don't go to Disney to stand in line. You go there to have fun. And that's exactly what the mastermind did for my wealth and success. It was like a VIP pass. I was walked directly to everything I needed. Now, keep in mind, at the time, I was making $12 an hour. So just to join this inner circle, I had to invest an entire year of blood, sweat, and tears. Now, think about that for a second. What are you willing to give up a year of your life for? I still remember getting in the car after making that investment. I was so excited because I knew this was what I needed. It was going to be life-changing. Napoleon Hill said you had to be part of a mastermind of the right people. I found that mastermind and I got over my fears and I made the investment. But then I pictured trying to explain this to my friends and family, and I got that weird feeling in my stomach. The average person would never be able to understand why I made the investment I just did. These were the same people that told me to go to school and get a job. Never did they think you should invest in real estate. You should start a tech company. You should invest in your relationships. They wanted me to go get a job, work hard, and make someone else rich. Now I'm about to show you an image that I found literally moments before jumping on the call here. And if you're currently an employee and you're futures in someone else's hands, this is really going to upset you. But if you're an active real estate investor or business owner and entrepreneur, then you're going to be nodding your head, agreeing when you see this right here. So my boss arrived at work in a brand new Lamborghini. I said, wow, that's an amazing car. You know how he replied? Well, if you work hard, put in all your hours, and strive for excellence, I'll get another one next year. How does that make you feel? What side of the equation are you on? Now, if you know me, you know I'm not about extravagant cars like Lamborghinis or anything like that, but this perfectly illustrates the difference between an entrepreneur's mindset and an employee's mindset. And in my young life, I went from hanging out with a lot of employees to hanging out with a lot of entrepreneurs. And that's why I saw such success so fast. Let me just talk a little bit about my first mastermind experience. After I made that $25,000 investment that I didn't tell any of my broke friends about or my family, because I didn't want them to know I depleted every dollar I had saved my entire life just to hang out with successful people. That one decision is responsible for creating millions of dollars for me, my family, and impacting the lives of millions of other people. You know, how is that? It's how Connected Investors came to be. I would have never had the confidence, the connections, or the insights to start a tech company like Connected Investors. I'm not even really good at the internet or good at computers. At my house, my wife sets up all the electronics. But the mastermind helped me overcome all of those limitations. Plus, I was a young real estate investor. I had no money. I had no experience, but it was my mastermind that helped direct me. It's always easier to connect the dots looking back. And when I look back over my life, I can draw almost a straight line from that mastermind to every business success that I've ever experienced. The people that I've shared with you through this SOFA Summit and everyone who's coming up to speak, every single presenter at this event came into my life and is now in your life through my masterminds. That's why I'm sharing them with you. That's the reason I've invited them. They're on the bleeding edge of strategy, technology, information, and education. They are the undisputed experts in their field. Every one of them does millions of dollars a year without breaking a sweat. They are as good as I am, if not better, at the subject matter that they're sharing. And yes, they're all members of my Inner Circle Mastermind. Just think about it. The people that I've brought together for the SOFA Summit, they've been in my life, helping guide me through all of this craziness for nearly a decade. Imagine if you had someone like Dave Steck in your life, who is winning the money game at every single level, helping you put together the pieces of your real estate puzzle. John Cochran, who knows the latest and greatest subject to strategies. Jerry, who has completely automated and outsourced his entire real estate investing business and is a marketing genius. What would they do for your real estate investing business? Plus, if you get the inside scoop on data and information and access to properties and people, everything just gets easier when you're part of the right mastermind. There is so much power in mastermind, but there's even more in my Inner Circle Mastermind. Everyone is there to help. In the group, there is no competition, just sharing, guidance, and support. For the people on the line that haven't had the benefit of reading Think and Grow Rich yet and really learning exactly what a mastermind is, high level, it's a group of like-minded people coming together for a common goal, all dedicated to help add a zero to the end of what you're making. So if you're making $60,000 a year, how can we get you to make $600,000 a year? My masterminds have added zeros to the end of my income multiple times. Some meet once a year, some meet twice a year. My group right now in this economy is meeting monthly because things are changing so often. It's great meeting monthly because each time you reach a new barrier, the mastermind group helps you knock it down. If there's an unexpected barrier that comes up because of the economy, collectively, we come up with a way to knock down that barrier. And now we're recording all of our mastermind meetings. So if you miss a session, no worries. I mean, obviously, I strongly recommend that you never miss one because there's nothing like the one-on-one interactions with the individuals that are in the group. But I get it. Life happens. So rather than making you miss valuable insights and information, in this fast-paced market, you have an archive of your meetings for the entire year. Now, let me explain why, even if you're in other masterminds or you've never been in a mastermind before, why you need to be part of this mastermind. Being Connected Investors, we can provide you with access to the people, the properties, and the private lenders that no other mastermind can. But high level, we work on exponential improvement, adding a 0 to the end of your current paycheck, no matter where you are. If you're already making $1 million a year, let's get you to $10 million a year. If you're making $50,000 a year, let's get you to $500,000 a year. Accelerated discovery. This is that front of the line VIP pass at Disney, right? Where you get walked right to the front of the line, right to the front of the real estate world and get access to the resources that you need. Rapid results. In today's fast-moving world, he who learns fastest wins. Instant feedback. You need to know if you're right or wrong, if you're on the right or wrong path very, very quickly. It's all about course collection. Success breeds success. You're hanging out with very successful individuals. You've already met a handful of our members throughout the Sofa Summit. Being part of a mastermind helps you make fewer mistakes, what to do and what not to do, because you get to learn from other people's success and other people's failure. Increased opportunity and awareness. After being part of this mastermind group, you're going to think slightly different. You're going to see real estate in a different way, and you're going to get access to things that you've been locked out of. Most importantly, accountability. We're going to make sure that you do something. This group is designed to kick your butt, to celebrate your success, but not let you wallow in any failures and get stuck in excuses. Most importantly, not to let you do nothing. You know, there has to be a reward for taking action, and there has to be a consequence for inaction. So now let's break these down in a little more detail, and I'll explain how we deliver on this at the Connected Investors Mastermind. Exponential improvement. The image you're seeing here is an illustration of compounding interest. You take a grain of rice or a penny and you double it every day. Day 1, you have a penny. By day 10, you have $5. But by day 30, you're at $5.3 million. And the mastermind is about improving in all areas of your life. And the biggest reason you join a mastermind is to discover how you can get better results faster than you ever thought possible. It's like putting your foot on the accelerator. The pedal is to the metal. It's steroids for your business. It's like a legal performance enhancer. So the big question, how do you get better at anything? Back when I thought I was going to be a BMX star, every single day, I rode my bike with Dave Mira. Does anyone know who Dave Mira is? He is the Michael Jordan of BMX. He won more X Game gold medals than anyone else. And I got to ride with him every day. That's why I got good so fast. So you get better at anything by surrounding yourself with people who are better than you are at that thing. So if you want to become a wildly successful real estate investor, who do you surround yourself with? People that have done one deal, people that hang around the RIAs and never do anything, your friends that are sad and broke. No, you surround yourself and start working with people like you've heard from throughout the Sofa Summit. People that don't make excuses, they make money. How many of you want something like the Sofa Summit on a more frequent basis? Now imagine if you had a VIP backstage access to everyone once a month to brainstorm about how to make you more successful. That's exactly what we're talking about here. That's why I've been so successful in my life. I was a C student. My job before investing in real estate was a dumpster diver. I realized I needed a shortcut or I was doomed. And that's when I found the mastermind. Now let's talk about accelerated discovery, because there's two types of people in this world. Those who use what others have done to help them stand on the shoulder of giants, or those who want to reinvent the wheel for themselves. Let's talk about the consequences of each. Years ago, my greatest mentors told me something I'll never forget. They said, you're going to pay for your education one way or another. You can either choose to learn through trial and error, and this is reinventing the wheel, and you'll get a PhD from the School of Hard Knocks and come out the other side saying, I tried real estate, it just didn't work for me. It must have been the market timing. You know, this is the number one mistake that rookies make. They don't know what they don't know. And there's actually a technical term for that. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect. Anyone ever heard of that? The Dunning-Kruger effect? The less you know, the more you think you know. The more you know you have to learn. I can't tell you how many rookies have thrown away or passed on a deal because they didn't think they can make any money on it. And then the expert takes that deal and makes a fortune. What does the rookie get? Nothing. Not because the expert is taking advantage, but because the expert can see what the rookie cannot. Have you ever experienced something like that? You watch someone else make money where you didn't? I have. And it was frustrating. It drove me nuts. At first, I thought it was luck, or these rich people were doing something wrong. Then I discovered it was experience. And the fact that if they had a problem, they can go to a network of people and leverage their experience. They could see what I couldn't see. And the only way I can start to see what they saw was if I knew what they knew. I'll let you in on a little secret I discovered the hard way. All free information has its limitations. Why? Because it's up to you to figure out how to piece it together, and you have to pay for the mistakes and the time. Isn't this really why you're here? To learn from the experts? But the problem is you're stuck behind the screen. You have your notepad full of notes, but you don't have any access. When you started using PIN or getting into wholesaling or subject to investing, or if you're going to start using bots or whatever the strategy is, your efforts are greatly accelerated when you're surrounded by the right people, like Dave Steck, the market timer, Sean Young, Jerry Stevens, George Newberry, and all the other presenters that are members of the inner circle. It's all about guidance. I'll tell you, I wish I would have taken a picture of this because it was a complete disaster. This is a stock photo, obviously. But when my daughter turned 3 years old, which was very recently, I wanted to make her these special lemon lavender cupcakes from scratch. So I got all the stuff together. I got the YouTube video. I got the step-by-step instructions. I'd never really baked before, but I figured I can follow instructions. I never measured everything out perfectly. And then I put them in the stove and they started to smell really good. And I walked over there and I turned the stove light on. And this is what my cupcakes looked like. I didn't get that big fluffy cupcake. Instead, there was like a sinkhole in the middle of my cupcake. So I was scratching my head doing all this research, trying to figure out what the heck happened to my cupcakes. And it turns out that I actually mixed the batter a little bit too much. So because I mixed the batter just a few too many times, I didn't get the results I wanted. Now, this didn't cost me anything. It wasn't my life. It was a few bucks, and an hour of my time. But YouTube University failed me. There's no free anything that gets you everything that you need. So now translate this over to your real estate investing business or your journey as an entrepreneur. You're going to have lost profits, increased expenses, missed opportunities, wasted times, and you're going to make rookie mistakes. Or you can avoid all of these headaches by taking the shortcut to success by having others look over your shoulder, helping you throughout the process. Wouldn't you kill for someone to take you by the hand and show you month after month what's working? I know. That's my very reason I stay in masterminds. And when I was on the homepage of Entrepreneur Magazine in my early 20s, it was only because of my masterminds. I was able to leverage the experience, knowledge, connection, and mindset of other successful people, and it greatly accelerated my success. We're talking about rapid results. This is modeling at its finest. Every month, you'll learn from some of the greatest real estate minds and instructors in the industry on how people are doing deals today and making money. Again, it's like having a backstage pass to all the speakers here at the Sofa Summit. And we're not talking about peasant money. We're not talking about trading hours for dollars. We're talking about real freedom-generating money. During the mastermind, members pick apart the process step by step so you know how to do what these other featured mastermind members have done. How do you think that would help you? Who else wants that? And go ahead and type yes in the chat box. This is how you get in the express lane and see what's working and, most importantly, what's not. Instant feedback. And this is really important because this is your course correction. Do you know when a rocket is fired? Every few seconds, it's doing a small course correction. Off the blocks, you might think you have a great strategy and you know exactly where to go. But as you're in the air, you need to do slight course corrections. And that's the difference between success and failure. No matter what tool you have, no matter what strategy you're using. And that's what's great about a mastermind. You get to explain your strategy, hear feedback, and have others that are much more successful than you help you through any challenge that comes up. You get to see the marketing strategies they used, the math that drove their decisions, and how they profitably exited deals. You won't have to guess how you can follow the same process or if that strategy will work in your market. Month after month, it's laid out perfectly for you. Now, success breeds success. And this is why the rich get richer. It's common knowledge that if you want to be successful, you need to do a few simple things. Surround yourself with great people, get new insights on proven strategies, and get out and do something. So if we know these things to be true, why don't more people do them? Because they don't have a proven path to follow. They're aware of the pitfalls and booby traps along the way. They've tried and failed before. The people they surround themselves with tell them they can't do it, and they believe it will never work. You know what the best thing you can do to those type of people in your life, the naysayers? Prove them wrong. The best revenge is just success. Imagine the look on their faces when they realize that your retirement is fully funded, you're good to go and have everything you want, while they're still working their 9-to-5 jobs. Or maybe they can't work because they weren't essential for someone else, or they were laid off because of what's happening in the economy. They didn't have their destiny in their hands. Imagine how good it will feel to prove them wrong, and more importantly, the safety that you'll have in your life. By being a part of an exclusive network of successful real estate investors, you get the inside track on how to get the life that you want, because you get to talk to people that have the life that they want. The best part is, with the current economy and with real estate, the odds are stacked much more in your favor. And the mastermind will show you how to dramatically increase your profitability of success and the amount of money you take home on every deal. Now, looking back over my masterminds, I can't even begin to tell you how many landmines my inner circle has helped me get around. You know, this isn't something I share very often, but there was a time when Connected Investors almost didn't make it. We had hired some really bad developers that spent millions of dollars building out a site that we had to throw away. And it was my mastermind group that helped me navigate those hard times and come out of it even stronger than when I went into it. But when it comes to mistakes, most people don't invest in real estate because they're afraid of making mistakes. Just one mistake can take a profitable deal and turn it into a money pit. So that's why it's important to have a network of real estate geniuses who have been there, done that, and who are there to give back and show you what they're doing to dramatically increase their success and profit. Just think how much more confident you'd be in doing deals if you knew you could turn to people like the individuals on the Sofa Summit to help you go through finding deals, funding deals, fixing them, and flipping them. What would that be worth to you? To avoid just one major mistake? What if they saved you one major mistake a month? Forget 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. We're talking about 3 steps forward over and over again. That's what it's like when you have the right guidance. One of the biggest things that my masterminds have helped me with is seeing opportunities where others don't. I mean, how many deals do you think you're blindly driving by, either on the road or online or on PIN, that could be great deals, but you just don't quite know how to capitalize on that type of deal? Put it in the chat box. How many deals are you missing? You're only missing them for 2 reasons. You don't see them like other people see them. You see trouble where someone else sees opportunity. You see mistakes where someone else would see profits. You see a house where someone else would see a deal. The other reason is you might see a deal, but you don't know what to do. That's where the mastermind is hugely valuable for you. You'll discover how to see opportunities that others can't and how to make it work for you. Imagine if you started turning some of those deals that you're driving by and just not seeing every day into cold, hard cash. What would that mean to you? I know this for certain. You're surrounded by opportunity. In fact, you're drowning in it, but you just don't see it. You're like so many people know, the average profit per flip is nearly $60,000. That means on average, you'd pocket what the average family of 4 makes in an entire year if you only do one deal. Now, let me ask you this. How many of you think that the insiders get all the best deals first? Like, you don't even have the opportunity to get the deal because the savvy individuals that you heard from during the Sofa Summit, they scoop them up before they even come across your desk. Well, your suspicions are correct. And masterminds open up those type of opportunities for you. If you had the inside track, access to capital, the guidance, the support, like you're going to get in the mastermind that I'm describing, do you think you'd be able to do one more deal a year? If so, just type yes. Or do your first deal finally. Actually, let me go ahead and put it another way. If you had access to all of these people, the training, the resources, the inside information, the private lenders, and everything else that comes with this mastermind, I'd be shocked if you didn't do at least one more deal a year. And the only reason would be is because you wasted your opportunity. You sat on the sidelines instead of getting in the game, right? But we're not going to let that happen if you're part of this mastermind. All right, let's talk about accountability because this is most important. The mastermind is here for one purpose, to help get results. The best masterminds demand results. That's why you have 1 year to do at least one deal or you're kicked out. I have an obligation to the group that we only surround ourselves with people who are willing to go do something. So if you can't be bothered to go out and make a deal happen at some point in the next 365 days, then you won't be invited back. The group will go on without you. I've been on both sides of something like this. And I can tell you, especially with my group, you don't want to be left out in the cold. Because then when it comes right down to it, you can either have these resources, connections, inside information, tools, techniques, and strategies, or you can be trying to compete against the fortunate few who do. Well, I can't guarantee you'll be successful in real estate. I can guarantee, and I think we'll all agree, you'll be exponentially more successful if you get accepted into this mastermind group and all it brings with it in your corner, right? So here are the 3 elements that the best masterminds have in common. 1, it must have people who can help you be better than you are. People who are in there actually doing it. They have to be equal or better than you. and they have to be able to provide you with the insights that you're missing. What's working, what's not working, how people screw things up. They must have experience. No one wants to hear theory or be a guinea pig. You want proven systems, techniques, and strategies to give you a straight line to results. 2, you have to be willing to listen and do. Membership alone isn't going to do it. You need to take action. You can't be the smartest guy in the room. No naysaying or thinking that won't work. The world is full of people who turn their noses up to proven strategies that will make them successful, rich, or happy because they think they know better. Knowing better isn't the key to success. Doing better is. If someone is getting results and you're not, their experience trumps your opinion. The mastermind is most successful when you check your ego at the door. I still get $1 million ideas every time I meet with my mastermind. And so do our members. And 3, it has to be exclusive. The other thing we all know is the more people who know about a strategy, the less that strategy works. That's why in our mastermind, we live by Vegas rules. What happens in the mastermind stays in the mastermind. Now, it doesn't mean you can't use the strategies shared. In fact, that's why they're sharing them. So you can and you should. It means you can't tell anyone else. And why would you? You don't want to train your competition or tell people about the secret formula, right? We take this very seriously. I've shared my story on what I've got out of the mastermind and how it transformed my life, how I went from literally in the dumps to being a multimillionaire in a very short period of time, all because of my mastermind. So start thinking about how you want to transform your real estate business or your life. You get to architect the exact life that you want, and then we can reverse engineer you into it. We all know the average gross profit on a flip in America is around $60,000. So if by being a part of this mastermind, all you do is discover one strategy that helps you do one more deal, you're in the right mastermind. Now, would you be able to use that strategy again and again? Of course. The knowledge you gain, the action you take, you get to keep all of that forever. The friendship and all the great memories of celebrating everyone's success. So now imagine being in a mastermind with the real estate masters of the universe. What doors does that unlock for you? What opportunities does it open? How many more deals are you doing because of that? Just think about hearing from someone like Dave Steck every month, sharing the latest research on what's working in America, with the right market insights, information, and guidance from people who are finding crazy good deals and making decisions based off facts, not fiction. How do you think that changes what you're doing today? How many more deals do you think you can do in a year? 1 deal, 2 deals, 10 deals? Now multiply that number by the average profit of 60,000, and there's how we put an extra $500,000 a year in your pocket. I mean, these are some really big numbers, and I think we'd all agree the best part with real estate, it almost doesn't matter how big the number is because we all agree it's possible, especially with everything that's happening in the market right now. It's just really cool to see what some of you believe you'd be doing if you were surrounded by a network of investors who are actually doing deals. We're not talking about the RIA rejects or people that are faking it until they make it. Again, these are the masters of the real estate universe with inside information, decades of connections, experience on every strategy, and the mindset to make it happen. Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying you're going to do any of these crazy numbers. Those are your numbers and you've got to make it happen. But you and I both know that without the right network, you won't be able to do anywhere near those numbers. Now let's talk about why this mastermind, this inner circle is better than everything else. So remember, when our guest speaker gave the State of the Union when it came to real estate investing, the 3 biggest factors to his success was the fact that he was in real estate, his network of insiders, and his inside information, ensuring he has the people, the properties, and the private lenders to get everything done. Let's talk about why you need to be part of the Connected Investors Mastermind, even if you're already part of a mastermind. Because here are some things that no one else in the world can offer except Connected Investors. You're going to be part of the PIN Secret Feature Lab. You're going to get new features released before the general public. These are hidden features that may never even be released to the general public. And you're part of the feature request power users who help determine what is added to PIN. You heard from Jerry. He's part of our inner circle. And we sit down with Jerry and we look over PIN and we say, how can this software make you more successful? He gives us ideas and we implement them. No, I'm not saying all of the ideas will be implemented, but your requests go to the top of the pile. You're going to get an entire year of monthly inner circle mastermind meetings that cover things like success hot seats, breaking down a deal step by step, marketing and technology case studies, and how are people driving leads and automating their processes to maximize life and get back their freedom. Insiders also enjoy exclusive access to deal sources and funding sources that no one else has. You'll be associating with asset managers and private lenders. Plus, you'll be directly connected with many people that you've heard from on the Sofa Summit. People like Jerry, who cracked the code and lives an amazing life, and individuals like Sean, who's a hustler on the rise. Every month, we provide new breaking research so you know how to navigate the ever-changing world of real estate. PIN insider training, the secrets before anyone else gets them. Accountability, you'll report on what you're doing, what's working, and where you need help. We'll make strategic introductions with members, lenders, and inventory providers. And when you're a part of the inner circle, the Connected Investors staff knows who you are. Our entire team here at Connected Investors will know who you are and will be dedicated to helping you achieve success. Now, access to this mastermind is normally reserved for my high-end coaching students that pay like $50,000. I'm going to do something I've never done and we're likely to never do again. I'm accepting a few applicants into this mastermind at a price that is virtually giving it away. Now, remember, my first mastermind was $25,000. It was practically everything I had. At the time, I was only making $12 an hour. But looking back on it, it was the best investment I ever made. Now, my goal here at the Sofa Summit is to make access to this attainable for the right people. So here's how you get in. Application and interview only. You can't just write a check. To apply, you have to go to connectedinvestors.com/mastermind. That's connectedinvestors.com/mastermind. You'll answer a few simple questions about yourself, and there's a small $497 application fee. Now, this is 100% refundable if you complete the application and are not accepted into the mastermind. The only reason there's an application fee is because it separates the serious from the curious. It means you're going to show up for our interview. It means you're going to participate in the process and be engaged. With over 1 million people who are part of Connected Investors, this helps us really narrow it down. When you look at the millions I've made and the lives I've been able to impact, all because of one decision, to join the right mastermind. Because of that decision, I was given inside information, walked to the front of the line, and shown how to create wealth from opportunities others were blind to. I think you and I can agree that the $25,000 I invested, an entire year's worth of my blood, sweat, and tears, a year's worth of my life, was a sacrifice, but a bargain. That's also why I knew I could easily ask $25,000 to be part of my inner circle. And if I did, we'd both agree that even if you only got a fraction out of what I've seen, it would be well worth it. It'd be the deal of the century. Because the power of the mastermind, because you're seeing and hearing what's working, because you're being walked step by step through the process and strategies that work, because your eyes will be opened and you'll generally see potential that you've been blind to, because you're finally going to discover how to break free from your frustration and limitations and see how to do at least one more deal or add a zero to the results you're currently getting. Because of all those reasons and all the other reasons I already shared with you, the $25,000 is crazy low. And that's why I invested it in my first mastermind. It's given me a lifetime of exponential returns. You and I could agree that the mastermind will continue to pay dividends for the rest of my life. You can even say it's generational. This is a legacy play because I've changed my life. I've changed my kids' lives and the lives of my grandkids. You know, and the other thing is my mastermind is a business intelligence play. You can take away all the customers, kill my entire business, and I would be back to where I am in less than a year, all because of what I've learned from my masterminds. In other words, it programmed my brain to see and harness unlimited earning potential. And that's why I started the Inner Circle Mastermind. You need this. I need to give to others what was given to me. And even though I can easily get $25,000 for a seat at the table, I'm not going to ask for that. I want to make this attainable while still being exclusive. And while $15,000 or $10,000 would be an insultingly low value for what you're getting, I wouldn't even ask that of you. I'm going to welcome a small group into my inner circle. These fortunate few will be a part of my network of doers and getters who will show you their insider secrets of making money with real estate in today's market. As I mentioned before, there is a small application fee of $495. That is 100% refundable if you go through the application and interview process and aren't accepted. Now, I find this kind of funny. I mean, you don't get a refund when you pay more than that to apply at Harvard or Stanford. If you apply and they reject you, they keep your money. Like I said, I want this to be fair for you. If I can't welcome you into my world, I don't want to keep your application fee. It's just not right. So after the application fee, when you're accepted, you only have to bring another $5,500 to the table. That's less than $6,000 to get on the expressway to entrepreneurial success. That's less than 25% of what I paid for my first mastermind. Think about that. That's less than $500 a month. And you get everything I've just shared with you. The network, the best practices, the technology, the secret pin features. You get it all. Normally, it would be impossible to get any part of this, or you'd have to pay like $50,000. But right now, the most important thing for me is to make sure I give back. Again, I want this to be attainable, but also need to keep it exclusive. Just to remind you, the greater number of people who know how to execute a strategy, the less effective the strategy becomes. It's called the theory of efficient markets. That's why we keep the inside information just to the insiders. There are things I can't even hint at that only get shared in the masterminds. I want you to be among the fortunate few who have access to this, but I can only make that work if you act now. Once we've hit our limit, the doors are bolted shut, especially at this price. I can only bring a small number of you, so act now before your chance is gone. You and I both know that opportunity doesn't knock, it whispers. Hundreds of thousands of people were invited to the Sofa Summit, and I can guarantee you, if you don't pay attention to opportunity when it whispers in your ear, then it will go and whisper in someone else's ear and someone else's until someone pays attention. That means someone else will do the deals that could have and should have been yours. Someone else will make the money that could have and should have been yours. Someone else will have the life that could have and should have been yours. If only you had paid attention and followed the whispers. I can't make this any more attractive for you. We both see for what you're getting, this investment is ridiculously low. All you have to do is apply. And with hundreds of thousands of people who have access to this and are listening to this now, I guarantee you this opportunity will not last. So don't wait, don't walk, run. Applications are considered in the order that they're received. So even if you have the best application and interview, if all the spots are filled before you're approved, sadly, you're stuck out in the cold. You're forced to try to compete against people who have the resources, training, insights, information, and technology that you might have had if only you had moved a little faster. In other words, time is not your friend here. You see, real estate, like all business, comes down to timing. If you see an opportunity and don't immediately pounce on it, someone else will. Only one person can get that property under contract. Only one person can do the flip, and only one person can make the money on that deal. We've all heard the saying, some good things may come to those who wait, but only the things left over from those who hustle. Don't let someone else grab this and run with it when you could have. So don't wait, apply now. Like I said, applications are first come, first serve. And once we hit that number, the doors are bolted shut and likely never to be opened at this price again. Don't risk it. Visit connectedinvestors.com/mastermind, and I look forward to reviewing your application. I see applications are starting to come in now. Wow, Mike, Paul, Aaron. All right, great. Wow, they're filling up fast. Now, before we wrap up here, remember the 2 rules that govern wealth. I shared both of them with you at the very beginning. And when I was completely broke with no plan, I set out to discover if either of these were true. And both are. I can tell you from my personal experience, Napoleon Hill was 100% right. 1, when riches begin to come, they come so quickly in such great abundance that one wonders where they have been hiding during all those lean years. And 2, if you want to be successful, not just a little successful, but where riches come quickly and abundantly, you have to be part of a mastermind. Here at the Sofa Summit, I presented you with a path to help you get both. Now, I can't force you to take action, but I can tell you what most people do when they're presented with an opportunity like this. At least those that really want to be successful and take control of their lives once and for all. They take action, they apply, and they never look back. Many of you know I've experienced both wealth and poverty in my life. And in case there was any doubt in your mind, I'd go ahead and choose wealth. You have a choice in front of you. I encourage you to apply while there's still time. This likely won't be offered again, especially at this price. But this is my chance to give back because I know everything changes when you have the means to live the life you want on your terms. Apply now while the opportunity is still open. This will shut down, and those who didn't apply won't receive any of the benefits we talked about. They'll have to try to compete with those who did. And I'll go ahead and end this presentation with the same fact that I mentioned in the very beginning. Millions of people are going to spend the next several years struggling with the recession, while others are going to become millionaires over that same time. Become one of the millionaires so you can help the people struggling. I'll see you on the inside.